get the vote on the comfort items and the discomfort items.
Yeah.
So again, make sure you're in that chat. You know.
So like our pit crew's working hard to up and downgrade here from the perspective of the show, and chat, it is up to you to do any comforts or discomforts from your perspective as the viewer. So it should be a good time.
Yes.
So with all of that being said, let's head to our battle stations, shall we?
Let's do it. All right.
All right.
So here we can start talking about your starting PCs. Today, our players are jumping into round one all on the same playing field. As we said before, both of our players are working with a 9th generation Intel i5 9600K, where when testing out Minecraft, we were averaging a respectable 60 frames per second.
Okay.
Now, this processor has a max frequency of 4.6 gigahertz, and you can see the specs right now on the screen. So again, these are our starting PCs. Very, mid-level, especially for Minecraft. These should do absolutely fine. And this gives us some wiggle room as we get farther into today's episode to mess with our tech accordingly. So again, it's a 9th gen Intel Core i5, an NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1080 dedicated GPU. We're rocking a Gigabyte Z370N Wi-Fi micro ATX motherboard with 16 gigabytes of DDR4 Crucial Ballistic Sport LT RAM.
Nice.
Very capable. Nice. Again, probably overkill for a lot of Minecraft players.
Yeah.
But this is going to be great.
Yeah. I feel like it's you get a modest 60 frames out of this. You don't really need much for Minecraft in terms of graphics. It's all about the performance. But we're going to see. We're going to see how these guys fare. Thanks, Trisha, for that breakdown.
You got it, Malik.
Really appreciate that. All right. I think we're about ready to jump into round one. So let's take a look at the game rules for the first round. This is very important. All right. So our first round is called Don't Die.
Okay.
And we're going to make round one easy. Whoever dies the least wins. But don't just find a corner and camp, because you both need to find as many supplies as you can, and you'll need those items for round two. So, take your s'mores, your marshmallows, your tent, throw it out, and get out there in the field. Okay, guys?
Let's do it.
All right. You ready?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Let's get into round one. Let's do it.
All right, here we go.
And Mateo in chat, yes, this is real, my friend. Welcome to the stream.
Get back here.
What's up, Mateo? How you doing?
Welcome to the stream.
Welcome.
All right, I'm loving our little setup here as we're getting into some Minecraft and just getting those resources.
Yeah.
All right, hi guys.
Straight into
everyone.
Straight into it. Chop. Okay.
Happy Tuesday.
I'm going straight to the end.
All right, well, you have 20 minutes to get out there and gather everything that you can. So speed run as much as you can, guys.
I mean,
all right, so welcome to.
Should we have told them that there might be chests in their starting areas?
Oh yeah.
No, that's coming from there.
There might
Welcome
be.
to another episode of me hosting or me co-streaming
I'm already out here.
Crown Channel,
I mean, great.
while two streamers face off in a game that I've never played before and know absolutely nothing about.
Look at that.
And we'll pretend like I do.
Got an axe ready to go.
Right.
So today we have Stans the mans.
Oh, they both are okay. Stans is crafting some stuff up too here.
Go
Facing off
You got
against
this.
Rage Elixir.
And like this,
I am Rage Elixir.
how comfortable
Let's
are
get
you
your
with
hottest
this-
takes and commentary
this
on
setup
Minecraft.
phase
Oh, don't
before
worry.
you get
You'll
out
be
there
getting
and starting Rage?
Well,
You'll be getting the
sensitivity,
hottest,
it's a little tough.
most
to use this on
controversial
my setup,
takes that could
there we
possibly
go,
be
the
given.
apples.
Oh, what?
Oh, wow.
That's what I was saying.
My chest didn't have anything in it. What are you talking
Yeah, did anybody see the Wine About It episode yet?
Check your chest again, man.
Oh, it's on the Patreon, I think.
Maybe.
Oh, I don't need a handout. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready.
Okay, he's confident.
Hi, Josh.
I see you, man. Diamond?
Hi, Chad.
No.
You look great today. At Carolina Quinn missed you. Ooh.
Actual cap.
Just get
Thank you for
that
the 6
started.
months. Oh my God, the Selena Gomez shade. I knew that was gonna get me in trouble.
Stone,
Taking the stone.
not messing around.
That stone pickaxe is gonna cut through.
I said it,
Right?
and I was like, oh, I'm gonna get in so much trouble. Love the ep. You guys have great chemistry. We could have just totally kept going.
What are you doing over here?
Oh,
Check
just
this out.
hey, whoa.
Whoa. You better
Could have been never ending. These are so stale, but I haven't eaten all day.
He said, just to be clear.
Some
Oh, you're right,
sabotage.
foul on the play, guys. Come on, man. All right, I need you guys to stay separate. All right, don't mess with each other's.
I thought you ignored Twitter. I ignore Twitter in theory.
Oh, you're digging deep.
In practice,
That's how you get the good stuff, right?
I definitely don't.
Isn't the risk there though that you fall into lava?
All right, so
Not me though. That's the thing about me.
Okay. All right.
Crown Channel has this new show.
He built different.
I'll say
It's called Pit
Crew.
Crew.
Since I've played Minecraft, so I can
Last week we watched,
totally be wrong on this.
and I had
I seem to remember
I gave some very
Yeah, no, same here. It's been a while for me, and I've never seen.
I delivered
folks
on the
play
ground
competitive,
commentary
So that's why I'm very intrigued to see how these guys approach
on the
it.
game Street Fighter 6,
All right, so it looks like
which
we're
I know so much about.
So, I mean, Rage.
And today it's Minecraft.
Oh, what?
So
What is he
I
have?
actually
Describe it.
okay, I'm supposed to do this show on the 24th.
Just in case they're like tapped out and they need to know.
I assumed I was doing
I'm
Street
impressed
Fighter,
you
but maybe
already
not.
have a stone axe
Maybe.
and some pickaxe, but you did just get blown up by a creeper.
Maybe I'm not.
So there's that.
The creeper blue.
Okay, so here's what I'll say. I didn't even know you could face off in Minecraft. I thought you just built things like Sims.
What are you doing to me?
Shout outs to Classy Librarian for that raid, by the way. Thank you so much.
What type of Minecraft is this?
Also, we
Are
see
there
food
more than
pieces
one
in the
kind?
chat. Shouts out to y'all. Thank you for joining us today.
Uh-huh.
Is there more than one type of
No more
Minecraft?
death stands. Come
I
on.
thought it was just Minecraft.
And if you were looking for, oh wait, I can see him.
No.
No?
Yeah, you can't turn your name tag off.
Oh man, he can see me.
Wait, but how do you get down there?
You're the you're the professional. Am I?
Excuse me? You skipped all this good stuff?
Am I the
I've
professional?
played Minecraft before.
Oh.
Is that fake
Something
news?
feels
How
like
did
I'm
Will
above
like the stir
ground
fry?
right
He
now.
loved
Wait,
it.
are you really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in the dungeon.
Ooh, okay. I'm here to little.
Because I'm a grade A chef.
Just a little bit.
I was waiting for
Doing
it.
what I need to do.
Okay, so you can do anything in Minecraft, including fight.
We're gathering materials, right?
Yeah.
But the
totally.
point is to build things, right?
Are you trying to suit up right now?
Are you actually above ground? Did
Yeah,
you go
I'm-
into this secret
Dude,
tunnel?
I'm on the beach right now, man.
Doesn't that
What
say
is
do not
this,
enter?
It does say do not enter.
Yeah.
What is this, like,
Cheating, you know?
Dude, I'm not cheating.
sad
I
background
promise.
music?
Oh, okay. Oh,
Is this in the game, or are they playing it themselves?
Rage is the pro
Who's
here.
winning
You
so
wouldn't need to
far?
cheat.
Yeah.
Ooh, taking a dive.
It's a tie.
What day is it right now? I wonder.
If it,
Minecraft music is so random.
I believe so.
Scootish.
I do believe it's going to get there. Yes.
Hey, yo, Scootish, thank you for the
There's a
raid,
ton of
too.
mods that
Sorry,
can be added to
we might-
Minecraft.
We might have been a little locked into the gameplay.
Okay.
We see you, okay? We see you. Thank
We're
you.
locked in right now.
Yeah, Scootish is my boy. He's rooting for me for sure. There's no way he's gonna put points.
I
on
love
me.
stands.
Really? Okay. Scootish, you're rooting for Stance? Let us know who you're rooting for here.
Uh-huh.
Is it loud enough for you guys to hear? You want me to turn it up a little bit? It's called a sandbox game, which essentially means you can do whatever you want, like playing with dolls, IRL, there's no rules. Okay. A game with no rules.
After
Oh,
what
I
happened
can
with that
just
creeper?
screen sheet off him. What's he doing down there?
You're doing Street Fighter? I thought I was doing Street Fighter, but maybe not.
I see. Uh-huh.
This is like that split screen back in the day.
Maybe I'm doing Minecraft. Who knows?
Oh, man.
I assumed I was
yeah.
doing Street Fighter.
Oh, yes.
Whatever it is, I will probably be playing
Now,
a game
I'm
I've never
curious,
played
Rage,
before in my
is
life,
there a
and I don't know anything
specific
about.
type of resource that you are going after today?
You know, everyone wants the diamonds, right?
For instance,
So
in the
if we
server
run
that
into the
Babo Abe
diamonds,
is
I'll take
running,
it.
Okay.
But-
Sekuno's built a nuclear reactor. My
God!
god! They're doing nuclear war
I guess
in
we'll have to
Minecraft?
see, right?
Yeah, that's
What if,
like-
what if
You
we
guys,
have
wouldn't
to
it be
fight
so
them?
sick if
Right,
I
and a
did
dinosaur?
Elden
I
Ring?
have no idea what we're doing
That's
today.
true.
I'd be like,
That's true.
oh.
I guess you just get whatever is the most valuable, has the most utility
Yes.
all around, right?
Yeah,
That would be
just
the
regular
strategy.
Yeah, I was,
bricks are probably the
I was
most
in the middle
when
of
you think about it.
preparing
You're gonna want a lot of those.
Now, Stan,
for
I
stream
feel like
tonight,
you were
and I was
having a
like, holy shit,
conversation
it's 4 o'clock,
earlier
I have to
today,
go
and you were
live.
talking about just building stuff out of dirt. So I'm
So that's
actually
why I
surprised
came
you
in
haven't
like
just
a
collected
wrecking
dirt.
ball.
That's step 2.
Oh, I
I
see.
never
Step
knew
dirt
to
right now. That's what
run
I'm gonna do. Just for you, Trisha.
Perfect. Love it. Love
Is
it,
dirt
love it, love it.
the new trend?
I am
Yeah,
31 years old.
Really, really like it.
Oh, okay.
So what you guys just saw just there, that was our spectator view.
And the way I
What
eat
Nice
lunch
Hands is he clawed his way back
Is I
up
just
to the-
eat
the main ground
snacks.
here.
He was not above ground. He was lying to me. I know he's down here.
No,
I'm
no.
coming for you, dude.
I was above ground.
I'm eating Cheez-Its
You know.
I can see
and
him.
Reese's dipped pretzels.
Oh,
Oh, but now I
God
just saw
damn it.
spider down here. You gotta be careful.
Oh, spiders.
Remember,
All right,
this
so
guy's
for
always gonna
my
die.
pixel pervs,
Okay.
So you're taking
I
a
fixed my
chance by
pixels
going
last
to the
night.
ground, for sure.
Yeah. I have
the
to have
pixels are
Venture
fixed.
off too far,
The
you know.
pixels are fixed. So I don't want to hear shit.
Prime Big Deal Days takes place today and tomorrow.
I can probably
October
eat this
10th
way
and
for another
11th.
20 years. No, I
Starting this
definitely
morning
cannot.
At 3 a.m. Eastern Time, Prime
I
Big Deal
definitely
Days will
cannot
offer
eat
some
this
of
way.
Amazon's best savings of the holiday season, exclusively
I know
for
Will's
Prime
camera
members,
was,
including millions of deals worldwide. And even more deals.
Will's
than
camera was
last year's
falling
October
apart.
holiday kickoff event. I always care about this, Malik, because if I need to stock up on a new PC component, maybe some new peripherals, now is the time
You
to
guys,
do it, especially
don't-
for holiday shopping. You can
Don't
save up
forget
to
to
35% off
Prime Deal Day.
tech, gaming,
Jeff Bezos
computers,
needs a bigger
video
yacht.
games, and video game related products. So customers, if
So
you're,
get
if
in
you're
there.
not already a Prime member, here's the secret, right? Malik and I have the pro tip for you. If you're not already a Prime member and you want to be able to get in on these deals, you can join Prime or start a
You can
30-day
see
free
all the
trial
pixels
at
now.
Amazon.com/Prime Big Deal Days. So check that out. I like saving money on PC components.
Yeah.
I don't know about you.
Did Will tell you about the sub trolling over the camera?
Video game deals.
Video game deals.
I hear that, I'm like, I'm in.
It's so annoying though when you go into a stream and you're like, okay, my camera's fucked up. I understand. I worked on it. Or you're like, my sound is fucked up. And then the rest of the stream, people are like, camera.
She wanted to get her son his
Something's
first
wrong
gaming
with the
PC,
camera.
and she was like, are there any good deals right now? I was like, girl, I got you.
You hit me up at the right time. Perfect time.
I
yo.
got you.
Yeah, I'm a company
Get that
woman
holiday
now.
shopping out of the
Okay.
way. You don't have to deal with, all the
I'm a Twitch
crowds and stuff,
streamer,
last minute
which means-
deliveries. Yeah, just get it out the way.
It's good.
Everything I do is in service to Daddy
Nice,
Bezos.
nice.
I like to hear it.
All right, now it's nighttime in our gameplay, though.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
So what's the time?
Yeah, so if you're
careful
tuning
now,
in
guys.
for my
What's the time
co-stream
limit looking like?
watching
I don't know.
Minecraft,
I don't know what our time limit's looking like.
this is
I
your
also- what is our
respite.
current death
Okay,
timer?
this
I
is your
know-
break.
I know-
Well, we don't have
We
to
had
talk
one
about
This is
that.
your break
death
from
on
from
Stand
politics.
I
Side.
mean, the amateur gets a
Yeah.
warm up, right?
I mean, it's
That
true.
creeper just creeped up on
It's
me.
true.
2-hour break where we watch
Whoa,
Stans
whoa,
We're
yeah.
10
and
minutes.
Rage Elixir
Got 10 minutes
Stay away
left.
from me.
battle each other in
10 minutes,
Minecraft.
yo.
God, I made nothing.
You got 10 minutes.
I need it TBH. I'm just letting you know
Stay
though.
alive for 10 minutes. Can you do that?
After the co-stream at 6 o'clock, I'm gonna go back to
Dang.
my regularly scheduled content.
Into the lava.
Content, excuse me.
Those
You're aggressive here,
Playing
aren't you?
dirty.
But I'm gonna try to make it as
in future rounds of gameplay today.
I'm gonna try to make it like not nails on a chalkboard.
Oh,
Creepy.
Okay.
Don't like it.
it's like Bigfoot.
I'm gonna do the best I can.
Tech Ninja says, "Oh no."
It's
Quan
Enderman,
Craft
Slender
stream
Man.
went.
It's crazy
Well-
how scary this game gets at night.
Oh,
You know?
You still have to
Oh,
pick
no.
the thing you want me to
no.
do.
Oh, the spider!
Nice, nice.
Way to defend yourself.
thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like it was a knee-jerk reaction, but a well-played knee-jerk.
Oh,
I just have gamer reflexes, that's the kind of thing about it.
these are becoming your favorite streams, really?
Stans is defending himself. That's
So what would you use shield for?
That's good to know.
It's kind of weird that you made one.
Okay, so I'm doing today.
This is the basics of Minecraft.
I'm doing
You need it.
We're
next
building
week.
Here. We're not
No,
fighting.
no.
And then
But we have so many mobs around us. I need to.
I
protect myself.
am
See.
gonna be
I'm gonna jump over the
live from the studio
Definitely don't want to die.
in Seattle the week after that.
4 stands at this time.
Should I reach out in Discord? Yes.
Not at the moment.
Oh,
Yes, please.
Stans down again.
You didn't see that one. You didn't see that one.
Down again.
Oh, there's a lot
Hey,
of
go,
mobs.
go ahead and take care of those, maybe.
Oh
What game
my
are you
gosh.
playing?
Just go.
I think I'm
Unconfirmed.
So for those of you in the chat, I saw Scootish asking
We will
what
see.
the goal
TBD.
is right now for anybody who's just
TBD.
tuning in. Right now, these two are trying to collect as many resources.
There are
as they
Minecraft politics
possibly
that could get
can
ugly.
Without dying. The whole it's really simple. Just don't die and grab stuff for next round.
Okay, so is Stans the man struggling right now? Is my Stansy boy?
That's what I saw.
Yeah. And then Dawes now, or Daw Snow said, R.I.P. Stans. Scooter says, I saw that Stans dies.
Like a silly bill.
I think
Silly
Stans
Billy.
died.
Wow.
I think that's what
I would
happened.
say So, if I was gonna make a sword with copper.
Okay, wait, let me look
do
up
it,
some
so we'll say
Minecraft
it.
terms.
We know
Hold
the
on.
arrangement of it.
I mean,
Hold on.
1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Minecraft
Rage, where you at?
Rage, come on.
glossary.
Just to let you know, you can't make a sword out of copper.
You can't make a sword out of copper?
No.
Things have changed, dude. Wow. This game's going
Yes, so
downhill,
I will be live on Crown's channel
Hopefully
on
you got
October
your-
24th, live from Seattle.
Gosh, there's so many monsters. It's not looking good for the
See,
both of us.
If I was Sans, I would find a way to sabotage my opponent.
And then also
Don't
next
give them those
week,
I mean,
I
feel
think
like
I'm gonna
Sans has already
do.
gone
I think I'm gonna do
Oh,
Myth's
that's true.
show.
Sorry, I was thinking out loud. Did I say that?
Probably a
I just
leak,
have to
but
practice my movement. Now that I
whatevs.
think about it, that's the trick.
Okay, all right.
So I'm doing a lot of content with
I
Crown,
mean,
which is great because I
Rage,
love
you keep
Crown.
saying it's not looking good. Yet I see you sitting pretty over there with almost full life.
Whoa, Stans, you weren't supposed
I
to
was
be
just
in my zone.
watching out for you. I saved your life.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Thank you. I thought you might have came from
You
me
just
after
realized
that.
I'm not
No,
playing.
that's
Yeah,
illegal.
I
I
would
don't
be
realize
my
Sans, you know
Minecraft
the objective is for you to win,
person
your
would be
opponent
standing in the corner.
That's what you think. I think the objective is to have a good time.
Yeah, and make
I would just
friends,
be in the
right?
corner like, what's going
You guys
on?
know what show you're on?
Oh, I mean around town like you did in Paris? Possibly.
Skeleton.
I don't know how
Guys,
long
get
I'm gonna
up,
be
get
there.
up. Okay, that's what the shield's for right
Yeah,
there.
I could.
Now I have
Possibly
seen
do that.
both of you defend yourself from mobs so far in this night, but not collecting too many resources. Are you sitting pretty with the resources you have? or
Just
is
sent
it
a
time to
message.
start
Okay,
farming
see
again?
it.
I have tons of
See it.
resources. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you're feeling great.
Yeah.
Should I go to Amazon
resources
headquarters?
everywhere. I have the best resources: dirt, wood,
Okay.
leaves,
The necessities.
the necessities for
I got
making the
you.
right house.
I got you.
Oh, you psycho!
Forget
You
about
want
the
me to play
objective, though.
Baldur's
Yeah.
Gate 3?
Get to tunnel vision. Like, I just want to take out creepers.
You're
and
crazy!
zombies, and I want to kill all the skeletons, but you need your resources.
You need your
Right.
resources.
Oh,
It's gonna be
okay.
important
All right.
In just a little bit, as a matter of fact.
Give me this. Oh, now we're talking.
Ooh, and girl.
Okay.
Girl,
Girl. Is it girl?
Does it have anything to
Alright,
do
alright.
with Elden Ring?
Yeah,
Like
girl, thank you
any
for
of
the
what
raid.
I've
Thank
learned
you
in
so
Elden
much.
Ring, is it
Thank you.
applicable to
Welcome.
Baldur's Gate 3?
welcome to the girl raid.
No. Okay. Cool.
Oh, hey, whoa, legal.
You scared me, you scared
Hey, I'm
me.
standing here.
Hey, I'm building here. I'm Minecraft in here.
I think that was an honest mistake. It was a surprise. Whoops, you're in front of me.
Thought he was a monster for a second.
You know, I kind of see how
Totally a knee-jerk reaction.
watching Minecraft or
How
something,
much time do we have left?
it's very relaxing.
Let's find out. 6 minutes.
You just kind of chill.
Perfect.
All right, we're getting in the depths here. It's
Yep.
dark.
It's like easy going.
All right, now we can see.
The music in the
Going
background,
for the read.
lulling
I mean,
you
this is
to
where
a
the good
peaceful
stuff is.
state.
And sometimes you want to break your pickaxe because it's
Okay.
good luck for the next, good diamond luck.
Okay.
I would
just
say.
Watch your back, man. I don't want you to,
Yeah.
run to another creeper down there, and you know how they do.
Yeah.
Until a creeper kills you. Well,
Back up on top.
there's got to be some drama.
And this right here is Rage, who's now looks like he's gonna go down now. He's gonna go back down. He has that shield. He's ready for any threats. Throwing up some torches.
Oh my god, I don't
No. What Rage?
know
What
how to do
exactly are you
anything.
searching for? Right? Oh, he's getting
Minecraft is my
Fancy.
comfort content for real. I've been blobbing hard watching Blau.
that's right.
Oh yeah, he's been
Yeah,
playing it a
I'm
ton.
You gotta eat too, right? You gotta eat.
Yeah,
true.
yeah. They gave us a little bit of food, but we're gonna need more. once
Okay,
we
so
run out.
so for
I don't think you have to
Minecraft,
land
do you
your
have to like
apples.
feed
You got the free
yourself
food.
or you'll die? It's
We'll
things
see
like
what I
that.
can get.
Take what you can get.
Why not?
Like you're crafting, you're
How
mining.
much time do we have left?
You have about
As
1
many-
minute, I would say.
No,
That's-
Survival.
We're about
Yeah,
3.5
It kind of looks like Legos.
Okay.
Thomas flying by in this first round. If you better step it up. Get your resources, guys. Come on. Get them.
You can raise a
Ah, it looks
farley.
like it's the dawn
Oh.
is approaching. All right, there stands.
Just dig
Show
it.
my
I could have a little
name.
farley.
Deeper and
Compelling
deeper.
viewer experience.
Stands. I'm so anxious watching you right
Yeah.
Throw a torch up, man. How can you see?
Yeah.
You're gonna see. I don't want to waste resources. We have to get resources. You said.
Fair enough.
I need all my torches.
What's my favorite tea? I like chai tea.
Techman just says, so heal items also count as resources?
Chai tea is
just to
very
clarify,
comforting
for
to me.
round 1, the primary objective is don't die. Any resources gathered by either of our players will are not really used for the competitive nature of round 1. They will be used in round 2 moving forward. So both players want to gather as many resources as possible right now. But
okay, so where does the
So the one who
where does the real skill come in with Minecraft?
I don't know who that could be.
Is it building things like nuclear bombs? That like advanced Minecraft?
We're just what, 2 deaths apart. So
Ill.
It is 2-0 on the death counter right now.
It could fall off a cliff.
Yeah, it
A
could happen.
demon summoning circle.
Which I mean, I get that can be.
You really can
The
just
thing
do
about
anything, huh?
diamonds, Chat, is this is the perfect level to look for him. And now we're gonna get a diamond, and he's gonna be so embarrassed.
Oh, dude, I'd be so jealous.
Yeah.
That's what I was going for the entire time.
Oh no!
It depends on your
Guys,
goal.
check
Okay.
out the bottom
Okay.
of the screen.
Okay.
Wait, no.
We
This
have
is
our
good.
countdown
This is
timer.
good.
We are under a 2-minute mark.
Perfect.
FYI.
Yeah.
Oh no, Stan.
Diamonds love water.
They do, huh? All right, yeah, we do have our countdown on the screen right now,
Oh,
showing
no.
about a minute and a half.
Minecraft.
Okay, a minute and a
90
half.
seconds.
Uh-huh.
Do what you can.
What am I gonna do with this?
Minecraft is a sandbox
Mr.
game
Keem, that's a strategy. Mr. Keem in chat asks,
created
whoever
by
dies more loses, right?
Marcus
Does that mean
Notch
you can
person.
go at each
Oh
other?
yes, I have
I mean, it could, but if you spend your whole time
been
going at each other,
to
you'll be
his
pretty low on resources for
Halloween
round 2 and
party
round
that he
3, so
throws
it would
every
be a
year.
gamble for sure.
His house is crazy.
There was always a little bit of foul play earlier. In
That's
the
that
stream.
Minecraft money.
Oh.
He's Nazi. Oh,
Yo.
All right.
Ooh.
We're to the 1-minute mark.
well, you know, let's
Whoa, this is a very big cave down here.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh,
No, that's on purpose. I already lost.
All
This is
right.
Fast respawn. You want to get back up top. I taught
Okay.
you guys about
Oh,
that
you did
earlier.
that on purpose, okay.
strategic respawn. I like it.
Dude, where'd you get the llama?
this dude has a whole form going on.
That wasn't me.
L. Yo.
Wow.
30 seconds, y'all. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think he sold Minecraft a while ago.
Oh.
Make your finishing touches.
Uh-oh.
When's the last time I was there? Last Halloween, I went with the Botes
Nice.
sisters.
Scared.
He said, never scared. Never back down.
10 seconds
10.
left.
All right, production,
9,
throw some stuff in here, maybe
8,
some good stuff in the box.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
He was posting
1.
great.
All
Oh,
right, hands
oh.
up.
Done. Hands
Oh
on.
boy.
Yeah,
My hands are up.
well done, players. Well done. I feel like this was so much more calm
boy.
than episode 1.
Oh,
Anyway,
definitely.
yeah, this is supposed to be the non-political portion. So I'm gonna steer us back to what is happening
Wrap on round 1.
here on this episode of
Let's check
Pit
in with the
Crew.
players. I'm gonna talk to Stan.
Yeah, Stan's is making some
yeah,
faces
bring it in,
over
bring
there.
it in.
Go check in with Stan.
Stans, man, you know,
I think
probably not the way you
Stans.
predicted this first
I think
round.
Stans
You know,
is
hard
is struggling.
Hard game.
Yeah.
Tell us what were you doing there, man? You were digging pretty deep holes
I
there.
was hoping that maybe I would find something. So I got some granite, I got some wood, and I was thinking, hey, diamond is good. I got some copper, thought maybe I could make a sword. You can't do that. That was a trick question. So I have all of the basics. And I think, like, the great chef is one who can make something with leftovers, right?
Okay.
You don't need the high class, the saffrons of the world.
Right.
You need this, and I'm about to show you something. with
Okay,
it.
so you're playing chess, not checkers. You're
Exactly.
thinking about the next round. All right, I like that. I like
Look
that,
at the
man.
thing at the bottom.
A little bit
Stans
strategy over
died
here. You know,
more.
you didn't get the first round.
I like that strategy, but I want to check in with Rage over here.
Stan died
I feel
more.
like you're sitting pretty with a ton
Rage
of
died
resources.
less.
You didn't die once.
Yeah. You know, initially I thought Stans was trying to trick me to see if I was actually a pro or not. He was like, can you actually make that?
Hey, yo, what's in that red
He almost got
cup?
me for a second.
Yeah.
What's in that solo cup?
You don't have access to that yet.
But yeah, I think I'm on a good pace right now. I wanted to go for, you know, some glass.
Did
and all
Rage
that, so I
even
wanted to
die?
look for some
No,
sand,
apparently not.
on the beach.
Okay.
I think I have a good amount of resources for the building portion. So
Yeah.
Patreon comment number one.
Let's see how
Caroline's
it goes.
honestly such
You're
a great
feeling
guest.
good. Now, do you have
She could have her
any,
own
pro
podcast
tips
with her
for
stories
any
from
players
before
at
Love
home
Her.
that might want to play Minecraft and not die?
I'm just gonna
first
hold on
thing
to
you
that
wanna
comment.
get is a shield,
And if
just
there's
in
any
case,
negative
all the
comments, no,
monsters
there's
come
not.
for you.
Right.
Okay, awesome. Well, I
No,
love
there's
the shield
not.
strategy. It's obviously paid
That's the
off
only
for you.
comment.
here in round 1, and yeah, I think it was really awesome. Well done.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Well done on that first round.
Yeah, I don't know what the wine and
let's take a look at some replay
or I
clips.
don't know what the wine
Really
about
send
it
this thing
crowd
home.
is like or audience is like. I'm assuming for the most part we would, you know, they would vibe with me. Yes, I did the bonus episode as well.
During the day? What are they doing there, right? That's what I'm saying. I don't know what kind of server
I always love Cutie Caroline collabs. It's real little sister, big sister energy. Oh, great fun! It's so funny that now that I'm in the streaming space,
Yeah, he got overrun. He got overrun.
I am big sister energy, mother energy to all.
All right, friends, don't go anywhere. We
Even
are
to
going
people
to
who
be
are my age.
upgrading Stan's PC when we come back. Now, hopefully, Stan will have
everyone.
a better shot of winning in round 2 thanks to that tech upgrade. We'll be right back.
My guy. Yeah, so this is the show that I'm gonna do next week.
And welcome to the show, everybody. Please settle down, settle down. We are about to announce.
They grew up as
our
gamers,
first
they're younger by
guest.
default.
Our
True,
first
dude.
Guest.
My boy, Mitt. The way Caroline was waving that glass around had me sweating. I wonder if you can tell the difference between when I was 100% sober and then when I started to get tipsy because it was the afternoon, I hadn't eaten anything and we were drinking wine. I wonder if there's a level of like, it's not unhinged and then it starts to get a little unhinged. I was definitely waving the wine glass around.
Here on the Crown Channel.
Yeah, welcome back. Last round, we saw Rage take the win against Stans. Stans.
Oh, she could not open that wine bottle. She just ripped the cork off in half. I was like,
Yeah.
Name of round 1.
Yeah. You hate to see it, man. You hate to see it. But you know what, Trisha? I think it's time to level the playing field.
okay,
a
so the
little
way
bit.
Pit Crew works is that they
Rage Elixir,
fuck with you.
You're gonna get downgraded, my friend. Wait.
Whoever's
It's
winning,
It's really
whoever's
it's a
winning
compliment.
gets fucked
Yeah,
with.
you're just too good, man. So we gotta downgrade you.
I'll take it.
But before we do that, we're gonna upgrade Stans.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so when I do this, I said this last week, but whoever my opponent is probably going to have to be blindfolded with earplugs in
All right. So Trisha, I gotta ask.
to make things equal.
What can we do to help Stans get his PC to the next level so he can actually get a W here, get a win?
I mean, that's the goal, right?
Oh my gosh,
I
all
wanna
these comments are
preface
so
this by
nice. They're
chat,
making me
just
feel
in case
good.
You're not a big Minecraft player. Unlike most games, Minecraft is more dependent
This is
on
my
your
first
CPU
podcast,
than your GPU. So the build that we have
So-
that we're upgrading to right now is going to make a big difference.
I was
We
like,
are,
what?
going from a 9th gen i5 to an Intel Core i7-12700K. Ooh,
Thank you for sending
baby,
these.
is
These-
that a
these are
processor
feeding my ego.
upgrade? And we're doing this here live on the fly right now. So the GPU will stay the same as we had before, but since we are doing such a substantial CPU upgrade, we have to upgrade the motherboard as well. We're going to an MSI Pro Z690A
Oh,
full
shit.
ATX board.
They're going to
and
an
we're not
MSI
only
Pro
doubling the RAM from 16
GZ
gigabytes to 32
68?
gigabytes, we're going from DDR4 to DDR5
Goddamn.
RAM. So this is really quite the upgrade right now. Grace in
God
chat.
damn.
Shout out Pit Crew. Shout out Pit Crew.
I don't know what that
indeed.
means.
We're also, because we've got so much more power being
I
pumped
couldn't tell it
out
was your
of
first
this
podcast at all.
upgraded tower, we've got a new display
Well, that's good.
coming in here as well.
It's technically
so that
my
Stan
second,
will
but the
really be
first
able
one that
to
I've done,
see the full benefit that
in the
tower
streaming
is
space.
pumping out for you. So I'm just going to come over here with Stans real quick. What do you think of this PC, my friend?
I'm excited. I think this is actually the change we needed. It's going to give us the power we need.
Yeah, I think it's always good
Honestly, I wasn't getting enough
to
frames,
bring
that's
in
why I
new
died.
energy
I'm
on
more used to playing on
podcasts.
the edge.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah,
Especially if you're a podcast who doesn't
yeah,
normally do
yeah.
hosts.
Could I help out the Pit
It's always
Crew
good
real
to
quick?
bring in.
Wait, let's get that out of here.
Like Furion always has new people on it.
This dude brought the hammer over, yo.
Yeah, I mean, This is really nice. And I will ask you, Stans, are you
Look forward
typically
to
a
more
unicorn
YouTube content
RGB
from
type
her.
person when it comes to your PC gaming tech?
Absolutely.
I'm
but
working on
also
it.
very
Oh, I
dumb,
just,
so I don't know how to install
here.
things. So it's like, what did it come with? I would like it to look pretty, but I'm not like,
I
going
just
out of the way to get custo with it.
dropped
So what I'm hearing is you need
an
the pick
edit
through
of
to
my
come to
24-hour
your
stream.
PC.
So
Them actually
please
to
follow
come
the
on
YouTube.
Come on the flight, because I need some upgrade. My chat knows that
Please,
my computer
please
is
juice
bad.
it. I'm
Okay.
trying to grow.
Okay. Well, yeah, you're getting this
The new
nice,
one was
beautiful
amazing.
upgrade
Yeah, it
right
was really
now.
good. My
We're
editor's
just getting you
awesome.
Set up here with the Pig Crew, getting your settings perfect, so you are ready to go. But I really think, Stan,
She doesn't know
this is the
anything
upgrade
about
that you
Twitch
need.
This is
too.
the upgrade I need,
Like
exactly,
she
and I'm
edits for
ready.
other
They-
people on
they
YouTube, but
may
she
not
doesn't
like
do
our
anything with
realm of
Twitch.
performance,
And
but
she's
I'm
like,
set
"Is
up
this
for
what
success."
Twitch is
And I see.
like?"
Let's do it.
I'm like,
Do
what?
it.
Oh.
And while you do that, on the other side, Rage Elixir is getting leveled
Not
down.
like-
We're swapping our CPU down.
It's not like the norm.
Process.
She was editing my
Two
24 hours. I was like,
two-core
no, this is
process.
a special occasion.
It's pretty gnarly, man. It's pretty gnarly.
Oh no! And so honestly, folks, this is happening live right now.
Happening
To do
live.
The CPU swap. I'm watching our pit crew.
Swapping out the
go ahead and
CPU. Things are getting
unscrew
crazy
that
here on
cooler.
the
We have an
ground.
all-in-one liquid cooler on this build.
We're going live
So
from our pit
pop
crew
off
cam.
Ever so gently, so that we can wipe off some thermal paste.
Getting the rubbing
take
alcohol
out
together.
that CPU, pop in another CPU, and we are doing this live. Normally, this is something that. Malik, what would you say? Normally a CPU
Avocado
swap, I would
toast.
allow
Thank
a
you for the
good
2
30 to
months.
45 minutes just to make sure I've done everything absolutely correctly.
See, you're a pro. It'll take me a couple hours.
No,
You know what
it
I'm
would
saying?
not for a CPU swap.
I'm so squeamish about these type of things.
Yeah,
I just
I
take my
mean,
time. I take my time.
As you should be. I always say that messing with PC components is like working with very expensive Legos. You know what
Yes.
I mean? Like,
I love that.
I almost
wanna put
blew
them
up my
together in the
computer.
right way, but also
I almost blew up my
sometimes
PC.
they're sharp. Not as much
When I
so
tried
anymore,
adding
but also
in,
very expensive, so you don't want to mess around with them. Okay,
when I tried adding
so
in more
the
GPU,
previous thermal paste is being
it started
wiped off
smoking.
right now, both on the cooler
That was
and on
fun.
the chip, 'cause we want a
That
nice,
was really
fresh
exciting.
Yeah,
For this,
nice fresh.
for
nice
this
and fresh.
2-core processor.
Indeed. And yeah, these guys, they're working
Yes,
fast.
the hosts of Pit Crew are Trisha
It
Hirschberger
is the
and
best.
New
All right,
Meta
so
GG.
bye-bye, 9th Gen i5. See you later. We miss you. Prison Mike, I love you too. Thank you for being in chat today. But yeah,
Trish is a
bye-bye,
very,
capable
very good,
processor.
Rage,
experienced
just look at your
host.
face, man.
You
You're
can just
looking
tell.
Really necessary?
You're too good,
I
man.
need my computer back.
I'm surprised
Do
she
you
wasn't on
understand why we're
G4.
doing this,
Yeah.
She gives
I
me
get
she
it,
gives me
I get it.
G4.
You're a pro, man.
I don't think he understood
R.I.P.
until he saw
G4.
the play. In rehearsal, we didn't
She gives me
play any
G4 vibes.
Minecraft.
She
And
would've
now
been
he
great.
got to see Pete the screen.
Yeah.
There's
You're
some
doing
issues
fine.
here.
Yup. Okay, so thermal paste and cooler going back on. And here I love the thermal paste application. We're just gonna do boop. Just like, oh, we're doing an X application this time. Pit Crew throwing me for a loop. And I
Yo,
will say,
Pit Crew getting
for anyone in chat
crazy.
who has very strong feelings about
She
how
was
your
on
thermal interface
G4?
material should be applied.
Was she
I
on the
think
first
both X
G4 or
and
the
small
second?
piece-size dot
Then it was the
are appropriate here. I think that they're both
I know,
acceptable.
RIP
And
G4
honestly,
2
Pit Crew
times.
is killing it.
2 times over.
I know, Malik, you're seeing it in chat
reading
too.
that chat, yeah.
Everyone wants the Pit Crew outfits.
They want the merch, the Pit Crew merch.
Honestly,
Yo,
I would-
have to
I
say,
would
I really do feel
love to get me one of
official
those fits.
Wearing this jacket.
Well, we've got the jackets,
Yeah,
the
and
jumpsuits.
the jumpsuits, yo, I
Or
would rock,
something
I would
else.
rock the jumpsuit. I would rock the
Yeah.
jumpsuit to the most egregious places.
The jumpsuit's great.
I love
so you
a
know what,
jumpsuit.
Maybe in the future, chat, we could have a merch store where there's some cool.
No,
Pit
SourceFed
Crew
was an
We're gonna
internet
escalate
news
that.
show.
We're gonna escalate that for you guys.
Right,
100%.
we're doing it.
SourceFed.
I hear some under the breath, light swearing.
Oh,
from our
created
Pit
by,
Crew, which I can
Philip
only
DeFranco?
assume means a dropped screw.
Yo,
is
that
the
guy's been around
worst.
forever.
It is my least favorite, so I feel for you, Pit Crew. And this is honestly the funny part about doing it live, right?
Yeah.
He's been around a
100%.
minute.
You know what?
It's always
It happens
amazing
the
to me
best
when
of us,
I
too.
discover a
Oh my God,
YouTuber
I feel like, my
and then I
days
find out that they've
working
been
in a
around
certain
for
department store
10,
with a
15
certain
years.
Little crew called Geek Squad.
Oh.
I saw that like pretty much every day. Somebody was like dropping
Like,
a
oh.
screw here or there, you know, doing one thing or another. So,
Yep.
again, that is perfectly normal.
Every time I have done live builds,
It's really
myself
wild
for
to
small
look
IR
back
45
and,
hours, so again, shout out Pit Crew for absolutely
and
killing it
see
in a
the
short time
first
frame. Every time I drop a screw, it's like the worst.
Kind of like the first content that was tailored to nerds, like gamers. That's why G4 was such a huge hit, the original G4.
I just think he's just like.
And then just to see 15 years later
what life is at this point?
how much content now
I'll push through. I'll push through.
revolves around gaming and
You know, we're not going to be finished
nerd
after
stuff.
This, so just hold on a second there. Yeah, no, we have more stuff that we're
Teasing
gonna
things to come, my friend.
You know, that's what I do. I'm a tease.
Right?
Gotta tease,
right.
but.
All right, coming on in there. And
What if I
do
show up for the show
screw
in
there?
the
Maybe
pit
that could be
crew
part of the
fit?
Downgrade, honestly, just a loose screw rattling around.
Yeah, what if I do the show and I'm like, no. I'm going to do my
Oh
own.
my goodness.
I'm going to do my own upgrades and downgrades. Don't worry.
Hilarious. That is.
I know my
hilarious.
way
All right,
around a
I'm gonna come
PC.
over here and see where we're at. Okay, we're getting the cooler on. Almost done. Almost done. I'm getting a smile and nod from the pit crew here. There it goes. Are we working with magnetic screwdrivers at the moment? We are. Nice. Okay. Perfect. Doing some fishing with a magnetic screwdriver. That is always, I feel like that is a must when working inside any PC so that you can get those loose screws, especially when they fall down in. And it looks like that tower is now exactly where we want it to be. Now, to your tease.
I grew up on
earlier,
G4.
Malik, what's happening next?
Yeah, because it was really, again, one of the only
And this keyboard
one of the
is
only
it's like a
sources
leapfrog
of
keyboard, bro. It's-
content and TV that was
Yeah, man. You're gonna feel like,
made
you're back in
for
elementary school playing on this thing, man.
that was made for people who love this kind of shit, you know,
What even
who love
is that travel distance? What is
gaming
that?
and
Can you hold it up for us? Rage, hold it
I
up.
don't know what else to say
Oh,
besides
yeah.
nerd
Keys are
stuff.
a little inconsistent. They don't click. It's gonna be very interesting to see how you play with
Yeah.
it, for sure. I feel like I learned how to type on keyboard similar to that.
ESPN for nerds, yes.
Something, you know, very basic, very simple.
Oh man.
Such a shame.
That is a special keyboard. I don't know where Pit Crew. I don't know where. You
Such
found
a
this
shame.
keyboard. But I am here for it.
I don't
So
know where
that
they
is
find any of this stuff.
What's up, Alan Nord?
definitely going to make things, you know. a
Welcome
little
in,
trickier.
whoever just getting here. We
For Rage
are
Elixir going into
we are
round two.
watching
Via
Pit
Dragon
Crew
said,
on Crown
8-inch
Channel.
Keyboard,
It is a
100%,
Minecraft off between Rage Elixir and
Well, I mean,
Stans.
we have definitely.
They are
adjusted
currently-
our tech on either
They are
side,
currently
I think,
upgrading
going
Stans'
into round
PC
two. But I mean, the question is, Malik,
and then
will it be enough?
downgrading
I don't know.
Rage Elixir because Rage Elixir dominated the first round.
Real keyboard.
Because Stans, you say that.
So this
but,
is
like,
how
I
this
keep
show
looking up at
works.
Rage's face, and he just looks
Two
like,
people
man.
face off.
Tycho drum or something.
Whoever
Maybe he's
snucks
racing
more
wheel. I'm-
gets
I'm
upgrades, and whoever's better gets
Maybe round
downgrades.
three.
Stans, you've seen the show before.
I have seen the show. Yes.
Entourage in the
exactly. Guitar Hero
house.
controller could be good. I think there's some
Yeah.
things over there. Power glove, the Wu-Tang controller, which is very cool.
Nathan
Yeah.
Stans.
There's other things that maybe would help me out.
Stans
more
is
than this. Although that keyboard
legitimately
very sticky.
You're helping us tease
one of the
future
nicest
episodes
humans.
with all the, you know, all the controllers.
That is
you're
a
pointing at.
very
so
exciting
nice.
part of the garage, not to say.
You know what? You know what? While we're waiting,
He's
know,
like
here
a
for
nice,
second, can we
normal
get just,
dude.
like, for all the new viewers who have never seen
Oh,
this
yeah.
show,
It's
look at the
possible
board real
in
quick.
this
You know, these are all the different
in this
peripherals that we're
industry
going
to be
throw at
nice and
people
normal.
throughout the season. This is actually just a handful of them, to be honest. Look at
That's
this.
true. We have so much here in the Pit Crew garage. Shout out in chat if you recognize any of those beautiful retro peripherals that Malik is beautifully Vanna Whiting.
Olivia
right now.
Munn was in Playboy?
So nice.
What?
What are those?
I know, right?
Wait, is
Right.
this? Wait, I
like
think
the
I
little
actually might
hand
know.
DDR
I might know the
pad. That's
pick.
super fun.
Yeah.
Because she
my
was,
goodness.
she said she would do it, but no nudity.
Baby.
I still
Yes.
don't know
Yep,
who
yep, yep.
and how
The red
anyone's gonna play
bikini.
with those.
Yep.
There's some peripherals up there that I don't even recognize, and I'm super stoked throughout the season to be able to get.
God
all
damn,
that
she looks
stuff.
so
I think it's
different
gonna be a
now.
good time. And just so chat knows, if you're
Why-
wondering
why
why
did
like
she touch
the
her feet?
upgrade process went so much faster than the downgrade process, let me remind you, Malik, how many cores were in that processor?
Looking it up right now. Yeah.
Those.
I'm
that 2-core processor.
I haven't pulled up on my phone.
Understandably, it takes a bit of time to boot up.
Right.
It takes a bit of time to.
Olivia
load it
Munn
into
has had
Minecraft.
a wild
It is
career.
really a statement.
To go
How
from
we're gonna do.
G4 to The Daily Show.
10 FPS over there?
to the newsroom, and then to being in like big time movies.
Will it be enough?
Anonymous, thank you for the tier 2. 13 months of tier 2.
They can't hurt.
Oh, hey. You know what? That's some positivity.
Why
right
does
there.
Fossabot
I'm here for it,
delete the most random
Rachel
comments?
Elixir, do you think with your pro
Why is
skills, you would still be
Fossabot
able to get the
deleting
win?
X-Men?
After seeing 10 FPS, I'm not too sure.
Why is Fossabot
Come on, man, but
insane?
your skills top tier. You got this.
All right.
You got this, man.
It's the knowledge.
Why?
It's the knowledge.
I'll give it my best.
Oh.
You got a galaxy brain for Minecraft. You can do this. Okay, for round 2, the game's rules
I was
are
like,
going
what
to
does
change. So let's
Fossabot
take a
have
look
against
at those
X-Men?
rules right now.
Ah, yes,
We are
the
calling round
M
2
word.
Pit Crew Dream Home.
Every
And these guys are
variation
gonna
of
be building their best homes. So those resources that you collected in round 1, you're going to use them to build your best house in round 2. At the end of the round, chat will vote on who
Fossabot
has
hates
the best
Marvel.
house.
Ooh, chat's our judge this round.
We're going to get chat in on this. So again, if
I
you're
love it.
watching on Twitter Live,
Fossabot
or
said,
Amazon Live,
nope.
head on over to twitch.tv/crown to get in on this. Players, you ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's do it.
Let's start building.
I thought Fossabot was its own thing that just acts on its own. I was like, who is
This is ugly.
Fossabot?
Oh, it
This is
is.
real ugly.
Oh my goodness, Rage.
So you both have 25 minutes to build your dream home.
5 minutes.
Wowie kazowie.
Most important things first.
Oh my goodness. I love it. Okay. Live, laugh, love. I love that. Just a great way to start things off here. You know, you walk in, you see the sign, you feel welcome.
You gotta make people feel good when they're in your home.
Alpaca
Olivia was in
makes me
Maxim,
sick
too.
Just watching.
Oh,
You're not
yeah.
getting
I mean,
motion
she-
sickness over there, are you, Gary?
Hopefully
When she was
not.
like
We'll
Okay.
see.
starting out in Hollywood,
Okay, maybe.
she was the hot geek.
Oh, that's,
My
that's
goodness,
nice.
man.
Okay,
Oh my
little
goodness.
lighting.
Come on, are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness.
She was like the girl
Lighting
who
up front.
everyone looked at and was like, oh, yo.
Yeah, tell us about it.
Geeks
What's your
are
strat,
hot.
Stans?
Well, maybe don't put me on the spot here. I'm thinking maybe wood
Listening.
for a foundation.
Okay,
Maybe
yeah.
some rock for stability. And then I was
Yo,
thinking
what's up with the
spider
pixels
eyes
in
for
Minecraft?
flare, you know?
Ooh, I
What
love
is this,
the
Kinda
flare.
50?
drop them in the doorway so that make sure everyone gets like a parting gift.
Inaculus thinks you got your Bed Bath & Beyond coupon ready to go. Is that the case?
Absolutely, I'm going all in on calls.
64p.
This is great. So now, chat,
Yo, what's
you
up with
can
these
begin to
pixels?
understand why collecting all the resources was important.
Your
and
comments won't
important.
get deleted since
You
you're.
guys are gonna be,
Oh, okay.
building, so,
I see.
keep an eye on things, all the little nuances that you like to see in a Minecraft base, because you're going to be voting on who gets the W. And I'm very interested to see who goes the more
Minecraft,
creative
it
route,
really is
or
one
who
of those
goes the
games
more,
that looks like-
mechanical route, you
Sure.
know, make it something that's a little more nighttime proof.
That
you
looks
know
like
what I
it's
mean?
it's in the 90s.
Totally. Nighttime.
Riaz500 says, "Can you
This
collect
looks like the
more
first game
resources?"
ever made.
I think that's fine.
That's
it would
fair.
just take some of
Are
your
her
building
and
time away.
Mulaney still together?
Exactly, yeah.
I think so.
Which I
Their
very
baby
much
is
need.
really
I
cute.
love this top-down view we're getting right now.
So cute.
Really
yeah,
nice
yeah.
aerial view from the spectator cam.
Shout outs to our observers, you know, making this feel like real esports right now.
Making my way downtown,
Like
walking
we said
fast,
earlier,
faces
competitive
past,
Minecraft
I'm
can take many
homebound.
forms.
Yes, indeed.
I love that we're
I
getting a
went-
little bit of all of it.
Doo, 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 doo.
Stans is the type of guy to have one bowl because of aesthetics.
I like how there's significantly less shit talking on this episode than on the last one.
All right, Rage Elixir,
Last
I
episode
wanna ask you, how much is the downgraded
was
tech
all
impacting
shit
your
talking.
experience right now? Are you being forced to go slower, or is it just really jarring?
I would love
Yeah,
to see
it's definitely
Stan's
slowing
shit
me
talk.
down by a lot.
I would love to see
not
what
having
he's
too many
capable of
frames that
coming
I'm
up
used
with.
to, you know. It feels like, you know, you're basically driving without a normal steering wheel.
Yeah, sure. That's
Fighting
right.
games
That
is
sounds like
required to
keyboard.
shit talk. That's true. That's
It's
true.
okay,
I feel like you
but
can
I
try
will
and
say
shit
it's
talk in
worse
anything,
than what
though.
I had before, you know?
It's almost funnier.
For sure.
It's
All right,
almost
so it's
funnier
not
to
that
shit talk.
debilitating of a keyboard.
Playing a game
Yeah, not too bad.
It's
that-
mainly the frame rate though.
Yeah.
is
bothering
not
me.
Those
is
two
not normally the
chords.
type of game where shit talking is a
process.
part of it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's
Scenario
what we're
says
looking at over
Stans is
there.
the type of guy to have a stepdadder in the back of his
Just
setup for
relentless
months.
shit talking while playing
For the
something
I'm
like
working for it
Minecraft.
Everything my chat said.
I'm working for it, but
We'll should talk single player kids game in backyard
All right,
baseball.
So I
Yeah,
see
that's what I'm
Stan's
talking
farming
about.
For some more dirt.
That's when
Well.
you gotta ramp it up.
Malicious PNW uses E-sport. Ooh, he put the dash in there. Ooh, ooh.
I used to be a capital S and esports guy.
You
Oh,
did?
yeah?
I was. I fought the fight for a long time and I lost badly.
You don't think that read a little bit like esports?
Which is kind of nice. It's like sexier, you know?
I'm saying it, yeah, it does sound. Still sounds a bit sexy.
Stans, I see your house is starting to fill in now.
Yeah, you know, it's like who are the
Does anybody have
friendliest
good
people
Halloween
in
costume
the world?
ideas?
We'll say it
Or
on
like
three.
what they're
1, 2,
gonna be
3,
for Halloween?
hobbits.
Okay,
Where do you want to
yes.
visit a hobbit hole?
Sure.
They're like in the hills of New
They
Zealand
are.
kind of thing.
Yes, they
I
are.
gotta figure
It's
my
also,
fits
I
out.
mean, the Hobbits, it's not a dank, dirty hole. No, it's a
No.
very comfortable.
It is, which is why we're gonna have furniture in it.
Love it.
Because
I
we
love
know how
what
to
I'm
make
getting
Cowboy
from
hat and call it a day.
right now.
furniture.
Howdy, partner.
I mean,
Desk,
bag end was very fancy.
chair.
Mm-hmm.
No chair. Okay.
Going to karaoke dressed as Bowser so I can sing Peaches.
There you go. There goes some talent.
Okay, well, that's-
Peaches,
yeah, that's not
peaches,
good
peaches,
looking.
peaches, peaches.
What about? Okay, no.
Peaches,
Recliner?
peaches,
Here we
peaches,
go.
peaches,
Recliner pretty
peaches.
good. Oh, there we go.
I feel like we're at IKEA shopping right now.
You should go as
there's so many
Ken.
options. Wait.
You might want to look for a painting.
Ludwig's going as Ken.
Oh, okay.
Wow,
That'd be
wait,
funny if I
whoa,
also
wait.
went as
It's
Ken.
got some windows
What
going
the
in
heck?
for lighting.
Okay, I like that.
Wow.
So you can see out.
Going as
Nice.
Santa Claus.
Beautiful.
Just in case, the
A little
monsters
Christmas
come
and
for you.
Halloween.
Huh?
Oh, okay. So you're going for a more like mechanical type setup,
Yeah,
eh?
yeah,
Rage?
yeah.
Okay.
Well, it feels like it's mechanical and aesthetic, having some nice
I
windows
think
to
one
view to
thing
the
from
outside.
childhood
Look at it,
that
yeah.
I like
I
some nice windows.
I
Let the sunlight in,
miss
you know?
That's
so
great.
much
I
is
mean,
trick or treating.
If we were playing Sims right
Like, it
now,
obviously
you know,
wouldn't be the
we
same as an
would need
adult
that
and
lighting
also
to keep our Sims
kinda
happy.
weird.
Folks, make sure to follow
But
Crown across our various
that
social
was-
channels for even more
that was one of my
content and updates
favorite
on our
things.
upcoming shows. We've got quite a variety of content here on the Crown.
As a
So
kid.
give that
It's just the
follow,
best.
And we'll hang out with you.
I trick or treated until I
But
was.
yeah, lighting is good for the health. It's good for the attitude.
I think until I was like at least 16.
Absolutely.
I pushed it
Oh,
as
look,
far as I could go. And I remember the last year of trick or treating, multiple houses were like, "You're too old."
Thank you, Cubba. Break Plays must have just come in. Says, is it me?
They were
or
like,
is it
"How old
lagging?"
are you?" I said,
Well, if you're
12.
watching Rage Elixir's gameplay, it is intentionally set up
I'm
on a
12.
2-core processor where we're averaging about 10 frames per second.
Last year I went
So-
as Fat
We had to
Thor.
nerf
This
him.
year I'm going
It's
as
too
Silent
good.
Bob.
We had to nerf him, so we
Yeah,
downgraded his
tailor
setup,
your
and he's gonna
costume
get
to
10
having
frames like
social
Trisha
anxiety
said.
and not
So
wanting to talk.
Ridiculous.
It's not you, it's us. We did that intentionally. Our pit crew did.
Oh, I would have
Awesome.
kept going, but none of my
But
friends
when we
wanted
switch
to
over
trick or treat him.
Stan's gameplay, you'll
after
see a
16.
totally different
Yeah,
story.
very.
It was like
smooth.
not cool.
And that
There
was
we
the sky
go.
view,
Which is
and
dumb.
This is,
Wow, so smooth.
this is Stan's.
That's when Halloween parties
So nice. But you know what?
With
Maybe it's just
drinking
too nice right now for
took
Stans.
over.
I feel like we should mix things up a little bit.
And all I wanted to
Let's
do
do
was
that.
trick or treat.
I'm with
Let's
you,
mix
Trisha. Let's
things
do it.
up a little
Let's do
bit.
it.
Chat, it's time for you to make the call here. Please, we're going to ask you to vote on things that will make our players either a little more comfortable.
I
or
miss
a
putting
little
all
more
our candy in a pillowcase so we can go back to get more.
So
Oh,
let's start out with something that
bro,
can make our
that
players
was-
a little more comfortable for
Okay.
this round.
That was the
We
Giga
have-
move.
Our pit crew has.
You would fill up a
very
suitcase,
nice and
drop it
comfortable
off at your house or a
stools
friend's
and
house,
padding for the bum,
and then
like
go
a
back
nice
out.
Little,
Fresh suitcase.
Back lumbar support. Look at this. Ooh, this could be a big upgrade for one of our players over the stool.
I think
they're
the difference with
currently
an adult
rocking,
too
which
is that you can just go
Yeah, check
buy
it out,
your own
Malik.
candy.
How's it feel?
Oh yeah.
But there was something about
Yeah.
getting
You know what?
free
No vote.
candy.
I'm just
You know,
gonna
going
take
house to
this.
No,
house.
not for the host. I mean, I wish
It was
that were
always
the
a
case
crisp
sometimes, but
fall
no.
day.
Fair enough.
This is for chat to decide. Whoever you vote, chat, will get a nice new comfy stool. to
Negotiating
sit on
exchanges of
while
candy?
they play.
Oh, yeah.
So use
I mean,
those
that's-
face emotes in chat to vote.
That
If you
is
want
like,
Stans to have the comfy stool,
an
put his
age-old
face emote in chat.
part
and if you
of
want Rage
trick-or-treating.
to have it, put his face emote in chat, and you will see the emotes. Tug of war.
It was a
on
free
the
market
bottom of the
economy.
screen right now. Until then, I think Malik, if you want to you want to use that chair?
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna leave it right there up front so everybody can see how comfortable and comfy it looks while you guys vote. Get those votes in. Get those votes in. Yeah.
Get it. All
Different.
right,
Oh,
see, I'm
I used to
so
stereotype
as
the
votes
hell
are
out of
starting to come in.
houses.
And
Like if
remember,
I
whoever
was
you're
running out of
voting for is
time,
getting the
or if I
comfortable
really
chair.
needed to focus on getting
This
big
comfy
candy,
chair.
I
A little different from last week
absolutely,
where we were voting for the person you
I
wanted to
absolutely
not
would
have the
choose
comfort.
the
This
bigger
week,
houses.
You want them to have the comfort? Vote for them.
Vote for them.
That's what I would
I
prioritize.
really want to try out
Yeah,
this chair,
do it.
but we were talking
Like,
so
y'all
much
rich?
about hobbits earlier, and I think I'm too short.
Y'all
for
rich,
it.
you better
I
be
don't even
handing out
think- I don't even think I could make
big
it
size
in this
candy.
chair,
I think
honestly.
this is adjustable. Oh shit!
Go, go, go! Oh no!
It's
There's
nighttime.
zombies. Yeah, I can't.
Yes,
get
this
We
is
kinda-
Trisha.
we kinda-
Trisha's
we kinda lost track of
commentating.
the gameplay. It is nighttime, so the creepers and the zombies are starting to come out. And Rage
creepers
just
and the
defended himself
zombies.
valiantly against one.
It's
On
the
other
monster
side,
mash.
All right, it looks like Rage gets the comfortable chair thanks to chat.
Rage got
The monster
comfort.
mash.
Thank you, Chad, for hooking it up.
Wow.
Bring this in here for
Oh
you.
my gosh, I'm ready.
Yeah. Oh
Ready
yeah,
for
we're
the
gonna
new chair.
swap you out. Comfy chair.
Thank
And
you, chat.
get it. And I love also that you're sitting pretty in your house right now too.
Yeah. I think people felt bad for the frame rate, so
It's
Oh
true.
gosh,
They
I'm
shouldn't,
getting
to be
attacked. I'm
clear.
getting
They
attacked.
shouldn't.
Oh no, I might die.
Wait, that's an uninvited guest.
It is.
Get him out of there.
There was a rich neighborhood in my
Well
area. They
done.
legit had a
Nice.
gate guard
It's
to
okay,
not let the
but-
poor
Well
kids
done.
in.
And Chad,
I would have
since you
TP'd the
voted
shit out of that
for
neighborhood.
Rage to get the super comfy stool. That means, unfortunately, that Stans gets the discomfort.
yeah.
Today.
Yes. So I guess we can call our pit crew in right now
Yeah, pick crew
to grab that.
to grab what our discomfort will be.
Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man.
Is
Playing
TP
on this
still a
nice
thing?
setup.
Do
I'm
kids
embarrassed.
still
I'm
do
embarrassed about
that?
everything. What is happening here? Oh.
All right.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. All right. Well, we have the
It's
face
a
shields.
real dick
But
move
you know what? I think this
because
is
it's
not enough,
always the
so
parents who
Wait.
have
why
to
don't we
deal
get
with it.
a good old autograph.
But I wonder if it's
from
still
our
a thing.
man over here.
Yes.
Yeah. I like your autograph.
Oh,
I
okay.
engaged
Harry
in
autograph
keeping
right here on the show.
on a few occasions.
Sign it nice and big too.
Okay. Rage.
I
I
also
love
what's the
Looks
what
really
was
good.
another one? You would pour like ketchup
All right, Rage
On-
elixir looks great.
on pads, like period
Shit.
pads.
All right.
You put ketchup on them and then
Sorry,
stick
dude.
them to your
Oh man.
enemy's
So
car.
now, poor Stans
Or, like,
has
their
to play with
garage.
this on
You good?
for the rest of the round.
All right.
I did it to a I did
you
it to
did
a guy who was
This
awful
was
to me.
you?
Oh man.
Wait,
Poor Stans. He's like, oh goodness.
What's up?
Oh, never mind. I thought you were coming
Oh,
here.
no,
uninvited.
I mean, unless you invite me in.
Oh,
I stuck
it's
him
like
all over
vampire
his
rules.
wanna
car.
have some coffee?
Yeah,
Come on in.
This
You ever
late
see
at night,
shaving
you
cream
kidding
in
me?
car
Hey,
pranks?
bring your bed
Mm-mm.
over here.
What will people say?
Bring your bed over here.
What is this you have? Like a summoning circle?
Oh no.
I don't think
just
I
in case,
ever
you know,
did
the mobs
egging.
spawn
I
here.
only TP'd and then I did the period pad thing like one time.
Okay,
You're no longer invited.
I see your house. No roof, kind of cringe, kind of embarrassing.
Whoa.
Everyone has cameras
I
now, it's
How do I
impossible.
grow grass on this
You
bad
just gotta
boy?
be
That's the
sneaky.
real question. Can we get
You
some
gotta get in and out.
direction? Yeah, I got dirt. Don't worry about that.
Okay. Stans, how clearly can you see right now with that face shield on?
Eggs
I
will
can
fuck up
clearly
car paint,
see
yes.
that this is going to be an issue.
Eggs are a
Yeah.
diabolical move.
I will take this.
All right. Wow.
Looking good.
My
I
little
love the
bro
aerial
pissed off a girl and we
views
got
of the
egged.
builds that we're getting right now.
There was
Looking nice.
One more torch.
I'm actually
there was
impressed
this
Rage
family
is
that
able to
we
build this
were
efficiently
friends with.
at that frame rate.
I know.
And the girls
Like,
were
it's like it's
super
barely
sweet. I did
slowing
theater
you
with
down.
them.
Now,
Don't say
The
that.
brothers
I'm
sucked.
curious, Rage.
The brother was
why
horrible.
you chose no door.
And there was a period of time
I do.
where
I
the
have a
house
front door
kept
right
getting
Okay.
egged,
but I think
TP'd,
that's all I need.
etc. And the
Oh,
mom,
okay. So you're not worried about.
she was like,
anything
I don't know what's
spawning
going
and coming
on,
back.
she said to my mom.
I'm closing it off right now.
Like,
right
our
here.
house keeps
There
getting
we go.
targeted.
Okay,
These
there we go.
girls
Look,
keep
look, that zombie, if he tries to come
these girls
in,
keep
oh, he's
attacking
blocked
our
off.
house. And my mom asked me, and I was like, yeah,
Okay.
because Alex is a fucking asshole.
And you can just kind of sit out there and pick
Like,
away. Yeah.
that's why all these girls are coming after
I
him.
like it.
Wow.
And Stans, what is your strategy with your build right now? I see Door, do you?
And my mom told his mom, she's like, so I think that Alex is
potentially a third door.
maybe not so nice. She was like, no, my Alex is a sweetie.
Prepare for the worst, man. You know what? This day and age,
I love moms that
really
can
nice right
that absolutely refuse to see that their sons are assholes. They're like, no, my baby
I'll trade you
wouldn't hurt a fly.
20 bucks.
Right, they're gonna be. I feel like the only thing, Stans, the only thing you're missing is a little bit of lighting. But
I TP'd my junior high and watched the janitor clean up the next.
Yeah, then you have to
I agree.
You're like, I'm sorry.
In the back,
I was young and stupid.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, creeper.
No.
Yeah, boy moms. My friend just had a baby. My friend just had a baby boy.
He put a big dent in Randy's
And
house
we got
over
together
there.
for lunch a couple days ago, and she was like, how do I keep from becoming a boy mom?
I see.
It's like,
Drop the value.
don't get Freudian with your son.
Oh, but I love that we're turning this.
She's like, I do not want to be a boy mom.
Situation into a garden now.
I don't want to be like those moms.
Nice little backyard garden.
It's kind of nice ode to life, You can always plant another seed and grow again. I love that. We got about 6 minutes left, guys, so keep going.
Plenty of time.
Did anyone watch Normal People? I talked about it a couple days ago. But Lorraine, the mom in Normal People, Connell's mom, is the fucking coolest. She is awesome.
Why is that?
That's how a boy mom should be.
I've been told by the Minecraft gods
Fair enough.
that this is a
I'll
thing
believe you.
we may want to do.
Making it quick. It's daytime now, so you don't have to worry about any more threats. That's the good news.
Yep.
Look at
There it is.
5 minutes left to build.
the beautiful Minecraft sky.
Something really nice.
And then you have the glass ceiling. Oh, my boy, showing out. You're showing out, Rage.
I love
Sunroof.
the aesthetics of this house. It's almost like a nice garden, greenhouse feel. I feel like with Rage.
What's a boy mom? A boy mom
He
has
doesn't have a live, laugh,
come
love
to
sign.
refer to
His.
mothers
about
who
me is
have
I
like
hate glass
emotionally
ceilings. I think we
incestuous
should shatter
relationships
all
with their
glass
son.
ceilings.
Okay.
Like the types of moms who
wow.
don't like
Don't do that to mom.
any
Every
girl that their
Tesla
son
owner
dates
feel very
because they feel
queasy.
threatened. It's weird.
Now,
It gets
some people are
real.
talking about the
It's a
different
Freudian
height
thing.
of the roofs that we have going on here.
It's bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Builds. Now,
It
Stan,
doesn't
do
just
you
mean like a
intentionally
mom of
build a home
a
that has
boy.
a higher ceiling?
It doesn't mean like a woman who has a
Is
son.
mine higher?
No.
Yours is higher than
I think
his.
yours.
It
is
has
higher.
come to be a term that refers to moms who like think that their sons can do no wrong.
Got a mine over here.
And we're probably around the 4 minute mark now.
Got it. Perfect.
Less than
Boys
4.
will be boys.
Look at how.
Yeah, my
pretty.
baby boy's perfect.
Ooh. Now we're doing a little bit more forming here.
I'm a mom of a boy. It's super weird. Yeah, so I don't mean it literally
Now,
like
what
a
else do
boy
you
mom.
Still want to add before time's up, Stance?
I think.
I mean, a boy mom
lighting a big
is
thing. I heard
is
judges
like
call
the
it out
mom of a boy,
specifically.
but
That's huge.
the way
I
it's become a
also am kind of
negative,
preparing how I'm going to describe this travesty in a way that may
a
be
negative
exciting for people.
thing.
Because it just at first glance, there's a discrepancy.
Although I appreciate your watchtower that you have built in the corner there.
Thank you. This is
Yeah, like I
important
had
because
this friend who
safety
dated
is the
this
first thing you should
guy
look at when
who
buying a
had
new home, right? You don't want to move somewhere
who
where
just
maybe
had a
it's unsafe.
total boy
And the thing
mom.
is, realtors aren't gonna tell you
And
that.
she
They're
was
gonna show you all the
so
things that are flashy,
cruel
the new
to my
clean, new
friend.
appliances, but
And
if
no
you're
matter
in
what my
an
friend
unsafe
did, this
area,
mom just
you're gonna regret your decision.
would
I
not
don't want you to
accept her,
regret
did
your
not
decision.
like her.
That's
Because she didn't
wonderful
like that
of
she
you.
was
Very
dating her
kind.
son.
Very kind.
It's like a weird.
Rage, is there anything else
Psychological
you're looking to
thing.
add on to your build
Should I skip
before
my
time is
poli
up?
sci class
think
tomorrow so I don't have to deal with
it
the
might
arguments?
be- I think I have everything I need right now.
Well,
Okay, you got the chest
Hopefully-
inside.
Yeah, hopefully we're
class
good
is expensive.
for whatever's next. You know?
College is so expensive. So maybe just go and then bring headphones if it gets obnoxious.
Now we're just stocking up for the future.
I gotta say, you know what? For a quick build, both of these guys have done some good work.
I agree.
Done some good work.
I mean, honestly,
Reminds me of the
that's
movie
better
Hush
than
with
I
Jessica
would do,
Lange.
I
She
think,
played a boy
given
mom
the
and not
time
just
constraints.
murdering and blaming the son's wife.
And,
Yes,
you know,
that's like the
graphic
extreme.
limitations. My man Ray
Murdering
Gilbert,
and then
he's
blaming
doing
the
really
sun's
well,
wife.
man.
Ooh, look, we got
10
a nice
FPS,
little
and this is what he
fire.
builds? Ugh, that's a pro right there.
Woo.
Innocuous says, location, location, location.
People
Well, they
have
are
been saying
both waterfront homes.
True.
So that's important to keep in mind.
Every mom on I Love a Mama's Boy. Oh, yeah. I mean,
Oh yeah. All right, we've got 2 minutes left on the clock, folks.
Oh no.
Mama's Boy gives
Gotta
me
sit down at the bottom of the
gives
screen.
me
Our timer
pause.
is going.
Okay.
Let me pull it up in a separate tab. Yes, his whole
Yes,
life
spectators
revolves
giving
around
us
his
the
mother.
tour.
It's a TLC show called I Love a Mama's Boy. Follows a different kind of love triangle between girlfriend, boyfriend, and his mother.
Hot. Okay, so we're
I
doing
bet
more-
this
are we
show
doing more
is
aesthetic
crazy.
stuff now, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Using the time available to you.
TLC must be stopped.
It looks good.
Yeah, it is pretty.
Okay, messages have a limit. Okay, how many signs can I make? in the
Delia,
last 2
thank you for the
minutes?
12 months.
That would say, please vote for me.
Well, yeah. How do you even make a sign, Rage?
I just realized Stans is wearing a PPE
Exactly,
mask.
Stick at the bottom.
Stick at the bottom. Yep, totally.
Helping out the
6.
opponent.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
is very
Do you guys
kind.
remember
That is
early
very
days of
kind.
COVID when people were just home making
Signs, love it.
like
And you know, if you're campaigning,
bubbles and not
what
like
better
blowing
place in the front
bubbles,
line to throw your sign? You see it all the time.
fields. To be, like, remember the pictures that came out
They're around
of like
30
crazy
seconds
things
left.
that
Just
people
over
had
30
homemade?
seconds left now.
Like I remember I saw one
Put
guy
those final touches
who
on
made
these
a
photos
hat
today.
with an umbrella on it, and then he wrapped
Getting close,
plastic
guys.
wrap around it, and would go to the grocery store that way.
Rage is just running off into the sunset. Oh
Yeah,
no!
everybody was getting crafty.
No, playing to the judges.
Yes, the
right now.
pool noodles.
Stans
Oh my
is
god,
playing.
Yo, take the sympathy route, man. It works. I've seen it happen.
the pool noodles.
This is 2023. This is how we do it. All right, guys, and that is it.
That is time.
Drop.
Stop building hands up.
Max, thank you for the dono.
There
You need
it
to watch
is.
All
Smothered.
right, guys.
Oh my gosh, Malik, I can't.
This is gonna be fun. All right, that's a wrap on round 2, everyone.
Yep.
Smothered.
Let's go ahead and take a tour of these houses. We're gonna start with my man Stans over
Let's
here.
do it. Wow.
The phrase like
Walk us
mother
through
like
stuff
daughter
from
can be a
outside.
positive
Let's
thing,
go
but in
ahead.
Smothered,
Show
four
us
outrageous
everything.
mother
Tell
daughters
us,
duos take
how
this
you came
phrase.
to these conclusions with what you got here.
They say
Yeah,
show don't tell.
There
I
are
think that's antiquated,
there
so
are
I'm gonna tell,
definitely
not show.
daughters and
First
mothers
things first,
who
live,
have
laugh, love. That's
Okay.
what you want to do.
Yes.
in a
relationships
home.
that are
It's
more
important.
like-
It doesn't matter if it's safe from creepers, if there's good lighting,
They-
a garden, a glass
It's
ceiling.
not like
If you're
mother-daughter.
living, laughing, and loving,
There's
you
not
don't
this
wanna be there.
I love it.
Second
there's not
thing
this
second, I
barrier
won't read
where
this for you, but
one
it's very
is
important to
the
me.
mother
You
and
check
one's the
that
daughter.
out.
They're just besties.
Hey, as we're talking
That was
about
for the
it,
chat, right?
that one, yeah, that one's well for the judges, to be honest. But hey, we'll move on. Little foyer. You have to have one of those. Take your shoes up here. We don't wear shoes in our home, right? I was gonna put a rack. We didn't have time.
Pool
And
noodles,
this is
pee-pee.
open air. It's
Nice.
beautiful.
And it's blocked off. So you
It's
can go out
blocked
there.
off exactly. Now, in a couple days, like a chia pet, this thing is going to sprout, and you are just going to have a gorgeous hobbit hole overlooking the Eye
Yeah,
of
wait,
Sauron
this is
back
what-
here. It's just a nice Middle Earth
on.
starter home.
Okay. Okay. So basically inspired by Lord of the Rings, the Shire.
Yes.
You know, things of that nature. Okay. I love it. I love it. And the Live, Laugh, Love sign is just a great touch.
This is what
to
I'm
this.
talking about.
So I like that. I like that. Thank you, Stans, for the tour.
Keep it in mind.
Much
Keep it in
appreciated.
mind.
I
Much
like that
appreciated.
a lot. Appealing to the fellow hobbits out there, I think, is a good strat. That's a good strat. Let's go ahead and see what Rage built. Walk us through your beautiful build today.
Remember when
All
people
right,
were wearing
let's
these?
get TP'd back to where we were.
Okay.
I'm not too sure where we
Oh my
started
god, that's the
from.
frame rate you've been playing
Yeah, I've been playing with this
Oh,
the
and
entire
I've
time.
lost.
Noodles.
Hey, no.
We don't know that you lost.
Yeah, but
We
look,
haven't
it's
voted
really
yet.
mobile right now.
That you lost. So yeah, let's go check out your house. Are you just going towards the water and
I
hoping for your house?
I don't know where I am right now.
No, this was not an LA thing. No, this was like a country
I
thing.
see it,
Like
I
the
see
the
it.
country
Okay,
United
go.
States.
Man, this is really painful to watch, isn't it?
In the horizon.
Honestly, with the way people be breathing,
You just
no,
wanted
I'm not
everyone to know what
saying
you
that
were
like the
going
whole
through.
stay
That's
6
why-
feet
that's why you
apart
ran this far
was
out.
not valid. It was just so.
All right. Alright, so
Just
this
what
is
a
my
funny
house over
sight.
here. It's very small and
People bringing
minimal.
out the pool noodles because it's one of those things
Now,
where one
there's a few
person
things
did it
that
and
I
then
didn't get to.
people would
Like,
see it and be like,
really
"Oh,
wanted to add like a little
that's a great
coffee
idea."
table right here so I can invite my
It's
friends.
a
Stan
Walmart thing.
to come
It's a
here and,
you know what?
you know,
Personal
drink some
space.
coffee.
Yeah.
Personal
I also,
space
you know, offered if
should
he
not be
wanted to put
dependent
his
on
bed
COVID,
right there,
okay?
you know.
I think we all need to just back the heck up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a glass ceiling over here.
I love
So
that.
you get some nice vitamin D.
All right, guys. So returning back to the show that I'm co-streaming right now, Pit Crew,
It's so funny.
It's so fun.
Stans versus I'm
we
Rage
got some
Elixir.
Flowers, a little garden. I made a little plot right here so we can build a pool.
I
in the future.
believe
Wow.
I didn't have any water, so
Okay.
couldn't
Stans
do
is still
any of that,
losing.
but, you know, that's pretty much it. This is my nice little hut.
Wow, look at
I
this
told him
house he
earlier that I got
made.
into gardening, and he took it to heart.
Look at that! Look at that house with a little garden.
Plant the idea in the
I
day.
planted
I would
the
live in
idea,
that. You
but
know what?
honestly,
That
was more
house
of a
would
gift for
cost
him to me.
$5 million in LA.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Neighbors.
Yeah.
This would
I
cost.
love it. I love it. Well, you two are on such good
This
terms.
would
as
cost
neighbors
$5 million.
that I think it's up to chat to you know put a little
Yeah.
discord
Yeah,
in the world.
That round was bananas. Very cool to see all the creativity coming out of the two of you. But, chat, it's time to vote on the best house. And we're going to do that right now.
Let's do it.
Time to vote. So, you know what? This is going to be very interesting because, you know, we had our comfort and we had
Then we learned that
discomfort,
COVID is
of
airborne,
course,
so unless you use a mask,
Rage was
it's
able to
useless
win
to
that.
be
Terrible.
too.
And you know, I honestly
the
thought that was
noodles.
one thing I could be sure of was that I get a comfortable chair during the show. Didn't even get that.
All right, the voting is live.
But what
now,
a
guys.
fashionable
Voting
look.
live, so spam the emote of the person who you think had the better build and should win round 2.
Okay, okay.
I
Should
did
it be
think it was a
Stan's?
judge vote, and I pandered to the judges, and I am now realizing that I made a mistake.
Okay, so one of
Yeah.
these
Chat,
is
you
the
tried to bail me out. I
mansion,
go for
and
chat.
one
I
of
was like, what are you
them
talking about?
is
Well, the chat, they're the judges.
is a
so-
single
Malik
level.
and I were the
Of
judges.
course, that's why
Is
I
a
was
studio
trying to
apartment.
I know, I'm a fool.
We got a
leave lot of
studio
chats
apartment
in.
versus
Smart.
They're the third host of
Hassan's
the show.
house.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's true. It's true. We just drive the ship. But
A
we
one
don't-
bedroom.
We don't make the real calls, you know?
This is looking very even. It's like alternating faces.
It is.
Yeah,
You can see that tug of war right now going back and forth.
But you know what, Stans? You got a lot of people who are turning up for you, man. So,
Right?
Yeah, but they prey on my downfall. That's the problem. My chat came in here and they were the ones that made sure I got the discomfort.
Preying on his downfall.
I mean, we'll see. I think you really. You
There's a
played
lot
the
of people
chat,
whose downfall I
signage.
prey on.
You
Might
played
be a blowout.
Stans
chat,
is not
like
one.
your Tolkien references.
Oh no! Campaign signs.
No,
are
you
very
definitely got
important.
it.
I got a huge list of
Shall
people
see.
whose downfall.
We need a
We
round
shall
3. You don't
see.
want to
Pray
share
for.
and you chat.
Yeah.
We shall
Way too
see.
flammable. Can you light people's
All
places
right,
on
all right.
fire?
You just heard it. Malik?
Yes, and the winner is Stans.
Yo!
That is absurd.
Cinches the W.
Keep the good times rolling.
I mean, that's really fun too because now we're going into round 3, 1-1.
Yes.
Stakes, yes.
I love it. I love
I
it.
just learned something. Signage is important when you're running in a campaign. 100%, yo.
It
Oh, that
is.
tree grew while we were sitting here.
Whose downfall do you prey on?
Well,
I prey on the downfall of
I
people
think everyone had a
who
great build.
beep
It
at
looked
you
awesome. Folks, if you
when you
thought
are
that that
behind
was
another
intense,
car
you won't
and
want
you
to
are
miss
trying to take
what
a
our pit
turn
crew has
or
in
do
store
whatever,
next. It's gonna be a
and you
really,
can't go
really
anywhere because
awesome
there's a
time.
car in front of you.
And to see what they're going to do next, you'll have to wait.
I
until
prey
right
on the
after this break.
downfall of people behind you who beep at you, and when you turn around and go, "Where do you want me to go?" Then they do one of these, or they beep again. Yeah, so that already is too many names to even, too many people to even count. I did that because I didn't see the person in the crosswalk. Okay, I've done that too. that is an annoying thing. I've done that. But I mean when, like, you can see the other car. Like, a person is obscured, okay, more than a car would be. I pray for the downfall of tailgating the right lane. Yes. Tailgating in the right lane. Also, someone who you see, like, cuts someone else off in traffic, does some shiesty move, and then won't let you, like, if you have to turn into another lane, if you have to get into the lane that they're in, and so you put on your turn signal, won't let you do that. It's like, no, you don't get to be a dick 2 times over. Honking your horn for any reason that isn't an emergency is an act of aggression. Yes. Yes, like when the light just turns green. Okay? Sorry that I am not always looking to see when the opposite light goes yellow, and then I rev up my engine so that the second that turns red and that goes green, I'm zooming.
Everybody, you are watching Pit Crew right here on the Crown Channel.
That's right. And last round, we saw Stans get the playing field level by upgrading his PC. And however, our guy wasn't as lucky and got some additional challenges.
Driving slow in the left lane. Yes, tailgating in the right lane. Driving slow in the left lane.
You did deal with it pretty gracefully.
Okay, I appreciate it.
You had a nice structure. You know, it was very creative what you did there.
Yep.
And yeah, we're all knotted up here, 1-1 between the two of you. So this is it, the final round.
I love it. So you know what? Let's go ahead and bring out the
Yeah,
Pit Crew
sorry, I didn't know I need to have the
start
response time of an
upgrading.
F1
Now,
driver. That's true.
Even though Stans won last round, we are upgrading Stans again because
There is no
Rage and Stans have
millisecond
come
to
into
waste.
Today's battle with such a discrepancy in their Minecraft experience before.
My dad says in New York,
today's stream
signaling is a sign of
even
weakness because when you signal, people
so
take it as a
Stans
sign to
is
speed up and
getting
cut you
an
off.
upgrade here to a nice 12-core processor.
That is a true thing that people do.
Baby.
Insane.
And so again, here we're gonna watch our Pit Crew do a live CPU swap. Unscrewing that all-in-one liquid cooler, taking that off. Again, we're gonna remove that thermal paste, swap out the CPU, reapply some
I'm watching
thermal paste, and get that
Minecraft.
cooler back where it needs to be.
Which I am an expert on. I can tell you all about
Some
Minecraft.
people might be like, well, Stans won.
I'm
Why
a
does he get
big
this upgrade?
Minecrafter.
Because of the skill gap, guys.
Right.
The skill gap.
Huge.
It was
Some
still
would say the
close,
biggest.
Even with the 10 FPS.
my tiny
Our guy Rage was still
Too
in there.
close, I
It was
think.
too close. It was too close. Yeah, we got to. I mean,
Was it that bad?
I'm just saying, man. Coming in, you know, this guy has what? Over 10,000 hours in Minecraft?
Yeah.
10,000 hours.
Versus the maybe 10.
What do they say? It takes 10,000 hours to master something?
I don't think I've hit 100.
It's all right. It's all right. Today is the day to change it all.
10,000
and you'll be
hours
doing
in
that,
Minecraft
hopefully, with the help of this 16
is crazy.
core processor, which can get speeds up to 5.2 gigahertz. Ooh, baby.
Motoring.
And that process that you're upgraded to is a 12th gen Intel Core i9. Now, again, because Minecraft is not a GPU.
I don't know if I have
intensive
10,000
game,
hours
intensive
genuinely
game. We're given
in
the
one
same
thing.
GPU, the
One
same
thing.
motherboard, the same
10,000
DDR5
hours. Let's break that
RAM,
down by day.
which is really, again, this is a really, really beautiful build. And shout out again to Pit
That
Crew.
is
Are we doing X or dot again? That's what I need to
417
know.
days.
And X again. I thought they were going to change it up.
24
All
hours a
right.
day.
We got the thermal paste on. Oh, look, a little dot in the middle of that X. I see what you did there. That was nice. That was
Aside
nice.
from like
You
a
can see the
job,
full specs
I
of
don't
the
think
fully
that I
upgraded
have.
build here for Stans on screen.
I don't think
right
I've
now.
spent.
Looking
Maybe on
good.
Twitter.
750
No.
watt gold PSU. This is nice.
Yeah,
This is nice.
I'm
Stans,
an
I feel
expert
like,
at Twitter
Like you are going to be sitting very
and
pretty
breathing.
going into round 3.
I'm
Twitter
very
and
excited
breathing.
because It's not only the CPU they're upgrading, they're giving me a gamer's keyboard.
A
As
gamer's
gamer,
keyboard?
This is the right tool for the job.
Okay, now when you say a gamer's keyboard, tell me
Yeah.
what you mean by that,
I'm
Stans.
saying mechanical switches versus vibrant switches, which is a
Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
humongous difference for things like key rollover and stuff like that.
It is
10,000
a
hours
big
on Twitter, yeah, it
difference.
makes me
Do
wanna
you
die.
prefer a
I bet you
nice,
I've spent that,
clicky-clackety
though.
switch on your keyboard at home?
No, I mean, I like, obviously you want to be clicky, but like
I
a
bet you I
brown, something
have.
quieter. there would be very nice versus like the reds
horrible.
or the more proprietary like greens for the other companies.
Yep.
It doesn't need to be that loud, but you want to feel it, right?
Yeah. That's that click, man. That's super important.
I see. So yeah, getting that upgraded keyboard as well. And Stans, feel free
When
to
I was
hop
a
in there
kid,
and give her a whirl. What's it feel like?
When I was a kid, I was obsessed with Guinness World Book of Records.
That's 190 words per minute. That must be nice.
I had almost the entire collection of them, and I read them incessantly. And I was determined to try and break a record. So I looked at ones that like, okay, what would be possible? Obviously,
take the skill of not being able to, or not having to look at the keyboard.
you know, there's many that would just not be possible.
That is a beautiful build.
I settled on
looking at it back
pogo
there
sticking.
Right now. And again, you know, just from
Because the
visuals that
pogo
we
stick
saw
record at the
earlier,
time,
we've
I was
got
like, it's actually not that
lots of
crazy.
Beautiful RGB there. To take in.
I think it was like
we all
18
joke
hours.
around on the internets that more RGB equals more FPS.
So for one
and that
day,
is,
I practiced
factually
pogo
inaccurate.
sticking.
However, more RGB means
And then I
more
gave up.
customization, which is very important when it comes
And by
to
one day, I don't mean like I
gaming
actually
products.
pogo sticked a whole day. It was just like one day I dedicated
You want it to look nice. You want to feel cool.
towards learning how to pogo stick.
You walk into your setup, you need to, you want to.
Yes, 18 hours straight on a pogo stick.
Ones like little TVs or little screens, TVs.
I was like, I could do that. That's not that much.
There's a little TV in my computer.
Yeah, they tell you your temps and all that kind of stuff.
Did you get them at your
Very
school book
nice.
fair?
Or
Yes,
some
I did.
Streamers just use those screens inside their PCs to show off like their logo or something. Like
Oh,
that
that is a good stream
It's really cool,
idea.
the things
Trying
you can do
to break
nowadays.
Guinness World
But
Records or trying to
our
figure out,
crew
like,
right now is getting you
is there a
all
record
fired
that
up, getting those settings
has not been
beautiful so you can
achieved
see
yet
all
and
the
something
frames.
really strange.
It is nice. It
we are
is
getting loaded
nice.
up,
Getting
yeah.
loaded up there. Chat can see it from pit crew point of view.
From that view, it looks great.
I know.
Yeah, it's definitely an upgrade, man. You're sitting pretty here for this round.
Inaculous, how many subs do I have to give for a pit crew jumpsuit? We hear you, my friend. And you know what?
I saw today
don't think
15
a merch
seconds
store
for
is
eating
off the table. That's what
Yeah,
I
maybe I
think.
would do
We're gonna
like
escalate it, man. We're gonna escalate
most
it. Again,
saltine
we try to be as
crackers
interactive
eaten.
as possible. We're gonna talk to the.
Isn't there a
higher-ups.
thing
We're
where
gonna
like
see
you
what we can do
can't
about that.
eat
And
saltine
I'm
crackers
laughing at,
faster
Chubby
than
in chat says all that for Minecraft.
wait.
It's true. It's true. Minecraft is a game, to Microsoft's credit, that can run on Chromebooks, it can run on mobile devices, which is why, you know, we don't need the 40 series RTX GPU in these builds to really sing. It's all about your CPU at this point. So
There's like some saltine cracker
Yeah.
challenge.
Let's go ahead and move over to Rage, who's getting the downgrade. And man, you're gonna love this. We're giving you
You just pay for records?
vintage
The hell?
gaming processor.
10 FPS wasn't enough?
No, you know, 10 FPS was a little too much for you, bro. You were still doing too well.
Errol,
Get
thank you
this,
for the
man.
13 months.
There's no GPU in this. It's integrated graphics.
integrated graphics.
They're so
Yeah.
dry.
It's a miracle that this thing is running.
Wait, your brother
well, to be
broke a
honest.
world record, but they don't accept it because they don't update a bunch of the records. Which one did he break?
PC of 20 years ago.
Yesteryear.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Of,
for sure.
Well, but like of way
Many
yesteryear.
yesteryears. Many yesteryears.
Most
for
CDs.
sure. Yeah,
Okay,
this is
wait. I want to
this
read
is a
this
throwback.
list
This is a
after
time capsule right
after the
here.
show is done.
So tiny. And I'm like looking at even how you open up the side of that tower. There's like
Oh,
a
John Oliver did a
handle.
segment on it.
That wasn't
Meester Keem says that looks like the PC.
Yeah,
I used
that's
to
one
use in
scam that I
elementary
did not
school.
know.
I can't.
This is the Math Blaster Number Munchers PC. And you know what? We're not done yet. We're not finished because we're downgrading your monitor, bro. You're getting a
The cinnamon
7-inch
challenge. Wait, what's the
monitor.
cinnamon
You're
challenge?
playing on
Display.
Yeah, 7-inch display.
You know, like we said, Minecraft can run.
Do you think
on
you have
7-inch
10,000
displays
hours
on mobile.
playing any game?
Some people are very happy with that. So this is, I think this will be nice. Rage, how do you feel about it?
That's a ton. It's 417
My
days.
eyes might be strained after this, but you know.
You don't think
I'm
you
ready for
haven't,
anything.
I love that spirit, and if you have to pull out some glasses to see, no one will judge you.
Yeah, man, you're gonna have to be really close. to
Rage
the screen.
Elixir has over 10,000 hours in Minecraft.
Oh no! I
That's
feel like
crazy.
Pit Crew is trying to read text on the screen right now, and that is presenting.
Oh,
a
the
challenge,
cinnamon
which does not
challenge is
bode
trying
well
to eat
for
a
our round
spoonful
3
of ground
gameplay.
cinnamon in 60
Yeah, that
seconds
must be
without
fun.
water.
I see some. Oh man, we got people throwing Oregon Trail.
It's almost
shout out.
impossissible to
A
do.
Math Blaster Esports. Oh man. Oh, that was it.
That would be cool. You know, maybe for a future episode.
That seems
I'm not
awful.
opposed to it.
All right.
That seems
I
really
am not
dangerous.
opposed to it.
It can lead to throat
Sorry,
irritation, breathing
we are
difficulties, and risk of
getting ready over
pneumonia.
here. I know. I'm so sorry.
Hey, man, you're a pro. You got this.
Right?
You've
I
been
think
through
so.
some adverse situations, you know.
Yeah.
Why are people doing
That's my pet speech
this?
I give all the pros, by the way.
Yeah. We believe in your skill level. We believe in your eyesight.
If you've consumed any media in the last
You'll be great. We got this.
Do you play a lot of mobile games? Like, you know, you
I
have
actually,
like
you know, fun fact, I actually started as a mobile.
Don't do
YouTube
the cinnamon
channel.
challenge. I threw up when I did.
No.
Don't worry. Don't worry. I do not have any desire to do the cinnamon challenge.
I've never done this before.
Okay.
This
That's
will be
interesting.
new. And for everyone in chat right now that might be wondering, part of the reason that Pit Crew is spending so much time, particularly on the downgrades right now, are because this setup, this
Maybe
hardware
we
that is
we
running
watch
the
this on
game
stream
is
sometime.
so ancient.
It is
We gotta
throwback.
boot up Windows. We gotta
Yo,
get
Andrew Robot.
a long time.
What's
on
up?
vintage hardware such as this. So
Thank you so much for the 10.
So again, shout out and kudos to our Pit Crew for making
Thank
this
you,
happen
thank
today.
ya.
That is no simple task.
Bum, bum, bum.
So
Killing it,
okay,
guys. Killing it.
getting in there.
Will was
Get in
able to
there.
sit through the
I
whole
love
thing
it.
on stream.
Yeah, blow you
Yes,
know
that
what?
says a lot
Turn,
because
you were right, man. We gotta
he
blow
has
the dust
very
off
bad
this
ADHD.
thing.
So funny.
It
So
is
much juice.
a
What?
relic.
So many. Okay, here's
You watched the
Give it up for the Pit Crew. Can we get some
H-bomb vid
W's in the chat
on
for the
Yes.
Pit Crew, man?
Guinness
Killing it today. Killing it.
World Records.
Absolutely.
All right,
It's like-
so Stance.
Yes.
With all these
It's 2
upgrades,
hours.
Do you think you can take the victory now?
I think
When'd
this
you
is
watch
gonna
it?
be the best shot I had all day. Chat bailed me out. We won round 2. He's going to be staring at a mobile screen across there. I believe that I can win.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I love the optimism. I love the bravado.
This John
going into
Oliver's
this next
vid?
round. Rage, man, you got downgraded. Do you think you can handle things with a small screen and this whole setup?
I
How you
can't
feeling?
believe I'm still on 10 FPS after all of this. Well,
I don't have
you know, I'll try my best.
But
Okay.
by now, are you like a 10 FPS expert?
I guess you could say that.
Right? Right? You know, the practice round, it's good. I can't get
Yeah.
over how sad that tower is. It's
Yeah,
so
it's
sad.
pretty sad.
It's
All right.
so sad.
Well, let's see how well your skills transfer over into this setup and set up round 3. Because round 3 is all about fighting monsters. Let's
Oh,
take a look at
hell
what you need to
yeah.
get the win.
Let's fight some
Lay out the
monsters,
rules,
yo.
everybody. Round 3 is called Monster Mash. You get 1 point for every string that you collect from a spider, 1 point for every bone that you collect from a skeleton, and 1 point for every
Paramore has a
rotten
music
flesh
video where they
you
break
collect
most world
from a
records in
zombie.
music.
We'll add them all up, and
Wait, I
whoever has
actually
the
think I've
most
seen
will win
this.
the round. Keep in mind, the only items that make
Yes,
it,
I
the
have
only items that
seen
we're gonna
this.
count are the items that make it into your chest. Okay? So take those items, put them in your chest. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready?
Ready.
Yeah, I guess I am.
Okay, this is the final round.
Go, everybody, go.
String, bone, and rotten flesh.
Last round of Pit
So
Crew.
this is interesting, Malik. So if they're out going a little too aggro and get too deep in the woods, they stand the chance of dying and losing
Ooh,
everything
look at
they
that
collected,
sunset.
right?
In Minecraft.
Absolutely. They have to
Oh
make
my
sure that they are
gosh.
safe. When they collect things, they need to just come
Hey,
back.
Stan,
So.
What's
I
up?
think we should probably sleep real quickly.
Oh,
There's
no,
phantoms.
You need it to be. Oh.
There's phantoms.
There's
Okay.
Oh, look
We
at
can
him.
make it
Homies,
nighttime
homies
again
helping
after.
homies.
Let's sleep. Let's sleep.
Okay.
That's
Oh,
the
they're
homie
phantom?
help.
Okay.
Yeah, we will die.
Yeah. That'll be a little bit hard to navigate.
Teamwork, man. Teamwork.
Maybe on that you would die. You know?
I love the teamwork coming together here.
Oh, wait a second. I don't think
beautiful
they like
Minecraft
us. The phantoms
sunset.
came back.
I wonder how many people have seen more sunsets in Minecraft than in real
I
life.
don't even know that I've seen that before in Minecraft. What are
Yeah.
phantoms?
If you
Rage?
don't sleep for a few days, they come
Oh my
through.
goodness. Yeah,
I might end up dying.
Wait, what is that?
Aware.
That's scary. What do you do to get rid of these?
You have to kill them.
Okay.
Ooh, enjoy.
Oh my
And
god.
you're doing that on 10 FPS
Oh,
on that
I know
small
they're
screen?
dangerous,
Okay.
but they're
If
cute.
you take that down, I feel like we should give you extra points.
Yeah, and also, if you take it down, what do you get from
Nothing.
it? Nothing?
I mean, you get, you know, the membranes, but that's not gonna help you with this challenge here.
No.
Have you gotten anything yet, Stans?
I'm not gonna reveal my
Oh,
secrets.
come on, man.
Stans is deep in the woods. He's in the wilderness right now, so.
Let's work together. Let's
time to get to
share.
work.
Yeah, let's go phantom together. Yeah, totally. I'm with you. Where are you at?
I don't know anymore. You know what? It's fine. It's fine.
Wow.
You don't even know.
It's okay. I'm a little lost right now. Oh my gosh, creeper! Woo!
Ooh, nice. You evaded that though.
Yeah, that
Props
was
to you for
close.
that. Oh my goodness, it looks so sluggish. How are you doing this?
I think they need to make it nighttime again.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it looks like
Mods.
everything disappeared.
What's the
Okay.
challenge of the round?
Maybe we
They
can
have
get
to
ops switch
they have
things,
to
or
can
you guys sleep or
collect
what should we do here?
Let's see. We might have the capability to fix that. We'll
creatures
see.
Yeah,
Behind
yeah,
the scenes.
Yeah, I think our observer can hook us up.
and
Turn it nighttime.
Some
Put them in
nighttime.
their
Oh, that phantom's just
trunk.
up there
Yeah, it's
lurking.
still
He is
looking for me.
lurking.
Even in the day, so
Oh,
the fans
yeah.
will stick around.
All
Here
right,
we
guys,
go.
we're back at night.
Okay, practice swing.
Good luck, Stans.
Not on the poor sheep.
they're trying to
have to
collect
do a
drops from monster spawns.
Oh no.
Yeah,
One
that's
shot.
close.
I can't see
That's
a thing right
that's
now.
close to what I said.
Oh, I can't even imagine yet being dark.
Same
in
dip.
on,
So fun. All right, Malik.
Yes.
I feel like maybe chat
Collect
should
the
have
loot
a
to
say
jump-
in
yes.
what's happening with our players right now. Yeah?
This is the final round. I feel like the chat should weigh in for sure.
Okay. So chat, since you are in control of the comforts and discomforts that our players get, let's go ahead and see what we can do in terms of comforts and discomforts. We should have a comforting item that our pit crew can reveal for us, maybe. So that chat can vote on what would make one of our players a little bit more comfortable. But you know what? Actually, I take that back. Let's not tell everybody what the comfort is. It's a surprise comfort. Surprise comfort. So chat, you'll be voting on who
Look at
gets
these little
an in-game
Frankensteins.
Game. So we're doing it in game. Okay.
I love
Beating
I
the
love it.
shit
I love
out of
it.
them.
So chat, vote
Excuse
for
me,
who you think should
Frankenstein's
get the
monster.
in-game comfort. Something to make our players sit just a little bit prettier. Who should it be? Should it be Rage
It's
or should it be Stan?
Frankenstein.
And keep in mind, whoever does not win this is going to get the
Dr.
discomfort.
Frankenstein.
And that could very well be an in-game discomfort as well.
Ooh, okay. This is gonna be
I am
I'm
Fabula.
focused right now.
You can see the
how many
votes.
mobs did you kill? How you looking? How you looking?
Maybe like 5.
What?
Far.
He's going in. And you know what? Crafting that shield earlier is definitely working to his benefit now.
It's true.
Big brain play.
It was a big brain play. That's where the experience really comes in, right?
You're right about that, Trish. Oh man.
I see.
So are
wow,
they-
I
I
see
think-
chat was really
are they
going
on
back and
equal
forth for a
playing
while.
ground
Looks
right
like
now?
it's swinging towards Stan.
As
Maybe
far
come
as
back.
like who's
Maybe
been fucked
coming
with,
back.
who's not
Who gets
been.
that in-game comforting item?
Even though Rage Elixir has
I'm
10,000
already
hours in
A lot of
Minecraft.
discomfort, that's for sure.
It's like, can you give him any more discomfort than he already has right now?
Yo, Stans, you should see my posture right now. It's
Also, if you
Looks like you have
build stuff in
scoliosis.
Minecraft and then
Remember, you
leave,
have to put items in your chest
For a long
in order
time
for
and
it to
come
count.
back.
So if you're out there and you've been hunting
is
for a
everything
while,
still
bring
there?
that stuff back.
Bring
Put
it
in your
back.
chest, okay?
Bring it back or it doesn't count. It looks like chat has spoken and Stans is getting our in-game comfort.
Oh,
Yeah, no shit.
wow, chat, y'all loving stands today.
Okay, we have been told, Stans, that you should go to the green sign.
As long
to
as no
get
one
your
messes with
in-game
it.
Comfort.
Okay.
The green sign.
Because I remember
see
in like
Okay.
Neopets, for instance.
Right here.
You would play Neopets, and if you were gone for too long, you'd come back,
Oh, you got
and your Neopets could be like dead.
What was that?
Wow.
Sword?
Dark.
It's a
No
netherite
way.
sword.
Whoa!
Oh,
They
it's
gave
actually
him
over.
the max?
Wow,
Oh my
okay. And he got some diamond armor, is that what that is?
Potion of
There's
swiftness.
no way.
Oh, he can go faster.
Potion of strength. Oh,
Oh, you do it.
Same with
hey, come
Webkins.
get some.
You good?
Wait, I gotta get some of that.
Oh, wait, he
guess
should.
what?
Oh, shit. No way!
Oh,
You're out of the
Oh my gosh!
That's what I'm talking
Just
about.
playing
Are they-
dirty.
He baited you. Oh,
Just
That really
playing
hurt.
dirty.
that was dirty.
That
was
really
dirty.
hurt. Well, I appreciate you letting me keep my stuff.
Yeah.
Damn!
Yeah, good thing I already put all the
Listen,
loot.
there's nothing a man won't
wow.
do
Right sword.
when he's facing
Wow, okay.
annihilation
All right,
in
so-
Minecraft.
Oh my god,
Chat.
I'm so fast.
Since you voted for Stans to now have the diamond armor and be super fast and get our in-game comfort, Rage, that unfortunately means that you will get an in-game discomfort.
No.
So please go to the red chest, the red sign right
There's
now.
more?
Yup. Go to that red.
Discomfort.
Yup.
All right,
How
let's
popular
see
is Minecraft now? Because I know
suspicious stew.
You have to eat it
during
like
its heyday.
Okay.
Suspicious
And I
stew.
have to use the wooden sword now?
It was huge.
Yes, that is.
I mean, it made
Well, until
it.
it breaks.
It made.
Use the wooden sword until
Alright,
it breaks.
I ate the suspicious stew. I'm slowed.
Streamers
that
who
is it. I know,
were
Chad
playing
was asking a little
Minecraft
earlier if we have an over-the-shoulder
became
shot to
Wait a
see
second,
really,
you
really
entered my
big.
zone.
Oh,
the
just
beautiful
protect me.
You sure about that?
7
You
inches.
left the phone there so you can take
Yeah,
it.
thank
It's
you for
still
the bone.
huge.
Oh no! Oh no!
You don't think it's dropped
Okay,
off
we're good,
some
we're
though?
good. It's got rebuilt, right?
Can we make it night again?
Because I feel like the Minecraft
yeah,
audience
Wait, did you lock me out of your base?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Creepers are coming.
You're not supposed to
has
be
gotten
in my face.
older, so they're not.
I like that
They're
it
not
started,
watching
it
as much
started out so friendly.
Minecraft.
Yeah, no, we're coming to blows now. This is,
It's all good. It's
But I
It's
guess
like,
maybe
I'm
if, you know,
gonna come up
younger
with
kids
this.
come
There's
in
that,
and
there's that over the shoulder so everybody can
keeps
see this
invading my privacy.
gorgeous 7-inch display that poor Rage is working with today.
How are you that far away from the display? I would be like all up on it.
Dude, I'm trying, but this is the furthest I can get without, you know, my back hurting anymore.
Right. And
Wow.
there's no way Stance can lose this with all these things.
Okay, well,
All these
hey,
elements.
whoa.
I'm just saying, man. You got.
is
a lot in your
Minecraft
favor.
a game where you
Chad
can
made
have
that.
people who are really, really good and then
Chad
people
made
who
that
suck?
You got the netherite sword, man.
Can I
You're
get
good.
another swiftness potion, chat? Is that? I feel like I slowed down a little bit, you know?
You were so used to
You
it,
use
right?
all your swiftness potions to go into Rage's base and harass him. You could have been out hunting. It's all good though. You still have the netherite sword. You're good, man.
I can't watch
True,
one
with all
game
the
every day.
chaos
Oh,
that's
I
happened in
couldn't
this
do
round
that.
So far,
I couldn't do that either.
almost forgot that the win condition is slaying monsters and bringing back the goodies.
And there's plenty out there as you can see. Oh look, Rage, he's locked in. He's like, I got this. I got this.
I don't see any new monsters, that's for sure.
That's because I'm killing him too fast.
Yeah. You're
The
taking
zombies
out
are
the
lining
entire
up.
server.
It's just Hassan playing
Could
Minecraft.
be. Bring him home.
Oh, that's you over there?
Get the loot, bring it home.
Oh, that's you, huh?
Oh no.
Outside the safe zone.
That's
no.
you, huh?
No, wait,
no.
Yo, Hassan?
yeah,
Hassan has
you got
actually
so many
done
things
way
already.
more gaming than I thought.
I can't fight you with
He
this.
does not
Whoa,
really
look
game
at that.
much
Oh,
now.
That's all you, man.
Hey,
Good luck,
teamwork.
have fun, man.
I heard
What
some
is
zombies
that?
and
Dude, I can't be... No,
Like
there's
there's a
no
horde here.
teamwork
I'm
when I'm
actually
on at 10
wait, I'm gonna die,
FPS.
I'm gonna die.
Oh no.
Oh, what
Oh
the?
my gosh.
yeah, we got a horde coming at you guys.
This is crazy. This is crazy. I'm dying. I'm dying.
Okay, I have to see what this
Oh
looks
my
like
goodness.
on
You have to see
Gary's
this. Look at this.
CPU.
Look at this. Oh my gosh, the baby zombies are coming after
This
me.
is hilarious.
This is
Baby
not
zombies.
funny
Oh my
at
God.
all.
Hilarious.
I'm outta here.
Zombies.
Please, baby zombie, chill. Oh my god.
Wait, did he die?
Oh my baby zombies.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
That's the stuff of nightmares.
Oh no,
right
no, no,
there.
they're still in my house though.
Oh.
Hey man, you're not stuck in there.
They're
stuck
spawn
in there with
trapped me.
you.
They spawn trapped me. They spawn trapped me.
The baby zombie's kicking the shit out of him.
That's okay.
Yeah, the win condition is
Exactly.
not deaths right now.
Take advantage.
Oh
You
my
got
gosh.
Yo, he's getting
really, they're just
annihilated by the baby
bringing
zombies.
Oh my god.
Stans, you're probably getting a lot of loot right now, aren't you?
No, I just have zombies in my ear. It's
Yeah, I'm pretty much screwed in here.
sensory overload. Oh my god, do you hear that, Chet?
Dude, I'm dead.
Wow, yo.
These
I don't
baby
think I've ever seen this
zombies,
many
man.
zombies.
I mean,
Oh my
innocuous with the
gosh.
welcome to
Please,
parenthood
leave me
comment
alone.
in
What did I
chat.
do?
Oh, the
Deserve
open
it.
air was a great idea.
That's a good one. As a new parent.
Oh my
I
god.
appreciate that one.
Yeah. There it is.
Baby zombie is
look at
literally
that.
destroying me, man.
Wait.
Oh my
Wait.
heaven.
Come here.
Dude, this baby zombie is literally...
Watchtower might be the place to go right now.
They're just
hate
clinging
this.
to the door?
I hate
Baby
this so
zombie's
much.
gotta eat too.
Oh my
Oh
goodness.
shit, mama zombie.
Dead. Oh my god.
Baby zombies are annoying as fuck.
Oh no!
How you gonna get that up?
I could steal it.
Wait. No, I got it.
I could steal all that loot from him.
Well, they're coming at
Wait,
you,
but there's
dude.
so many.
This
the
does feel
babies are
very
so
Walking
fast.
Dead. Yeah, why are the babies so fast?
Good luck getting the loot, man.
Yeah, I'm just trying to open my
Oh my
inventory
god.
without
Dude, I'm playing with 10 FPS right now.
That's
It's
a
not
straight up
looking good.
zombie horde.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm staying in here.
Okay.
I think I have enough loot. What's the time limit?
How much time do we have left?
Just surrounded by a whole horde.
We'll see, we'll see.
Okay. I took him on a little loop-de-loop.
Are you trying to bring them to his?
No, no, I'm just trying to live, man.
Yes,
Can you die
still
an
have-
unlimited number of
what was
times
that,
in
12
Minecraft?
12 minutes? Oh my god. They spawned in a little bit too many.
Okay, okay.
You gotta, okay,
Oh my god.
This is where you need
Oh my
to use
gosh,
your
oh my gosh,
posting.
oh my gosh, oh my gosh. No, 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 no.
Okay.
Ah! Oh god. No, 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 no! Close the door! No!
They're just in there now.
Okay.
Yo, how do you
Oh
get
my God.
past these?
Stan says
I'm
he has a
basically
plan,
stuck
okay.
in here. I basically trapped myself. Dude,
Oh my god.
this is not fair. Dude, I'm done.
Wow, it's a party now.
Yeah, I'm basically
It's a party.
done.
It's a
No,
party.
no, 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 no.
This
you
is
gotta
like
punch
this was
through.
like
There's
me
nothing I
yesterday in
can do
Elden
now.
Ring when I
There's
jumped
nothing I can
down
do now.
To be fair, both of you are dying.
Oh my
into
god.
a space in the
fighting.
castle where like
nothing I
literally
can
every
do.
single
I'm
enemy
trapped.
was.
This man has 2 hands on the mouse.
I trapped myself in my own house. This is unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Oh my god. How am I gonna leave?
I mean, I don't.
can't leave either. This is not looking good.
Ooh, yeah. Well, you got out. You got out.
No,
Run
I'm
or
trapped,
build
I'm
up.
trapped.
Now,
Whoa.
is there
Holy
any
shit.
way you could get
Come on,
outside
come on, man.
and like find a like place to sit pretty and pick them off?
No, there's no way.
What about that sweet
Looks like the
watchtower,
Taylor
Stan?
Swift concert just
Yeah,
let
the
out.
Watchtower, totally. Let me get to the watchtower.
Shouldn't that be real easy for you?
I think they're literally pushing me into the ceiling right when I
I
spawn.
can't even get to the chest anymore.
There's
if I wanted
so
to.
many
I
of
can't even
them.
see the
Your
chest.
stance is so pinned down right
Oh, and I died again. This is not
now.
good.
He's so pinned down. He can't even.
All right.
Okay, no, but I'm getting a lot of flesh.
Great,
This
good.
punch strat is working, kind of. If I can get it in the chest, I win.
Yeah,
All I have to do is get it in the chest.
Okay.
I'll just stay in my house at this point.
Is there just a lot of rotten flesh sitting on your floor right
Yes.
now?
Yeah,
Got it.
yeah,
Okay. You cleared the room out.
Wait,
I gotta give it to you.
what happened to your sword?
I lost
Oh, what?
everything.
Oh,
Wait. Oh,
I lost everything.
Oh no.
But I might be able to put the rest of this in here. This is all I've got.
put it in the chest.
Stairs, hopefully, you get all the loot that you were supposed to get.
yeah.
Are
Hopefully.
you done? Are you done?
I
Zombies
can't do
can
anything
open
else.
doors too.
I'm
Okay,
basically
that's not
trapped in
fair.
here.
Zombies
I guess
are
with
not
that
supposed to be
frame
able to
rate, you
open
can tell, but I
doors.
like
They're all waiting outside.
Wait.
Oh, did you get it all?
What's
I'm
happening,
gaining-
Stan?
Oh!
Oh, you're trying to get out
Freedom.
the roof.
Okay.
Are you digging into the ground?
This looks absurd.
He's making a pit.
Yeah, I'll get out on top of their dead bodies.
Yep. I see you're trying to crowd surf on the zombies right out the top of your house.
Crowd surf.
Ooh, I don't know how I feel about this.
I got it.
Oh, okay, so we're taking the roof out now.
Yes!
You're out. You're out.
You got all the loot?
You're out.
Go,
Yeah.
Stan! Get to the watchtower!
No.
It was a good
Let's
run.
see what I can do with this.
Okay.
All right, one.
Oh no! He just
Okay, catch your breath. Catch your breath.
Relax. Regroup. You got this.
This is like me getting taken out by by gravity.
Pure chaos.
Wait a second.
Nice,
The
nice.
fence is actually so frustrating. Okay.
This man's just chilling. He's
At
like,
this
you know
point,
what?
you're regretting the fence.
Yeah.
He made such a beautiful pad, and everybody voted for him. But
How do you do this without a
really
team?
wasn't ready
I
for
don't.
this
I
situation,
no
so-
idea.
Go! Go, Sans, go!
Or just get in the water.
There you go.
Will zombies come in the water?
We're about to find out.
Zombies do not come.
Oh yeah.
There-
Oh my god, they're
Oh,
going in the water.
there's a water
I just saw the
zombie.
baby jump in.
Yeah.
Oh man, he's letting more
Oh,
in. Now you gonna close the door, and
I can't close the door.
oh no!
It's a little tough. Oh my gosh, I have the entire server in my house right now. Oh my
This
gosh.
honestly seems impossible.
You know
I don't
what?
I
know.
like the idea though.
it was a bold strategy.
It was. But yeah, you can't just sit there. You got to do something. You know, we said it earlier in the game.
Wait, I
Camping is
think
not
I
the way
closed the
you
door.
win.
No.
And so
Close the door, yes.
Well, if you're just camping and trying to stay
I can
alive,
kill
but your
all of these?
opponent is
I'm good.
constantly
What's the time limit?
farming
What's the time limit?
rotten flesh.
What's the time limit looking like?
Let's see.
Let's check in.
Okay.
I might be able to do
6
something.
minutes left.
Okay.
6 minutes.
I think this is good. I think I've got it.
You got time, man. There's still time. There's still
Yep,
time.
I think I've got it.
If you can manage this chaos, you can get a W.
Haven't these zombies eaten enough?
The stuff
10
right there.
FPS.
Haven't they had enough flesh?
Go, Stans.
In the room.
Go.
Out and then back in the room.
Wait, why do they keep going in the... I don't know.
That's the challenge right there. Is can you get it back?
Why don't they leave the house? Like, what are they
Sit
doing?
in a chair, baby.
I don't mean the zombies.
It's
I
gonna take
mean,
the whole
like,
6 minutes just to get back to the chest
Out
throw
and
this
back
stuff.
in the
Rage
room.
Elixir and Stans.
They're pushing me.
Is it because you die and then you respawn in the house? So they just can't get out?
I'm just looking at the kill feed at the bottom of the screen, and it's just like
So funny.
I'm a little lost. Yeah, it seems like they're just getting annihilated
I was trying to envision
over and
what
over.
Minecraft would look like. Sorry, Stan.
I was in the box. Oh, okay.
I believe it. You got time. What is that thing?
What is that thing? Slenderman?
Is that like Minecraft Slenderman?
much.
Enderman?
They call him Enderman.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wait.
He's right
Oh, never mind.
outside.
There. I thought they stopped hitting me for a
Enderman
second.
showed up too.
Oh.
You respawn at the last Betty's husband. Yes,
Phantoms,
like
we're
Conan.
Enderman, we're getting.
It's 50 says, what is the challenge objective? Malik, could you run it down for us one more time?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. They need to collect string from spiders, collect bones from skeletons, and collect flesh from the zombies. Take them back to their chest. Whoever has the most at the end of the round wins the entire game today.
And I will say it
I have no
devolved
clue what's
into
going
the
on, but I'm
chaos
happy to
that you
be
see
here.
before us now. It
That's the
started
right
out
attitude.
fairly standard.
Yeah, he did a boa on comforts and discomforts.
Yeah.
No stands won. He decided to use a lot of his swiftness potion to harass his opponent. Might not have been a good idea. And then the zombies came out, the big horde, and here we go. This is
Clearing this
nutty.
out. I think I've got it.
I can honestly say I've never seen Minecraft played just like this.
Yo, what is your strategy right now, Rage? What are you doing?
I'm trying to get rid of all of them and then put them in the chest.
Okay.
These are the last bits I need. I'm good.
So you're just trapping them in there with you and just slowly but surely in 10 FPS.
We'll
cutting them
eventually
down.
get there.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
but surely.
goodness. It's so funny on
Oh!
that tiny screen.
I know.
Enderman is Slenderman.
Where did Enderman go, CD6? Woo!
What's the time limit?
We're not at the 2-minute countdown yet. So.
Okay.
I have to. These zombies. It is absurd. Can you guys hear it?
No, you
Oh
can't.
my god.
Oh,
it is
fuck.
torture.
I totally forgot
So you
to,
just took off the headset. You're going headset free.
Yeah.
forgot to link
Yo,
it.
chat, how do you feel about the sounds of the game right now? Let us know.
Holy.
It's 50 says they need to pull the zombies from their base instead of
Love
worrying
me.
about the chest for right now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely a strategy.
But there's way too many zombies outside right now.
Yeah.
How many subs to blow up stands?
I honestly can't even tell what's
100 subs.
happening.
Blow his house up.
All I see is zombies.
Now, Alpaca Stacka says pull zombies to the lava flow. If that happened, could you still harvest their rotten flesh, or would that
No,
burn?
you can't.
As a Minecraft expert. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was gonna say you can't.
It'll
You
burn.
can't.
It'll burn.
It'll burn.
Okay, so you can't do
Okay.
that.
So that would work to stay alive, but not for
The
the purposes of
music?
I feel like this is just a never-ending flow. I swear there weren't this many.
The music is a
I feel
really
like I
funny
killed a lot.
contrast to what is happening right now in this game.
Sounds like Nickelback. Come on, bro. That's hilarious.
Chat, you've broken the leak. Thank you.
That was funny. That was funny. You killed me with that one. All right.
Wait, what are you doing out here? Oh, that's not you. That's that's you, the production. They're fighting the good fight.
Is our spectator trying to help you out? Nice, very nice.
So I think what
Yeah,
they're
that's a
trying
lot of
to
traffic
do
right there. You're navigating,
is
so.
kill,
Chat right
The
now thinks
zombies.
Rage could run away with this round.
get
Fans
the
are
loot,
sorting
and
to
then
get
put
to
it
the
in their
chest.
I
trunk.
got the sword, but there's a
Because
duck.
that's how they're going to
Oh,
determine
man.
who wins this round is whoever has more loot.
Go, go, go.
But they just keep dying a lot because there's
done.
so many
Wait, no.
zombies.
Let's go.
Yeah, they're trying to collect items for
I have
them.
about 60
Oh,
items.
wow. So you were able to clear it out. You cleared out all of those creatures.
Hey, that's some pro
Alright.
skills right there.
I have to
All
level
right, we're
red.
down to 2-minute warning, guys. 2-minute warning.
Do you have to survive? I don't
2-minute
know.
warning. Yes, indeed.
I think it's just about how much
So
loot
funny.
you can get.
Shortcut me.
Stans had the lead early, so let's see if he's able to keep.
Yep.
He was able to maintain that lead. He ran into a little bit of trouble when he started. He tried to form everything inside. Now
The
he
game
can't get
doesn't
things
have
back
this
to
many
the
zombies.
chest.
Is this something that is happening because it's just
I feel like Rage has a strategy.
is random,
down.
or did they add in an
Yeah,
element
he's
to
just
make
letting a
this
couple
more
in close to the
chaotic?
door and taking them out.
A few at a time.
They
Funnel
spawned
them
this in. Okay.
And you know, this kind of goes back into the importance of our last round. Rage lost that round because he made a less aesthetically pleasing but more mechanical base, and now it is serving him quite well in this last round. So I don't know if he knew ahead of time. Like you weren't looking at our show notes, man. How'd you know? How'd you know?
I mean, that's just the basics of Minecraft, you know. You gotta defend your base.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right, under a minute left, and I saw Stans, you were able to make it back to your chest.
Do they not have like
Before some
weapons or
zombies came right in
anything?
through the hole in your roof.
I did not have anything in there, though.
They're just punching
so I was
them?
not able to increase my score.
Oh, I see.
Oh no.
I see.
These fences are just, they cannot be jumped.
Ugh.
Lost
He
weapons
is
and they
just
died.
knocking these zombies out in 10 frames per second. 30-second warning, guys. 30 seconds.
Alright, 30 seconds? Alright. They just need to be in the chest, right?
Yep.
Alright.
And we'll count them up when it's all done.
Loot in the chest.
Woo! My man, how you are doing this
I know, I'm
on
impressed.
this tiny 7-inch screen, just
Oh yeah.
bodying these zombies.
Rage Elixir is using a
Yes,
baby
we have
screen.
the heart left, too.
His
I
screen
just
is
got my
like
sword.
this
Great.
big.
How much time?
That
He's
was
fighting off a
great.
zombie
4
horde.
seconds left.
Perfect.
Yep.
With a screen
1
that's like
second
a
left.
little bigger than the size of an iPhone.
Hands up! Hands up! Well played.
All right, it's Jover.
Fred.
That was very tough.
Oh man. Yo,
That was wild.
that was insane. That was insane. I've never seen that many zombies on a Minecraft server ever.
I know.
That was a first for me.
That's hilarious.
That was the first for me. All right, well, that was nuts. Yeah, let's go ahead and count supplies. We're going to count some supplies. Time to count them.
Let's do it. Let's go ahead. You know, we've been starting off with Stans every time, so let's start with Gary. Gary, let's count the supplies. Show us what you got.
54.
He can't even
Wow.
see. He's squinting to look at the
57.
screen.
And then we have one more, 58.
Uh-huh.
So 62 in total.
Ooh, very nice. Well done. Especially given the technological challenges you were working under. You had that comfy seat that chat gave you, but that was your only advantage.
Yeah, I feel
Well
like
played.
my eyes
That
slowly started
screen is
adjusting
so
to the,
small.
screen, so I
Wait,
started
can we
like
go
that.
Can we go back to that screen? I just want to look again at that screen real quick.
So like right here, it was like really small, right?
Wait, so that's arrows. So wait, you have 58.
Oh,
Yep,
58.
58.
Yeah, without the arrows.
I see what you tried to do there, trying to sneak the arrows in.
Okay, we'll get rid of it. Hey, you called me out. All right, so
58.
58.
Well played. Well
Competitive
played.
integrity. We gotta maintain it around here.
Well
quickly, right?
done. That was awesome.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at what my man Stans has. Yeah,
Just moving stuff out.
just
so
moving
you can
stuff
read.
out.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
it's actually close enough. All right, my
Really?
Now I'm looking at this. Let's go ahead and show everybody what it is. So we got 41 of the flesh. And we have 7 of the string from the spiders, which brings us up to 48.
Yep.
And then we have 8 bones, which brings us up to 50.
Oh, he lost
How
by.
much did you have?
58.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he lost by 2.
That was so close.
He still lost, even
I
though
just made one more trip out there.
Yo.
Rage Elixir's
So
literally
that
playing on
means
a
that our
screen that
winner
is
for
this
the
big.
last round is Rage
Wow.
Elixir by 2.
GG's.
What is going on, yo? Oh my
That
goodness.
is wild.
Yo, I got Stan.
Yep.
How you feeling, bro? You
I'm feeling good. You know what? I put up a valiant effort, completely even
GG.
equipment.
Stans
He's
is still
used
the
to mobile
man's.
Gaming, so I think that was an adequate display of skill between 2 titans.
that was good.
You did get all of the in-game advantages.
Kenny, thank you for the
Well, I had to wear a silly hat for 10 minutes, but other than that, it was good. Yeah.
Is there anything you would do differently with your
Did he
playthrough?
call
Like,
the
what
mask
was
a silly
crucial
hat?
mistake you think you made in that last
Just the
round?
silly little hat.
It was really close. I think if I just had more heart. I think I got disheartened by seeing them. If I would have just powered through, spammed a little harder, we could have made one more trip and we could have
There were
won.
so many zombies.
Yeah, there were absolutely an unbelievable amount of zombies. What was he out there?
Oh my goodness. All right, guys. Well, that was a crazy round, and we're gonna go ahead and wrap this thing up, kind of bring it in right after the break. So stay tuned.
We still stand stands. Really enjoy your streams. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so this is almost done. I'm gonna go grab, I'm gonna run to the bathroom, grab some water. Be right back.
You'll see the truth soon enough.
You think you can defy fate? What? Let's go! What's the matter? Let's go!
We're continually just being like, how did they do that? Whoa, whoa, whoa!
God, what the hell are we watching?
STS Legends 10.
So you stop talking to me?
Oh, barnacles. Barnacles.
It's all in the chat.
Look at everything here!
Welcome back to the Crown Channel. You're watching Pit Crew, and we are here with Rage Elixir and Stans. We are about to crown our Pit Crew Minecraft champion for the day.
Yes.
And our champion is Rage Elixir! How does it feel to be the Minecraft champ today?
It was good. It was good. It was a hard-fought battle at the end. It's crazy. That was really close. That was really close. Very close. Congratulations for for being an amateur. Like, that was really good. That was really good.
It was super, and Malik and I, we threw our best at Stans and our worst at Gary to try to level the playing field. And I would say by the end of today's episode, it was pretty neck and neck.
It was pretty neck and neck. Yeah, your skills, were able to prevail through all that stuff.
Yep.
So
Thank you.
big ups to you. Big up to you, Stans. And thank you to our amazing pit crew. Let's get them in here.
Yo,
Did an awesome job here on the fly.
Pit Crew!
Pit
If
crew,
you're
once
listening,
again,
I want
thank
one of the
you, Rage, for coming
jumpsuits.
through.
Yeah.
Thank you as well, Stans.
Yeah.
So good to have you guys
My
here.
episode's gonna be on the
Thank you to
24th.
everybody watching.
Yes.
Wherever you're watching from, we appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Thank you, chat. Also, to everyone who's in chat today, don't forget to follow the Crown Channel where we are right now.
Trisha's
so don't miss
tiny.
out on any of the upcoming shows.
She's teeny
so
tiny.
Right now, you could be watching this on Twitter, on Freevee, on Amazon.
I feel like
Live.
you're gonna win when you play.
Twitch.tv/Crown is the place
Oh,
to be
hell yeah.
to do all the voting and the fun shenanigans. So come on over and give the channel a follow. Pit Crew will be back next week for episode 3.
Yes, that's right, Trisha. We are back next Tuesday, October 17th, for a very special 2v2 Apex Legends episode.
Oh.
You do not want to miss that one.
I wonder
guarantee
if-
you guys.
I wonder if they got
Join us
Nice
right
Wave.
here at twitch.tv/crown at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern.
Apex.
Yes, it's a good
Another
time.
game?
All right.
Never
Let's go
played.
ahead and
Don't
give
know anything
another
about.
Huge thanks to Rage Elixir and Stan.
Let me look in
so
my.
much for being here today, folks. My name's Trisha Hirschberger.
And I'm Malik
Let me look in the
Thanks
thing
for
that they
watching
sent me
Pit
and
Crew,
see if
we'll see you next
it says what
week.
game I'm gonna play.
Peace.
Honestly, I assumed it was Street Fighter because I didn't know that they were doing different games every week. Okay. Let's see. Pit Crew show brief. Mm. I don't think so. I don't think they've told me what I'm playing yet. I can ask them. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out with me while we co-streamed Crown Channel. Oh boy. Oh, my back. Okay. It has been, what the news has been for the last couple of days. I'm ready to stand 10 toes down for Caroline Kwan, anyone who tries to come in here. Yeah, so, it has been a lot. Huh? It has been a lot. Hogan, thank you for the gifted to Olivia Moan. Buy it in time. Thank you for the 5, and thank you for delaying getting into what is what I am referencing as a lot. Thank you for those 5 gifted subs. Very overwhelming, so you breaking it down helps. Yes, it's okay. Here's what I'll say. The historical context of the recent violence that has broken out in Gaza between Israel and Hamas, the historical context is complex. Like there's a lot to it because this has been going on. This has been going on since even before 1948, which is going to be the first main historical moment that we will talk about today. But it's been even going on before that. The displacement of Palestinians, which was ushered in by Britain. It's Tuesday, loves, and Tuesday means we talk shit about Britain. The British were very, very responsible in the creation of the state of Israel, which brought about the dispossession and displacement of Palestine. So the history is very complex and it's complicated because there's just a lot to it. However, the cause of Palestinian liberation is quite simple. And I think that's an important distinction to make because for so long, the media in the West and the media that comes out of Israel has painted this as a complicated conflict, when in reality, the word conflict is not an accurate word to use because the word conflict denotes that there are two sides to this. Two sides, which means that there is, there is an equality in the two sides who are in conflict. When the truth of it is that there is one side who has maintained the power in the situation, one side who is the occupier, the other side that has been forced to live under said occupation and does not have anywhere close to the power that Israel has. So that would be Palestine versus Israel. So this is really one of those you cannot both sides a settler colonial state. Yes. This is one of those issues that is really hard to talk about because of how emotional it is. And because if you even mention being, pro-Palestine and wanting the liberation of Palestine, then you get painted as an anti-Semite, as a Jew hater. If you are Jewish and you say these things, you are painted as a self-hating Jew, as a traitor. And so it's really hard. And because there is so much propaganda that has been utilized for decades now, and especially now, my God, the amount of disinformation that has rapidly spread on Twitter like a disease is, first of all, just speaks to what Elon Musk has done to this platform, but just reiterates the need for us to have an accurate understanding of the historical context of Israel and Palestine. I was told I'm a disappointment to my Jewish heritage. I've talked to a few Jewish friends who have been really going through it the last couple days because they are, of course, like I am, saddened for the loss of Jewish life. I wrote this on Twitter at 4 a.m. because I couldn't sleep. The loss of all civilian life is a terrible thing. I do not stand with Hamas or other terrorist organizations. But the reality of why this is happening, and that it's not happening in a vacuum, and that this is stemming from a decades-long military occupation, an illegal occupation, of Israel being a colonial settler nation, of
really
ruling.
Appreciated your Twitter post. People are losing their minds and things are only going to get worse.
Forbesine, thank you for the 7 months. Yes, I posted that because, one, I felt like it was important to really state what my beliefs are, because there's a lot. I know it's Twitter, but there are a lot of people who've been saying really, really heinous things because, one, they just have hate boners for me, but two, because just so much is flying around right now, and depending on how much work you have done to understand this, and also what sources of news you consume, that is dictating the lens that you view this current violence through. Eloquent points made by the Palestinian author about the recognition of the loss of life on both sides. It's hard to explain how demoralizing... Oh, wait, shit. It's hard to explain how demoralizing it is to be tasked with constantly providing humanity, to prove that people are human enough to qualify for the right to exist without occupation, siege, dispossession. This is, of course, nothing compared to those actually facing the occupation, facing imprisonment and land confiscation and bombardment, but it's worth saying that being Palestinian in this country, in many countries, is a heart-wrenching exercise engaging where pockets of safety are. Sussing out which friends, coworkers, acquaintances will send emoji heart texts, which will be allies, which will stay silent. Who will post what, using which language. There's an unceasing anticipation, waiting to see what people really think, which is often what they've thought all along. You wait for the artists you admire, the people you love, the podcasters you adore, the filmmakers whose work has moved you to tears, the authors that you've fangirled for years. Who will post what, using which language? Who will share messages of peace, as though there was any peace before last weekend, rather than the convenient, quiet, read digestible, acceptable suffering of millions of people? Imagine a nervous system continuously on the edge of hypervigilance. Who believes what, using which language? Make no mistake, hand-wringing about both sides and whataboutism, equivocation, even silence isn't neutrality. It's taking a stance without the spine to call it that. Condemn the brutalization of bodies. By all means do. But if your shock and distress comes only at the sight of certain brutalized bodies, this is a very important point. If you indeed mobilize your voice and emotional/social capital, but not when Palestinian bodies are besieged and murdered, are abducted, assaulted, imprisoned, then it is worth asking yourself, which brutalization is acceptable to you, even quietly, even subconsciously, and which is not. Tell the truth to yourself about the discrepancy and own it. Don't then try to obfuscate the whole thing with talk of complex histories and empty hand-wringing, which forces the oppressed to not only witness their erasure, but also your pageantry of empathy. Damn, this is it. Spare us the extra labor. Rather be precise, even if it's just to yourself. Say, this body is worth more than this body. This suffering is acceptable. This suffering is not. Say, I accept and celebrate resistance here on this land by these bodies. Say, I do not accept it over here. If you can't be equitable, be honest. That reckoning is an internal one. It's not one that I or other Palestinians are responsible for facilitating. I don't need to pull statistics about sieges, illegal settlements, white phosphorus, war crimes. The diasporic Palestinians are too exhausted from functioning in countries hell-bent on erasing and mystifying context. The Palestinians in Palestine are too exhausted trying to survive. Simply put, conditional liberation isn't liberation. The days of the Palestine exception are numbered. Palestine is increasingly becoming the litmus test for true liberatory practices and paradigms. It will keep happening. I deeply believe that. In the meantime, it's not our job to midwife those epiphanies for folks, though I certainly appreciate those that have the patience to. Yes, this is something that when one group of people have faced brutality and oppression, like Black Americans in America here, They are exhausted having to do the work to get you to see their humanity, to care about how many have been brutalized and killed on their side. And because, like I said, the propaganda machine of both Israel and the West is so powerful, this really has become only about the tragedy of one side's loss of life, and that is Israel. And so for people like me who mourn all civilian loss of life, as we all should, I am trying to do the work here because Palestinians are just trying to survive. I am trying to do the work here to not only educate myself, but to educate people who come in here and see this as a both sides matter. This is why Palestinians and Black Americans often come together in their shared experience of oppression. Yes, there is a long history between Black Americans and Palestinians who are in solidarity together, who for decades have fought alongside each other, have stood up for one another. And I have seen so much of that in the last couple days, where a lot of the posts that I see coming from non-Palestinian Americans who are contextualizing this violence and who are speaking out for the liberation of Palestine, so many of that is coming from Black people, because they, having had their own horrific experience with oppression and violence, they understand the Palestinian struggle and they understand why it is so important to stand up for Palestine. I was not well versed in the conflict before the news broke, but you're talking about it has truly made me want to learn more and spread the info you've taught me to others. So it's something where this has been, this has been going on for decades, but not a lot of people have, and really myself included, I've done a lot of work the past couple days, a lot of work to read about the history and truly study this from the not an individual lens, not anything that I may have thought before that I had read in US media, but from actually looking at it from a historical perspective. And that's why I say the history is long, the history is complex, but the cause is simple. The cause of liberation for Palestinians is very, very clear-cut. It's one of the most moral causes that you can stand with. Because in simple terms, you have a group of people who were shoved out of their land, removed violently from their homes, had them taken away, had their material possessions taken away, turned into refugees. Many were just murdered. Others were forced to find somewhere else to go, while the places to go became less and less as more of their land became occupied. So you have one group of people who have been the victims of settler colonialism, the victims of genocidal apartheid, the victims of illegal military operation or occupation, and that continues today. And so that is why, you can't stand for Ukraine. You cannot stand for you cannot stand for any other group of people, for the liberation of any group of people, and not also stand for Palestine. So the fact that I think this could be a silver lining, even though a ton of bad information is flooding places like Twitter. This is also an opportunity for us to understand this this crisis, this humanitarian crisis that Palestinians are facing. It's an opportunity for us to actually learn the history of Israel and Palestine. And like I said, I hesitate to continue calling it a conflict, even though that's what it's been branded as, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, because what that does is it denotes that it's been this back and forth between Israel and Palestine over lands that they both lay claim to. When one group was there, Palestine was there, and then they were, removed through the evil practices of settler colonialism. Okay, so I just want to say too, this is a hard topic to cover for some of the reasons I just listed, but it's especially difficult right now because of how many people are turning to whataboutism, how many people are trying to make an emotional attack on what are simply facts, factual information. When we talk about apartheid, when we talk about settler colonialism, like these are facts, and people are trying to turn that into, so you stand with the torture and rape of Israeli civilians. It's like, when did those words ever come out of my mouth? And that people do that so they don't actually have to address, and they don't have to learn about the root causes of this violence. There was a tweet that I retweeted. Let me pull it up. The West is allergic to investigating root causes. Most media and almost anyone with any kind of power wants you to stay far away from the origins of any problem, because to address the core issues like racism, capitalism, and colonialism implicate the entire system. When it comes to Israel and Palestine, this looks like an incessant drumbeat around Hamas with absolutely zero investigation into the roots of the Zionist project, which, like I said, the roots of the Zionist project date back to even before 1948, which is when the Nakba occurred. Nakba, which translates in Arabic to catastrophe. So 1948 is what Israelis refer to as the War of Independence. It is when Israel established themselves as a nation state. That is when Israel was born. And that came about through the violent displacement and dispossession of Palestinians who were living on the lands that Israel came into and took from them. It's imperative that we build the skill and habit of getting down to the root. Yes, if you want to properly understand issues in this world, you must understand the root causes of them. Not just here in this country, not just understanding like Black Lives Matter, okay? Not just understanding the root causes of that, like how Black Lives Matter has come to be, but also around the world. And the tough thing with Israel and Palestine is that the second you try to contextualize, the violence, you get called all sorts of horrible things. And this is what I have experienced in the last couple days. And it's why a lot of people stay silent. One, because they don't know enough to speak up. And here's what I'll say. You don't really have to know everything in order to stand for the freedom of Palestine. You don't have to be a historian or a political expert to be on the side of Palestine. And the other reason that people don't speak up is because, again, the responses will inevitably be just ruthless personal attacks. You will get labeled with words that are extremely hurtful and untrue. And it's because, again, we have a problem. We have a problem when looking at ongoing issues. We have a problem with looking at them from how they came to be. What is the root of these problems? Genuine question, how is it that the British caused most of these issues? To my understanding, it have managed to stay out of this entire conversation these past couple days. Yes, that is a very good question. I think it's something that the British have managed to kind of do throughout their existence. Like, the amount of violent colonialism that the Brits have done that just kind of gets swept under the rug. I mean, it's very similar to the United States as well. And it's propaganda. I mean, you know, how many people heralded Queen Elizabeth, absolutely love the royal family, and have no understanding of the brutality that was, you know, brought about because of the monarchy. So yes, it is the result of a massive propaganda machine that not only spins the narrative in favor of powers like Britain, but also Israel. Most Israeli people want Palestine to be free, but they can't let them. I think a lot of Jews in Israel are, well, I want to be fair to them. There are a lot who have vocally protested against the government. But as far as like saying while terrorists control their government, Palestine doesn't have a government. They are not recognized as an actual state. Palestine has no power in Palestine, let alone let alone on a global scale. I'm sorry, I'm so hungry. I just chose to eat a watermelon at the wrong point. They don't actually. Yes, they do not have an actual government the way that Israel does. Okay, so let me get back. A7, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Also, I don't know if you guys saw this report. Let me pull it up. This was posted in Haaretz, which is an Israeli newspaper. Haaretz has been doing more truthful coverage. Now some of their stuff is propaganda, but they have been doing more truthful coverage on Israel and Palestine than like any media in the US. So in Haaretz, this was written by Israeli journalist Gidi Weitz. And we talked a couple days ago when I first covered this about how Israel created Hamas. Israel created Hamas because they wanted to squash the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization. They wanted to squash any faction of Palestine that was to the left. So they funded Hamas. They literally created Hamas in order to control Palestine. And then, of course, you know, this is like I said, what happens all the time. You look at ISIS, Al-Qaeda, look at who created them. And so this piece was written by Gidi Weitz, where he did, he has done a ton of journalistic work looking further into Israel's relationship with Hamas. And in 2019, this is a quote from Benjamin Netanyahu, who's the prime minister of Israel. Effectively, Netanyahu's entire worldview collapsed over the course of a single day. This isn't the quote. We'll get to the quote. He was convinced that he could make deals with corrupt Arab tyrants while ignoring the cornerstone of the Arab-Jewish conflict, the Palestinians. His life's work was to turn the ship of state from the course steered by his predecessors, from Yitzhak Rabin to Ehud Olmert, and make the two-state solution impossible. All right, so quick little break. One of the biggest lies, one of the biggest myths that has been perpetuated by the propaganda machine is that Israel has always sought peace in 1948, in 1967, and now. And that is one of the biggest lies that has been told over and over again through the propaganda machine of both Israel and the West. Because in reality, Israel is a Zionist nation. Israel believes in total domination. They do not believe that Palestinians have the right to coexist with them. They do not want that. Now, I don't mean all, like, this is what all Jewish people say. I mean those who head up the Israeli government. And in 1948, David Ben-Gurion, who was the first Israeli prime minister, had absolutely no intention of actually adhering to the proposed partition that had been that had been proposed in 1948. He gave the illusion of agreeing to the partition, which would have split up the land between Palestine and Israel, which would have favored Israel immensely. But in reality, and this is proved through historical evidence, the intention was always 100% expulsion, 100% ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from the lands. Israel does not want to coexist with Palestine. If you look at what leaders like Netanyahu, David Ben-Gurion have said throughout the decades, what their policies point to, that is a clear fact. So here, in 2019, Benjamin Netanyahu said, anyone who wants to thwart the establishment of a Palestinian state has to support bolstering Hamas and transferring money to Hamas. He told a meeting of his Likud party's, I'm sorry if I'm butchering this, his Likud party's Knesset members in March 2019. This is part of our strategy to isolate the Palestinians in Gaza from the Palestinians in the West Bank. So even in 2019, Benjamin Netanyahu was working with Hamas, or at least that was the plan. Because at the end of the day, Netanyahu and all the other far right, the far right faction in Israel, they do not want a coexistence with Palestine. And it's why what's happening right now is terrifying, because all signs point to, and not even just signs, like the words that the Israeli defense minister and Bibi Netanyahu are themselves saying, all of that points to their goal, which is to level out the civilians in Gaza. These are people who have been living in a prison, in an open air prison, since 2007. This is going on 16 years. The population of Gaza, over 40% of whom are children under the age of 14. Okay, so we're talking about 2 million people comprised of elderly and children. Okay. People who have no clean drinking water, who have their food controlled, who are, half of whom are suffering from food insecurity, lack of medicine. They're, oh my God, I'm blanking on a word. Unemployment rates are through the roof. These people already have suffered for so long, and the plan of the Israeli government is to wipe them out. And if you look at what has been happening with the returned attacks, the airstrikes that have been ongoing, for the past couple days, in retaliation, in self-defense, they are leveling out residential buildings, mosques, hospitals, schools. They are targeting children, which is a war crime. And that's why when we talk about the violence that has happened in the last couple days, we cannot one-side it. We cannot only care about the deaths of Israeli civilians. Because for too long, those have been the only deaths that have mattered. And listen, there are so many images, or what's the word I'm looking for? So many, what would this thing be called? Graphics. There are so many graphics that really put the scale, the totality of Palestinian deaths, that really put that on give you the clear picture of it. Infographics, yes. But it still seems to not matter because Palestinians are not viewed, their lives are not viewed as valuable as Israelis. And so this is an infographic just covering the human cost from 2008 to 2023 and the stark difference in how many Palestinians have been killed versus Israelis. And if you come in here and you try to say, oh, it's because Israelis are better at killing, or like they're more powerful, they have a better military, blah, blah, blah. No. This is because the plan of Bibi Netanyahu and his fascist government has been to wipe out Palestine. That is what they want. And that is what they have been doing. Oh, shit. I just clicked out of something. Sorry. I have so many graphs. Okay, so let me real quickly go back to the question that someone had about Britain. So here's a little history on that. More than 100 years ago, on November 2nd, 1917, Britain's then Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a letter addressed to Lionel. Let me just actually pull this information up so you guys can read it. Wrote a letter addressed to Lionel Walter Rothschild, a figurehead of the British Jewish community. Okay, so this is the Balfour, what is known as the Balfour Declaration. The letter was short, just 67 words, but its contents had a seismic effect on Palestine that is still felt to this day. It committed the British government to the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. And let's be clear, Britain wanting Israel to take over Palestine was not Britain doing that altruistically for Israel, okay? No superpower like Britain allows a group of people to, helps them out, allows them to take over land because they're just doing it because they feel like it. No, this had to do with Britain's own interests concerning Egypt, concerning Jordan. But anyway, this is a lot of history. This is a simplified version of it. So this became known as the Balfour Declaration, which was the commitment of the British government to the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and to facilitate the achievement of this object. AKA, we're going to help you take out Palestinians and take their land. In essence, a European power promised the Zionist movement a country where Palestinian Arab natives made up more than 90% of the population. So I think a lot of people don't realize there was no Israel before 1948. I think that's a historical fact that is either lost on people or is unknown, and they think that like Israel and Palestine have been going back and forth for centuries, when in reality we're talking about 75 years ago and then a little bit before that. But this was 1948 was the start of the illegal military occupation, the ethnic cleansing, the colonial settler colonialism That was in 1948. There are people alive who are older than the state of Israel. The Israeli state was basically just British imperialism. Yes, absolutely. British imperialism who went, okay, how can we benefit ourselves here? How can we help Britain? We're going to do that by helping Jewish people, by helping them take over this land. So a European power promised the Zionist movement a country where Palestinian Arab natives made up more than 90% of the population. A British mandate was created in 1923 and lasted until 1948. 1948, which was the event that is now called Nakba, aka the catastrophe. So Palestine was under a British mandate for 25 years. And during that period, the British facilitated mass Jewish immigration. Many of the new residents were fleeing Nazism in Europe, and they also faced protests and strikes. Palestinians were alarmed by their country's changing demographics and British confiscation of their lands to be handed over to Jewish settlers. So an important thing, and let me pull up from Illinois District. An important thing to note. Oops, that's not what I want. Girl, have to explain to her mom. Is that also, guys, sorry, I'm not really reading chat right now because I don't want to get that distracted, but just give me a moment. Just give me a sec. So when settlers first moved into Palestine's lands, they were actually welcomed by Palestinians because there weren't that many of them. It's basically like, oh, here I am, I'm going to live here. And they were not immediately met with aggression. They were not met with violence. There is historical evidence that shows that the first settlers were actually welcomed in by Palestinians living there, and they taught them how to farm the land. They treated them like neighbors. But what happened was when they realized, and it didn't take that long to realize, that the intentions were settler colonialism, which means that the intentions of them being there was not to live there alongside Palestinians, but was to violently remove them. That is when they started to fight back. That is when they started to protest. That is when they started to, to cry in concern about what was happening. It's also ironic to see people who support Israel claim that terrorism is never acceptable when terrorism was a major factor in the formation of Israel itself. Look up the King David hotel bombing or the surge in Safari. Yes, yes, that has been part of the hypocrisy in the last couple days of people who, again, are treating this, are treating like this, that there's only one side who we care about, Israel. And referring to Palestinians as terrorists, just decrying Hamas, while not also condemning the terrorism that Israel has committed for years. Okay, what was I pulling up? How Israel was created.
Still being fought more than 100 years later.
His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object.
When Balfour wrote of his government's intent to create a Jewish homeland in Palestine, 90% of the people living there were not Jewish. Just 31 years later, most of them were gone.
Yes, so, like, I need us all to imagine, how would you feel if you are living in your home, on your lands, where you have been for your whole life, for your family's been there for generations, and new people come in, all right? They come into your land, and there's just a few of them at first. You're like, okay. And then more start to come. And the attitudes that they have is that you don't get to be here anymore. This is now my home. These are my things. This is my land. And then, conflict arises. The world steps in to say, okay, we need to create a partition here. We need to figure out how this is going to work for both y'all. And the proposal that they give you is that the people who have invaded your lands, essentially, who were there after you, who have less of a population there than you do, because that is your fucking home, that they are entitled to more of the land and the better land. And, we're talking about fertile regions. We are talking about, a stronger economy. That is what happened in the beginning here. And so I don't know how you can learn something like that and not be on the side of Palestine, because you yourself would reject that. You yourself, if that happened to you, if that happened to your family, you would not stand for that. Such a betrayal of the narrative that the Zionist project is to return a homeland to the diaspora. For Western nations, it's simply to put them somewhere else instead of integration. Yes, it's devastating. It's devastating that these people who were forcibly removed from their homes, and the only offer, like the only compromise, was so severely tilted on the side of those who removed you from your homes. And then you are told that you're the bad guy in the situation. You're told that you're the one who doesn't want peace. Like I'm talking about this time period here. And then over decades, it getting increasingly worse, you being separated from the other, from other Palestinians, being forced into areas that are then under direct Israeli control, having no freedom, having really no rights. Like, that is the history of this.
לא ספרתי. לא יכול לדעת בחיי. היה לי מקלע עם 250 כדורים.
This is the story of the British promise that led to the destruction of Palestine and the creation of the State of Israel.
Maddie, thank you for the 3 months. My mods are great, yes.
Let's start with the obvious question. Why were the British making promises about...
Yeah, so something that I came across a lot in the last day as I was putting together information for the stream is I looked at documentaries, I looked at video footage of former Israeli soldiers who were there in 1948 or who were there in 1967. And the way that they speak about the violence that was enacted upon Palestinians is it's really evil. Maddie, thank you so much for the 10. Holy moly, thank you. Thank you, thank you. You truly are a hero. But the way that they laugh and the way that they not only repeat the Zionist learnings that have been, the Zionist teachings that have been shoved into their minds. They have been taught that it is their right to displace these people through violent means because that is their promised land. And the way that they talk about the torture and the rape of Palestinians, it really goes to show the history of Zionists viewing Palestinians as subhuman. It's disgusting and it is evil. Please don't ever stop speaking up for what's right. You got it.
Other people's countries. The short answer, empire is one hell of a drug. This was World War I, and the British were making lots of promises. In addition to promising a Jewish homeland in Palestine, they promised Arab leaders independence if they rose up against Britain's enemy, the Ottoman Empire. The Arabs did. Hollywood even made a movie about it.
Arabia's for the Arabs now. That's what I've told them anyway. That's what they think. That's why they're fighting.
Oh, surely.
A month after Balfour's letter, British troops took Palestine, ending 400 years of Ottoman rule. The people who lived there were Arabs, mostly Muslims, but there were Christian and Jewish minorities too. There was also a tiny number of European Jews who in the late 1800s had started building small colonies there. At a time when many Jews were suffering horrific persecution in Europe, they felt Palestine could be an escape. The idea of building up a Jewish presence in Palestine became known as Zionism, but it stayed a fringe movement among European Jews. Many of them felt they shouldn't have to leave their countries to avoid persecution.
Not
But
properly
Zionism
informed.
as a
Thank you for the
political
prime.
movement took a big step forward with an Austrian man called Theodor Herzl. And this guy is a very important name in this story. In 1896, he published Der Judenstaat, or in English, The Jewish State. In it, he said the only way for Jews to avoid Europe's anti-Semitism was not just to leave, but to have their own country. And Herzl didn't just write. The next year, he organized a conference.
Also, important context, in the aftermath of World War II and the extermination that Jews faced by the hands of Hitler and the Nazi Party, Europe had immense guilt regarding Jewish people. And it's why, as this was taking place in the 40s, and then when Nakba happened in 1948, Europe and also the Western world, they kind of like did one of these because of the guilt that was running rampant due to the, to the tragedy that had befallen Jewish people during World War II because of the Holocaust.
In Basel, Switzerland, the first Zionist Congress. The attendees agreed on a program which sought, among other things, to establish a Jewish homeland in Palestine and promote Jewish settlement in Palestine. From here on out, the Zionist movement became very active, setting up funds to promote Jewish immigration to Palestine, companies to buy land there, and recruiting representatives to advocate for their cause with different governments. A few days after the conference, Herzl wrote this in his diary.
At Basel, I founded the Jewish state. In 5 years perhaps, and certainly in 50 years, everyone will perceive it.
He was only off by 1 year. Okay, so that is a lot of history, but it's important because the Zionist movement is a critical part of the story going forward, especially after it found a friend in the British government, where a lot of high-ranking officials supported Zionism, sometimes for unexpected reasons. Prime Minister Lloyd George, for example, was a Christian zealot who believed gathering the Jewish people in Palestine would bring Jesus Christ back to earth.
Also, there are a lot of Zionists today who hold this belief. There are Christians, there are Zionists who believe that like this is necessary to bring about the return of Jesus Christ. Actually, that's what we're dealing with.
Others, like Balfour, believe that getting the Jewish people out of Europe and into their own country would be a good thing. Herzl was pretty visionary when he wrote that the anti-Semitic...
And it's why white evangelicals support Zionism, why they support Israel, because they want their guy coming back. They want JC to return.
Nations will become our allies. Meanwhile, the Zionists assured Britain that their future country would be a reliable ally. So that's the backstory of how European anti-Semitism, Zionism, and British imperialism all led to the Balfour Declaration, this British promise to build a homeland for Jews in Palestine.
True, it can't be understated what fucking evil assholes Britain is. Truly. That they were just like, you know what? We're going to do you a solid, okay? When in reality, like I said, they weren't just doing that altruistically. Britain had their eyes set on Jordan, on neighboring Arab territories. But they were like, okay, you know what, lads? We're going to make sure you've got... I just went Australian. We're going to make sure you've got a home. Don't worry about the people already living there. We'll help you take care of it, okay? Because we have decided that this is your land. This is going to be your home. It is literally the equivalent of like, person A, who's got a ton of power, a ton of money, a ton of influence, who turns to person B, who doesn't have those things yet. And they're like, you know what, person B, I'm going to give you those things. And they turn to person C and they go, you're fucked. You're out. Person B is coming in. I'm going to help him, okay? Because I'm God.
Now we're going to look at how Britain did that. World War I had been a conflict between rival empires, and the winners set up the League of Nations to distribute the losing side's territories between them. They called it the Mandate System, putting territories once controlled by the Ottoman and German empires under the, quote, tutelage of advanced nations until they became independent. Britain was given the mandate over Palestine, but the Palestinian people were...
This video doesn't seem to take into account the reason why Palestine was chosen, which is Jerusalem. Yes, that is true. That is true. They set their sights on Palestine because of Jerusalem and because, you know, per the Torah, like this is the promised land for Jews. So that it's why they didn't, you know, they didn't come over to the United States, not that they could have, and go, all right, we're posting up in Rhode Island.
Never asked what they wanted or what independence would look like to them. Listen to what Balfour wrote to one of his colleagues.
For in Palestine, we do not propose even to go through the form of consulting the wishes of the present inhabitants of the country.
Instead, it was the Zionists who were consulted about what their vision for Palestine was, and so the mandate ended up incorporating not just the Balfour Declaration, but several clauses requiring Britain to ensure the establishment of a Jewish home in Palestine. British rule was very accommodating to the Zionist project. The Jewish community in Palestine grew with big waves of immigration. They had their own schools and factories and even their own militia, the Haganah, and they were led by the Polish-born David Ben-Gurion, the leader of their representative body, the Jewish Agency.
Yeah, this fucking guy.
To the Palestinians, it was clear that Britain wasn't delivering them independence. It was delivering their country to other people. In 1936, they went on strike. British forces tried to break the strike with arrests, torture, mass punishment, and executions. Leaders were exiled, weapons confiscated, and houses blown up. Palestinian fighters attacked British and Jewish targets, while British and Haganah forces would carry out joint raids on Palestinian villages. Something had to change. The British government sent a commission called the Peel Commission to figure it out, but their proposed solution was typical. Just draw another British line on the map, divide the country, give this part to the Jews and this part to the Palestinians, and make that part of Transjordan next door. Oh, and because the Palestinians were a majority in the country, 250,000 of them would have to be removed by force to make the Jewish state viable. Remember, these were the proposals that were meant to calm things down. Spoiler, they didn't. Instead, the revolt continued until 1939. By which time about 10% of Palestine's adult male population had either been killed, injured, arrested, or exiled. The British government really needed a solution. So here comes another report.
The Commission is studying the 20-year-old Jewish settlements in British-mandated Palestine.
The 1939 White Paper created a conflict between the British and the Zionists for the first time, because it rejected partition and said the solution was for Palestine to gain independence within 10 years, with everyone living there sharing it together. Crucially, it also imposed severe limits on Jewish land purchases and immigration. To the Zionists, this felt like a betrayal. In response, some set off bombs across the country, killing dozens of Palestinians. But soon, everyone was distracted by something much bigger. More than 60 million people were killed in World War II, including 6 million Jews murdered in Nazi death camps. Jewish survivors fled Europe, with a large number of them trying to find safety in Palestine despite the British limit on Jewish immigration. This set off a more direct confrontation between the Zionists and the British, with Palestinians often targeted as well. The Zionists knew two things. Militarily, they were stronger than the Palestinians, and Britain was exhausted by World War II, so it wouldn't have the stomach to keep fighting in Palestine. they were right. In 1947, after 30 years of occupation, Britain announced it was quitting Palestine and asked the newly formed United Nations to clean up its mess. Alright, 1947 and 1948 are the most pivotal years in this story.
Message.
So let's take a look at how things...
Yeah, listen guys. This is one of the tough parts of talking about this conflict with the violence that's happening right now, is that people keep going, oh, you're going to talk about Hamas beheading babies, raping women, torturing, blah, blah. I'm not saying that rape is not occurring, because rape is absolutely something that happens during wartime. America does it, Britain does it, everybody does it. It is an unfortunate, horrible thing that happens when you have violence like this. However, there has been really not any actual evidence that I've seen of so many of these claims. And in fact, this just came out. The Israeli army says it does not have confirmation about allegations that Hamas beheaded babies. This is something that is being spread rapidly on Twitter. It's part of the propaganda playbook. Do you guys know too that at least starting in 2013, I don't know if it was before, Israel started paying teenagers to infiltrate the internet and to spread propaganda. So I'm not saying that this is just all coming from teens on the internet, but that is another tactic from their playbook. And by saying this, by stating these facts, that a lot of this is blatant disinformation to tip the scales, in the favor of Israel. That is not me condoning Hamas. That is not me standing with a terrorist organization, okay? And if you want to say that, if you want to keep saying that shit, you're going to be banned. All right? Because that is, I cannot say enough times that I do not condone Hamas. I do not stand with terrorists, but I am contextualizing this violence. I am providing a different lens for which you should be consuming this information. And the fact that this was said by the Israeli army. The Israeli army has no information confirming allegations that Hamas beheaded babies, something that has been circulating on both Twitter and Instagram and probably Reddit and just all over the fucking internet. It was alleged that Hamas's armed wing, the Qassam Brigades, beheaded many Israeli babies on the Israeli side during the early Saturday morning attack launched from Gaza. When Andalu contacted the Israeli army spokesperson unit over the phone and asked about the allegations, she said, "We have seen the news, but we do not have any details or confirmation about that." Okay. Do you stand with the Israeli civilians aside from the... Yes, of course. This is something CNN is propagating. Yes, I have an entire thread here. That somebody that this is a journal, shockingly, a journalist at BBC who is actually dedicated towards not spreading misinformation. So thank God for people like this journalist who are now undertaking the responsibility to let us know and to show us rampant disinformation. And it's probably, it's unfortunate that it's not like the disinformation, the misinformation is stronger than the attempt to dispel it. What the fuck? All right, here's what I'm going to say as far as bans go, okay? Here's what I'm going to say, because a lot of people are getting heated, and rightfully so. If you are coming in here, if you're being anti-Semitic, if you're being Islamophobic, if you are saying to me, oh, so you don't care about Hamas torturing and raping women, that is an auto ban. All right. If you are being annoying and asking me to clarify my position on something that does not include you going, oh, so you stand with Hamas, then you won't necessarily be banned. But if you're doing it from a place of bad faith and you're doing any of the things I just mentioned, you're going to be banned. Okay. If you have legitimate questions or, you know, or you're making comments because you don't understand things, then that's okay. But what I need you to do during this stream, during this conversation, is you need to be approaching this. You need to be approaching this from a place of good faith. You need to be approaching this from not looking through your individual lens, which has been biased by years and years of Western propaganda. Okay. So I'm just putting that out there. I'm putting that out there right now. Seen accounts posting game footage from yes. So like, let me just go through this and then we'll go back to the video. Yeah, so like here's an instance. The video of a tower block in Gaza being hit by a missile is from May 2021, not today. There are so many videos or pictures going around that are from literal video games. Like video games. I mean, I was indoctrinated by being there, not by Western media. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm saying that because I know a lot of my audience is US based. But yes, the indoctrination comes not just from the US. It's just that the West has been a major player in the propaganda machine. Arma 3 is getting a ton of exposure these days. So, for instance, here, this video certainly doesn't show Hamas shooting down 2 Israeli helicopters because it's actually from the video game Arma 3. This is from a literal video game. And it's getting viewed hundreds of thousands of times. Here, again, this video viewed 230,000 times is not footage of a Hamas militant shooting down an Israeli helicopter. It's from the video game Arma 3. Yep. So that's why, like, whether you are pro-Palestine or you're pro-Israel, pro-Zionism, please know that there is so much rampant disinformation spreading like wildfire on places like Twitter. And it didn't used to be this way. Okay, it's not that like there hasn't been bullshit for the entire existence of Twitter, but it was not, it has not been like it is now under Musk's regime. Sorry if annoying, but please read. Also worth noting that Lenin was one of the only people on the side of Jews with any political power in Europe and then trying to give an alternative to Jews so they didn't support the Bolsheviks. And Zionism is at least partially reactionary to the West. To that, to stop so many Jews seeing communism and the Soviets as appealing. So Lenin was one of the only people on the side of Jews with any political power in Europe and then trying to give an alternative to Jews so they didn't support yes, so at least partially reaction. Yeah, I think when I said earlier that Europe and the West turned a blind eye to what was happening in the 40s with Israel moving into with Zionists moving into Palestine and establishing Israel, it also was because they wanted to get Jews out of Europe. All right, like there is anti-Semitism at play there as well, that obviously still exists today. Times of Gaza on Twitter is updating hourly with legit photos and videos. Yeah, you just really need to, you need to properly, you need to be consuming information from legitimate sources, from ones that are trustworthy. I think anybody who, like this, for instance, is good at identifying and sharing disinformation, like that is somebody who you should get information from. Like their job is to parse through everything that's being spread on Twitter and tell you like what is fake. Okay, so anyway, look at this gigantic thread. Benjamin Netanyahu had to be shifted to Sheba Hospital in Tel Shomer, and the reasons are not yet clear. Oh, Trumo, thank you for the bits. Sorry. This video is accurate. Yes. Okay, let me go back.
Things are lining up. During British rule, Jews had gone from 10% to 30% of the population and owned about 6% of the land. Under Ben-Gurion's leadership...
Yes, this falls under what we call media literacy. I talk about media literacy all the time. Does not matter what you believe in the matter. Media literacy is so important always, but especially right now. We should all be exercising media literacy before we share something, especially if it's something that is clearly designated to provoke an emotional response. You know, like videos or information about torture or civilians being brutalized. Like we have to verify that rather than just go, oh my God, do you see what they're doing?
Jewish Agency was pretty much functioning as a government for the Jewish community. And the Zionist militias had tens of thousands of soldiers, modern weapons, and officers who'd already fought in World War II. On the other side, the Palestinians hadn't been allowed to develop their own administration or military. But as they waited for the UN solution, they were still the majority all over the country. In November 1947, the UN, then only made up of a fraction of the world's countries, voted to partition Palestine. This plan marked off 55% of the country for a Jewish.
One of the important things Hassan said today was that if Netanyahu had concrete proof and images of something happening, he'd be parading those images around. Yeah. So if there are no names, no photos, nothing, wait for verification. Yes, and on that note too, just because something is coming out of CNN, which I know you guys will all be like, well, I don't fucking trust CNN anyway, but places that are legitimate US media sources, it does not mean that they are actually confirming if the information they're posting is accurate, because it doesn't matter. That's not their goal. That's not their job. That's not what they're, that's not what they're setting out to do.
Jewish state, but the UN never
LA
explained
Times
how
had a
it could be
retraction
a Jewish
today.
state when half the people in its territory were Palestinian. To nobody's surprise, Palestinians, and in fact all Arabs, rejected the UN's plan. Ben-Gurion and the Zionist leadership accepted, but they saw an opportunity. With the British on the way out, the Zionists knew they would have the strongest military in Palestine. Their forces were instructed to seize more territory than they'd been awarded by the UN, and to do what was necessary to reduce the number of Palestinians in it.
Yes, so like I said before, Ben-Gurion had no intention of actually adhering to a partition between Israel and Palestine. So even though the pretenses, like Israel appeared to be the side who was wanting peace, was wanting to, live side by side with Palestine, that was never, ever the actual plan. They were just going to accept it so that it appeared like, oh, we're the good guys here, while continuing to carry out their plan of ethnically cleansing all of Palestine.
In cities like Haifa, the militia set off car bombs in Palestinian neighborhoods. They attacked villages and forced residents out.
Haganah troops have driven the Arabs out of the beleaguered city, taking many prisoners.
After inspecting parts of western Jerusalem that have been emptied of Palestinians, Ben-Gurion said,
"In many Arab neighborhoods in the West, you do not see even one Arab. If we persist, it is quite possible that in the next 6 or 8 months there will be considerable changes in the country, and to our advantage.
One of the events that helped speed up these changes took place on April 9th, 1948, when the village of Deir Yassin was attacked. A British government report to the United Nations describes the scene. 250 people were killed in circumstances of great savagery. Women and children were stripped, lined up, photographed, and then slaughtered by automatic firing. The story of what happened at Deir Yassin set off panic all over the country. As news spread, people fled, fearing they would be next. Historians have recorded dozens of similar massacres during this period. Each time, they would result in entire communities fleeing.
תמיד הייתה הוראה של בן גוריון לגרש את האנשים משם. כבשנו את המקום, טרקטורים חרשו את המקום. חרשו. לא נשאר זכר של כפר. למה? לא רצו שתהיה, לא חזרה ולא זכר של המקום.
By the time Britain ended its mandate on May 15, 1948, 250,000 Palestinians had fled. The night before, David Ben-Gurion announced the founding of the State of Israel, with himself as its first prime minister. He was standing under a giant portrait of Herzl, 51 years after Herzl had predicted this very moment. The Zionist militias came together as the newly formed Israel Defense Forces, but the fighting wasn't over. With the British out of the way, soldiers from several Arab countries entered Palestine. But the Israeli army was better equipped, better organized, and unlike the Arab armies, had a unified command and backing from several European countries. Israeli forces pushed into places that the UN had assigned to the Palestinian state, like the towns of Lidda and Ramle. 50,000 people were forced to flee from there, many on foot, in what became known as the Lidda Death March. After being emptied, the towns were given Hebrew names, Lod and Ramla. Like in many other emptied towns, the buildings and homes were taken over by the new Israeli state and given to Jews. By the time the UN secured an armistice...
Yeah, if you don't think that I did not source this, and I did not look at American sources, which the fact that you think American sources would be unbiased is crazy. Crazy. Yeah, I don't think you've been listening when I've talked about the fact that so much propaganda comes out of the West. Okay, so a lot of what I looked at in comparing the history that I have read and wanting to find a comparable video that would put this into easier terms with graphics and whatnot, because it's just easier for people to consume information that way. This was so much more accurate than any Western source. Al Jazeera is better than most outlets for global politics. It's crazy. Like, yes, YouTube flags it, honestly, because it's funded by the Qatari government. And let me tell you right now, like, just because, first of all, I think you need to address Islamophobia if you think that sources coming from that media sources that are funded by Middle Eastern countries, if you think that those are just 100% untrue. But also, like, look at Haaretz, okay? Haaretz is an Israeli newspaper, and I have been taking information from Haaretz, even though there are stories coming out of it that are very pro-Israel, but there are also journalists who, through doing research on those journalists, I know are reporting on information from an anti-Zionist perspective. And so you can argue like, oh, well, that would be, if they're anti-Zionist, and that means that they are going to be skewed towards Palestine. And like, it's crazy to think that information that paints Israel as the brutal settler colonialist nation that they are would be biased. Like, you have to understand that at some point, history is just history. Okay. And so it's something where, yes, I understand that, you know, we've been talking about biases, we've been talking about media literacy, but Al Jazeera is not presenting a false account of the historical events simply because they are they are Middle Eastern source. Anyway, all right.
3/4 of the Palestinian people had become
Gingerbread,
refugees.
thank you for the tier 1.
In Arabic, they call this the
Dex,
Nakba,
thank you for the 5 months.
literally the catastrophe. The new state of Israel made up 78% of what had been Palestine. The remaining parts were annexed by Jordan or...
Like, this is all true, is what I'm saying, okay? You can source this from history books that have not been run through the fucking propaganda machine, at least.
Were taken over by Egypt. A year later, the UN passed a resolution calling for all Palestinian refugees to be allowed to return home. They never have been. Palestine had been erased. In the decades since, attempts to resolve this conflict have again tried to partition the land. With each successive attempt, the territory offered to Palestinians in their historic homeland shrinks even more. Ironically,
okay, for the millionth time, Jesus Christ. You know what? Actually, never mind. Actually, if you think that I'm saying that no Arab media is biased, shut up, please. Please. You're like, people are coming in here trying to extract anything that they can from what I'm saying and then snowball it into something that I've literally never said. When have I ever said that no Arab media is biased? I'm specifically talking about Al Jazeera here with this video that we are watching, which I vetted against other historical sources that I know to be true. And that when I looked for Western, like American media sources for a video about the creation of Israel, I found there to be way more bias. From a sub, honestly, what happens though is a lot of times people get they get gifted subs. So I had to realize, I realized like it's not necessarily people who are subbing to me. It's people who've been gifted a sub. So it's tricky because you're like, what the fuck? How have you been subbing to me and paying me money and coming at me like that? But I know it happens, but they're bad faith saying anything is, yes, that is what we call bad faith, okay? And I warned you guys. If you come in here and that is how you are, that is what you're saying in the chat, you're out. Yes, you're out. Don't try to extract a piece out of the whole of what I'm saying and then go, oh, so you love terrorists. Oh, so you think that Arab media is not biased at all. That there's no qualms to be had there. Izzy Pizzy, thank you for the 2 months.
Israel is still struggling to maintain the population advantage it gained in 1948 when it forced all those people out, because in 1967 it occupied the West Bank and Gaza, bringing all the Palestinians living there under its rule. And so today, the population of Jews and non-Jews in this land is roughly equal. But those living under occupation have no rights, no citizenship, and no prospect of independence. The
Phoenix,
Nakba-era
thank you for the
tactics
7
of
months.
settlement, home demolitions, and expulsion are still used against them. Israel has taken the
they're saying we want like the death of Palestinians. To say we want Nakba now, we want catastrophe now.
But wants nothing to do with the millions under its rule. International, Israeli, and Palestinian human rights groups say this system is a form of apartheid. To see if that's an accurate description of Israel more than 100 years after Balfour's promise, watch this video here.
All right, so let's talk about this documentary Tentura, which I could not find Faux Free, but I will play the trailer, and I also want to play this moment from it, which you guys might have seen. You might have seen this clip on Twitter, but here it is. So this is in reference to Nakba. This is the war between Israel, Palestine, and the neighboring Arab countries that resulted in Israel announcing that they are Israel, laying claim to, they took 78% of Palestinian lands, and a lot of Palestinians were killed. This is not in the trailer, I don't think.
בתים יפים, גרים כמו אירופאים, אתה יודע, וגם אנשים היו לבושות ויפה, ובאמת היה כפר אחד, אנס שם איזה ילדה בת 16, משהו כזה, אתה מבין? אבל זה מכוער מאוד, היה לנו בחור אחד ומצטער, הוא היה פרא אדם, הוא לקח פשוט מאוד, ורצח אותם בתוך המכלאות. בתוך המכלאות, הם היו מכלאות.
Soldiers.
אתה יודע, חוטי ברזל כאלה, עגולים כאלה, אספו כל הגברים. הם יושבים שם, כולם, על הרצפה, ובא מישהו ולוקח תת מקלע ומתחיל זה, מחליף מחסנית, מה אתה חושב זה? אבל אנחנו לא היינו כאלה. הוא היה יוצא דופן, הבחור הזה, כן, מה שהוא עשה. והשתיקו את הדבר הזה, והיו חבר'ה שלקחו את הלוויורים, ורדפו אחרי חבר'ה ושרפו אותם. זה היה משהו זוועתי, וזה אסור לספר, אני לא אדבר על זה, כי זה יכול להיות סקנדל שלם מהעניין הזה. אני לא רוצה לדבר על זה, וזהו. 3-4 חודשים הראשונים הייתי רוצח.
Can you link articles, videos?
אני לא לקחתי שבויים. בזמן קרב, אם מישהו ירים ידיים, משהו כזה, לא לקחתי שבויים. זה זעזע אותי עד כדי כך, לא יכלתי לעבור לסדר היום. אם היה עומדת כיתה של זה עם ידיים למעלה, אז באותו יום הייתי רואה אותי, הייתי קוצר את כולם עד כדי כך.
כמה אתה חושב אנשים הרגת ככה?
לא ספרתי. אני לא יכול לדעת בחיי. היה לי מקלע עם 250 כדורים. תראה, יריתי, נלחמתי כולם. אני לא יכול לספור.
Making examples.
The way that soldiers are able to find glee in their actions makes me sick. Yes, I absolutely agree. All right, so then here's the trailer for Tentora. And this came out last year. Now, it's more of a historical overview that also includes a lot of conversations with former Israeli soldiers as well as Palestinians who like remember this time, or who, you know, who were children growing up during this period. It doesn't like come down super hard on stating free Palestine, because something that we need to remember is that it is still not popular to say free Palestine. This is still seen as a position that will get you in a lot of trouble. And so even documentary filmmakers who are looking at specific instances from the history of Israeli and from Israel and Palestine, they too kind of hold it at arm's length a bit, because even though I would say public support for Palestine, certainly here in this country, has gone up, but it is still, you are still risking your job, you are still risking lots of things if you are pro-Palestine. People were shitting on Gigi Hadid's statement. I think it's the best she could do. Yeah, we will look at that. I can share this playlist. I can figure out how to share it. So this is the trailer for Tantura.
בני 18, היו גם בני 17. ההרגשה הייתה משהו שלא קיים בעולם. כי ידענו שאנחנו, על ידי המלחמה, אנחנו נקים את המדינה.
מדינה לוקחים עם חרב. ככה אבא שלי אמר לי.
Did you talk about the Canary Project? I talked about it 2 days ago. Yeah. So what they're showing you here is that these soldiers, these settlers, these Israeli settlers, they knew what was going on, of course. They knew that they were establishing their nation through violence. And as you can see, like, many of them had absolutely no problem with that because of how they looked at Palestinian people.
ודאי, הרגנו בהם. בלי נקיפת מצפון.
חופשי, חופשי. הרגת, אז עשית דבר טוב.
וחולם על פגישה רחוקה. כשאני יושב על עצמי, אני הייתי מוכן להרוג. כי כך חונכתי שאנחנו בדרך זו נחסל את האויבים שלנו, או תהיה הימנעות מצידם מחשש מאיתנו.
לא דיברתי עם אף אחד על זה. אף אחד.
ועם אשתך נגיד, שחיית איתה הרבה מאוד שנים, אני מניח. לא דיברת?
אף פעם לא סיפרתי לה. מה, אני אספר לה שאני הייתי רוצח?
Many people think...
Yeah, boy. Did not even flinch. Yeah, so I wanted to find a good documentary that also covers the 6-Day War of 1967, and I couldn't find anything in the time that I had that I felt was unbiased, that I felt was giving a truthful account. So like I said, I am absolutely vetting my sources and making sure that we are looking at information that is historically accurate. So this bears repeating, but Israel never had any intention of honoring either the 1947 partition plan or the 1967 borders. Also, I understand that, like, I can't cover the whole history. I can't. It's not something that it's just not something that I can do here on stream. So I'm just trying to kind of give you some of it at least. You're doing amazing, sweetie. Thank you. Oh, it's very hard. It's really hard. So Israel never had any intention of honoring either the 1947 partition plan, like I said, or the 1967 borders. Benjamin Netanyahu promised to annex parts of the occupied West Bank if re-elected in last month's general election. Okay, so this is another part to this entire thing. Benjamin Netanyahu has been signing off on an illegal settler expansion. This has been decried as illegal by most of the world, including the UN, and yet he's just been doing it because he can, because nobody is stopping him. And so this has been going on, and it's been ramping up in recent years, and it's what he's been, he ran his platform on this, and that's how he got reelected. And it's why so many so many Israelis who are against Netanyahu, who are against all these things I've been talking about. They are so angry at what has happened to their government, how far right the government has gone under Bibi, and what their government continues to do. They do not agree with annexation. They do not agree with settler expansion. So basically, Israel is attempting to make it official. Like these lands that Palestinians live on, but that Israel controls militarily, they are attempting to have sovereignty over the entire area. And what they're doing is creating places for more settlers to set up shop, and that constitutes kicking out Palestinians from the very meager land that they have. So we are talking primarily about the West Bank. The West Bank, which is so Palestinians mainly live in the West Bank and in Gaza and East Jerusalem. Yes. So Benjamin Netanyahu, through this illegal settler expansion, has been removing more and more and more of the Palestinians in these very small areas of land that they have. They hardly have any land left, any places to live. And the places that they do have has been continue to be illegally taken by Netanyahu and the Israeli government. So Benjamin Netanyahu promised to annex parts of the occupied West Bank, which he has been doing, eliciting outrage from world leaders. And what's frustrating is that the U.S. stood against this. The U.S. has been like, no, we don't stand with that. That's illegal. But they're not doing anything about it. And they're just continuing to provide immense aid to Israel, which allows them to do these things. But it's a way for the U.S. to save face, be like, no, we know that that's not legal. They're not supposed to be doing that. But then at the same time, they support Israel. Oh, no, stop. You have another F-35. However, the promise to usurp not just the West Bank, but all of Palestine is century-old news, an ongoing promise being kept. Yes, like it's not just Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, this has been the Zionist plan. And no international outrage has ever really mattered in the case. A well-worn chapter of Israel's creation myth explains its conquest thus. When in November 1947, the United Nations proposed partitioning Palestine into 2 states, Israel's founders embraced the offer with gratitude, whereas the Palestinians scoffed at it and attacked the fledgling Jewish state. So this is a myth that dates back to 1947, that Israel was like, yay, peace, and Palestine said, hell no. The result of this alleged Palestinian intransigence, the fundamental fact, as the pro-Israel spin doctors at camera put it, that the Palestinians accepted partition, that had the Palestinians accepted partition, there would have been a Palestinian state since 1948, and there would not have been a single Palestinian refugee. So that's why this is really important to push back on, because this dates all the way to the inception of Israel. And the narrative has been that Palestine would have had a state if they had accepted this in 1948. And they said the same thing, even though in the 1970s, the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, they wanted to make a deal with Israel. They're like, we will agree to peace. We will agree to a partition, a 2-state. So like, we want that. And they were absolutely bulldozed over, because at the end of the day, that is not what Israel wants. This is more than bizarre rationalization for 7 decades of imperialism and ethnic cleansing. It's historical invention. The Zionist movement never had any intention of honoring any agreement that gave it less than all of Palestine. Mainstream leaders like moderate Chaim Weizmann and iconic David Ben-Gurion feigned acceptance of partition because it handed them a weapon powerful enough to defeat partition, which is statehood. Okay. Most of the international community considers Israel's West Bank settlements illegal and an obstacle to peace with the Palestinians, but they're not doing anything about it. The U.S. has warned the incoming government against taking steps that could undermine the dwindling hopes for the establishment of an independent Palestinian state. Netanyahu's new government, the most religious and hardline in Israel's history, like just take that in for a moment, okay, is made up of ultra-Orthodox parties, a far-right ultra-nationalist religious faction affiliated with the West Bank settler movement, and his Likud party. It is to be sworn in on Thursday. Obviously, this is from 2022, last year. Several of Netanyahu's key allies, including most of the religious Zionism party, are ultra-nationalist West Bank settlers. In the coalition agreement between Likud and religious Zionism, Netanyahu pledges to legalize wildcat settlement outposts considered illegal even by the Israeli government. These settlements are considered illegal by the Israeli government itself. But they're just doing it anyway. He also promises to annex the West Bank while choosing the timing and considering the national and international interests of the state of Israel. Such a move would alienate much of the world and give new fuel to critics who compare Israeli policies in the West Bank to apartheid South Africa. Okay, let me pull up.
Let's talk about Israel taking over the West Bank. They've occupied it for decades. The difference this time is Israel wants to make it official. The Palestinians call it an illegal land grab. The Arab League, most European countries, and the United Nations are against it too.
If implemented, annexation would constitute the most serious violation of international law.
So what would annexation mean for people in the occupied West Bank? What's in it for Israel? And what does the US election have to do with it? When it comes to understanding news out of Israel and Palestine, it helps to look at a map. The fact that the map changes all the time, well, that's part of the problem. Here's what it looks like today. This part is considered Israel. The Gaza Strip and the West Bank are under Palestinian control. The real power, though, lies with Israel. Those Palestinian territories are under an Israeli military occupation, and it's Israel that decides who and what goes in or out, and a whole lot more. And this arrangement is considered illegal under international law. Now, the map hasn't always looked like this. This was Palestine before 1948.
Yeah.
Over time, Israel expanded by winning wars, moving borders, and building settlements. The focus right now is the occupied West Bank. In more than 50 years, Israel's built at least 250 settlements. They're home to more than 600,000 Israeli settlers. And all those compounds are connected by roads that only Israelis can use. It means Palestinians are trapped on a patchwork of land, blocked by Israeli separation walls, and with limited freedom to travel. They have to get through Israeli military checkpoints. And now Israel wants to annex some of that territory, meaning it will extend its sovereignty over land it already occupies. Now, it's unclear which parts the Israeli government is eyeing, but it could be as much as 30% of the West Bank, including the Jordan Valley, maybe more. And the Palestinians see that only one way.
It means the theft of land. And in the case of Palestine, it's not only the theft of land, but also the displacement of indigenous Palestinians.
Let's understand what life is already like for Palestinians living in.
Do you know what I think one of the most damning things about this is, first of all, Benjamin Netanyahu grew up in Philadelphia. He was born in Tel Aviv, but he grew up in fucking Philly. And that goes for quite a few settlers who have taken over these lands, because this is what is considered their birthright, Israel. And when Jews who are abroad come home, it's called a return, like come home to Israel. It is called a return versus Palestinians who are considered to be invaders, who are considering to be on land that does not belong to them. That's the fucking difference. So like, if I'm in America and I'm Jewish and I decide that I am going to go to Israel, then that would be called my return home, and I could be given land that a Palestinian family lived on. That is what we are talking about when we talk about this settler expansion
in the West Bank.
And like, have you guys seen videos going around Twitter? Videos where Palestinians are confronting Jews in Israel and saying, that's my home. They're like, well, someone was going to take it, so I took it. Like, what do you want? This is mine now. Did you guys see that one that was going around? I don't have it linked, but yeah, there have been a few of those that have made the rounds, showing you like how this works, like what has been happening here. Where they're like, I actually think I might have. Let me see. I think I retweeted. Yes, an old Palestinian couple in front of their stolen house, now inhabited by Jewish settlers from Brooklyn, New York. Like they just came in from New York and now have this stolen house. And it's why people have been pointing out the fact that as all of this violence is ongoing, how many Israelites have been fleeing, like looking at the airports. Countries like Canada are pitching in to remove Canadian Jews out of Israel. And it's like, but I thought you were indigenous here. I thought that this was your home. When on the other side of things, Palestinians have nowhere to go because this is their fucking land, and they can't just get, Canada is not helping to remove Palestinian Canadians. They don't have an airport that they're flooding to so that they can leave for their safety.
Palestinians don't have control of their own resources. They don't have control over their own economy, which means that Israel basically decides everything about their lives.
I know that this is not from like 2023. It doesn't matter though. Like this is what has been happening. There are numerous examples of this, but it doesn't change the fact that this is a Jewish settler couple from Brooklyn, New York, who were living in a stolen house that belonged to these Palestinians.
It's been constantly building and expanding settlements in the West Bank, expropriating lands, evicting people.
More than 90% of Palestinians request.
Yes, here's a good example.
My house.
Thank you.
If I don't steal it, someone else is gonna steal it. No one is allowed to steal it, ya ammi.
If I don't steal it, someone else is gonna steal it.
Jacob, you know this is not your house. Yes, but if I go, you don't go back. So what's the problem? What are you yelling at me? I didn't do this. But it's easy to yell at me, but I didn't do this. You are stealing my house.
Like, this is fucked up. Yes, illegal Jewish settlements. Illegal Jewish settlements.
You are stealing my house. And if I don't steal it, someone else will.
If I don't steal it, someone else will steal it. Jesus Christ. Yeah, settler colonialism. Bad.
For construction are denied by Israel, forcing them to build illegally on.
These are some nice informing streams. Glad I followed. Thank you. Yeah, it's good to hear that kind of stuff. Listen, this is not an echo chamber. Okay, this is not me needing every single person in here to agree with every single thing that I say always. But holy fuck, it is so frustrating trying to present information to people who are so not interested in learning anything. They're just interested in coming in here and having hate boners for me.
Their own land, and once they construct,
and for Palestinians,
Israel immediately destroys that. It's a never-ending cycle.
So what will annexation change? Well, some Palestinians say not a lot, but others think life for them is going to get much harder.
Annexation will change everything in the day-to-day reality of the Palestinians.
They fear more evictions, more Palestinians displaced, and even fewer rights.
So what will be the status of Palestinians? Israel is not likely to recognize them as residents.
The annexation, if it happens, means that Israel has declared itself as a country of apartheid, a much worse apartheid than what prevailed in South Africa.
It's socialism or barbarism. Thank you for the 10. Thank you.
The biggest concerns for Palestinians is the annexation of the Jordan Valley. It'll give the Israeli military a strategic vantage point, full view and control over the area, plus total access to the Jordan River. It also means surrounding Palestinian territories in the West Bank and cutting off their access to water.
Jordan Valley is a huge resource. It's hugely fertile. It's where a lot of agriculture is. It's where a lot of water is as well.
Palestinian farmers in the West Bank say they barely get enough water as it is. Israeli settlers in the Jordan Valley receive almost 20 times more water than they do. All of these issues risk upsetting Israel's neighbors, like Jordan.
Jordan has threatened that this would severely affect both its peace relations with Israel and its agreements with Israel.
It is a path to institutionalized apartheid of Palestine, and that's not a recipe for peace.
So what's Israel's justification? Well, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't even call it annexation. He calls it applying sovereignty over Jewish settlements. It's something he's always wanted to do.
It's totally different.
He's made it a campaign promise in the last 3 elections.
It's not the same.
But it's not just Netanyahu. The Israeli position has always been that the country faces the threat of attack and that the land they're taking is historically theirs.
הזדמנות לעגן את ביטחוננו לדורות, והזדמנות לנצור לעד את נחלת אבותינו.
And it's not something that is a partisan policy in Israel. The illegal settlement building in the West Bank was spearheaded by an Israeli Labour government, a so-called left-wing government.
Practically speaking, annexation also makes it easier to build more settlements. Usually it's Israel's defense ministry which approves construction. But if Israel treats occupied West Bank land as its own, settlement construction would boil down to local paperwork.
It will be much easier for Israel to evict all of these communities and to push them into the Palestinian enclaves.
All these plans were supposed to go ahead in July, but they're on hold for lots of reasons. The details about annexation still haven't been worked out, and Netanyahu's coalition partner Benny Gantz says he'd rather focus on fighting the coronavirus, for now at least. Even the Americans want more discussion.
By the way, this was 3 years ago, and this has been happening.
But there's no question they're on side.
The Jewish state has never had a better friend in the White House than your president, Donald J. Trump.
In fact, annexation is part of the Trump administration's plan for the region. what the president calls his deal of the century. Jared Kushner, his son-in-law and senior advisor, drew up the blueprint. He says offers a two-state solution for Israelis and Palestinians to live side by side. But
I will never get over that Jared Kushner was in charge of peace in the Middle East. Jared fucking Kushner. Peace in the Middle East, more like getting $2 billion from Saudi Arabia. I just this is this country.
Palestinians weren't consulted, and they're not buying it.
Thank you, Jared, for the peace in the Middle East.
The plan promises a future Palestinian state in exchange for Israel annexing large parts of the West Bank. Palestinians rejected the deal then.
وهذه الدولة التي سيعطونها لنا هي الجبنة السويسرية سويس تشيز.
Why do they keep perpetuating this lie of them living side by side? Do you mean why does Israel? Because they need to appear like the good guys. So if Israel is saying, we have offered them a deal, we've offered them land, we want peace, we don't want to be fighting, then they are the good guys in this situation. When the reality tells a different story. But yeah, it's a tactic to, in a situation where there's two sides, to appear like you are the side that is that you're on the right side. That you know, with this being an ongoing an ongoing war between Israel and Palestine. I mean, yes, war popping up here and there, but really it has been. They want to come across as the ones who have been on the side of peace.
And they still do now.
Yes, save face and play victim. Yes, absolutely.
There's also a US presidential election in the mix. That's in November. And plenty of analysts say Prime Minister Netanyahu is trying to seal the deal in case Trump is voted out.
So there's a momentum here that the Israelis want.
The challenge will be to maintain that momentum in the face of nearly universal condemnation.
Gefährdet die Stabilität der Region und hat großes Eskalationspotenzial.
Even some Israeli settlers aren't happy with annexation, but for different reasons. Because Trump's Middle East plan gives the Palestinians a state of their own, no matter how small and disjointed.
Jewish families would remain surrounded by an Arab entity. It just wouldn't work.
מעדיפים להמשיך במצב הקיים ואיתו להתקדם כבצד אגודל עד שכל עמדת ישראל תשק לעם ישראל.
And that's why many Palestinians we've spoken to say the whole idea of reaching some kind of two-state solution has been a non-starter for a long time.
I just can't go over that guy being like, Jewish families would have to be surrounded by Arabs? No way. No how. And it's like, how do you think your Jewish families got there in the first place? Okay. Entity, yes. And it just, you have to listen to the language that they use. And it all adds to the dehumanization of Palestinians. That they're animals, that they don't belong here. We don't want to be surrounded by them. And to be clear, I am talking about Zionist Israelites, okay?
The vast majority of Palestinians know that the two-state solution is really dead. They just probably don't want to face the autopsy.
Holding Israel accountable is not about ability or capability, it's about political will. So Netanyahu is sitting very, very comfortably indeed. For the first time ever, there are Arab states creating and signing agreements with Israel.
It's a different dynamic that could give Israel the political space to forge ahead with annexation, which many Palestinians expect Israel to do anyway.
All Israel has done since 1967, and even before, is to ensure that a Palestinian state will never exist.
Palestinians say it's about Israel's track record. That's something they know well. They don't see annexation as a moment or a particular date, but as decades of Israeli policy that have gone unchallenged. And right now, they don't see that changing.
Okay, so I want to play a couple short vids by anti-Zionist Jewish people, because I think it's always really powerful to hear from Jews who are against Israel and against the government and against Zionism. So this is Norman Finkelstein, sorry. Is this the one that I want? Yes. Norman Finkelstein, who is a political scientist, and his family was in the Holocaust. I think he lost about half of his family in the Holocaust. Both his parents were imprisoned, but I think they actually survived. However, he has been he has been an amazing voice in this ongoing issue. He studies the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which again, I hate using the word conflict. And he has been very, very outspoken. And this clip is wild. So he went to the University of Waterloo and was confronted by young Zionist students who are really, they should try out for the theater, okay? And he pushes back on them, as he should. And to have young Zionist students basically like throwing the Holocaust in his face when so much of his family died in the Holocaust. And that is why, just like Michael Brooks said, his morals tell him that his morals as a Jewish person tell him that he must be an anti-Zionist.
Go ahead.
Hi.
This girl.
Yeah. During your speech, you made a lot of references to Jewish people as well as certain people in your audience, not Jewish people in general, but certain people, especially in your audience, to Nazis. Now, that is extremely offensive when certain people are German. And they're also extremely offensive to people who've actually suffered under Nazi rule.
I don't respect.
She just said that is extremely offensive to people who have suffered under Nazi rule. His family died in the Holocaust. Are you ready? She's about to get rickrolled.
That anymore. I really don't. I don't like and I don't respect the crocodile tears to the crocodile tears. No. I'm sorry, folks. Allow me to finish and allow me to finish. Listen, sir. Allow me to finish. Sir. I don't like to play before an audience the Holocaust card. But since now I feel compelled to. My late father was in Auschwitz. My late mother, please shut up. My late father was in Auschwitz. My late mother was in Majdanek concentration camp. Every single member of my family on my father's side,
the Jews did not take arms against the Germans.
My late father was in Auschwitz concentration camp. My late mother was in Majdanek concentration camp. Every single member of my family on both sides was exterminated. Both of my parents were in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And it's precisely and exactly because of the lessons my parents taught me and my two siblings that I will not be silent when Israel commits its crimes against the Palestinians. And I consider nothing more despicable than to use their suffering and their martyrdom to try to justify the torture, the brutalization, the demolition of homes that Israel daily commits against the Palestinians. So I refuse any longer to be intimidated or browbeaten by the tears. If you had any heart in you, you would be crying for the Palestinians, not for what's been done.
I can't. This is like the only time that I'll ever be like, fucking snowflake. Like, just watching her. She started crying before she asked the question. She started crying before or not even the question, the accusation that she leveled at him. She literally is this.
What?
Can I just calm the audience?
Oh, dude. I mean, she just had her own Nakba, yeah. What the fuck was she crying about? She's crying because she doesn't like hearing him. She doesn't like hearing a Jewish person talk about the crimes that Israel has committed. She is a young Zionist student, and she does not believe that Israel has done anything wrong. And so that's why she was upset. And I think he had given a speech before this happened, where he talks about his beliefs. You know, he's been very pro-Palestine and detailed his family and his family's history and the Holocaust, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, her fifis were hurt. And then here is...
American Jews don't want to defend that.
Yeah, Israel is carrying on in a lunatic fashion. I would like to ask you...
And Hezbollah, who you went to meet?
I would like to ask you, name me another country in the world. 2003, Israel was the cheerleaders for the war in Iraq. 2006, it went into war in Lebanon. 2008, 2009, it attacked Gaza. Now it talks about attacking Iran. If you read the Israeli papers every day, they talk about, should we attack Gaza? Should we attack Lebanon? Should we attack Syria? Name me another country in the world that falls into that category.
Well,
that's a lunatic state.
Israel would point to a number of its neighbors and say exactly the same thing.
You show me how many countries has Iran planned to attack? No, let's ask a simple question. How many countries in the last 10 years has Iran attacked?
When you look...
No, that's a fair question. How many countries in the last 10 years has Iran attacked?
The history of Israel, do you not have some sympathy or understanding, people would ask, as to why they feel threatened and why
we're not talking
they
about
consider...
why they feel threatened. We're talking about a country that every 2 or 3 years goes to war. And if you follow the press as I do, every day they talk about let's attack this country, let's attack that country. That's not normal.
So,
and when I call the lunatic
why
state...
is it that the Israeli people vote in this government that you say is responsible for that?
I think it's a regrettable fact.
This is such a blatant example of how British journalists, this is the BBC, of how they are so one-sided in the manner. They are just absolutely not doing their job as journalists, and they are so clearly biased here.
I posted a thread in response to Mark Hamill on Twitter. It was like 6 tweets long.
Oh my gosh, what the fuck?
Israel, Palestine, and links with more info. It got censored. Incredible.
Yeah, so that has been that has been happening on Twitter. Palestinian journalists and other leaders in Palestine are getting censored, but Elon Musk, who just had a meeting with Bibi Netanyahu, is propping up Israeli information coming out of Israel and Israeli media to the top of Twitter. Timmy, thank you for the 9 months.
Don't say these things with glee. I'm not happy about that fact. As the American economist, the Nobel laureate Paul Krugman, put it in the New York Times last week, he said it's perfectly obvious Israel's headed towards national suicide. It's become a crazy state. And he says it's not good for Jews, it's not good for the world where Israel is headed.
And yet
I have repeatedly said...
Is this AI? No, he just speaks like this.
The homeland for the Jews. You have a right to live there, although you're banned.
Right.
Would you
I
go
think
back?
that's a contradiction in terms, but we'll leave that aside.
Okay, and then I want to play is is. This Twitter has been a really great source, by the way.
The Quanta are going 7 months strong. One love chat.
Kagir2, thank you for the 7 months. Okay, how would you respond to the charge that anti-Zionism is the new anti-Semitism? This is a response from Noam Chomsky, who is literally older than Israel. So it bears repeating, as does a lot of what I've been talking about, but Judaism is not equal to Zionism. Being an anti-Zionist is not being an anti-Semite. These are being conflated, and it is, I mean, first, besides just being wrong, it is absolutely unfair to Jewish people who don't support this, who do support the liberation of Palestine and do not support the actions of their government. It is unfair to not make the distinction between Judaism and Zionism. And yes, it has been deliberately conflated. There are Zionists who are trying to proclaim that Judaism is inherently Zionism. To be a Jew means to believe in an ethno state, to believe in Jewish domination, and to have the right to exist in Palestine, under the nation state of Israel, and to do so through whatever means possible. Like, there are many Zionists who are pushing back on people saying Judaism is not Zionism by saying Judaism is Zionism, because they don't want there to be a distinction. It is insanely anti-Semitic to conflate the two, yes. And that's why I talked to some Jewish friends in America who are very progressive, and they have been having a really, really, really emotionally hard time the last couple days, not just because of all the death and destruction that we've been seeing and all, the loss of innocent lives, but because they are in a very tough spot when it comes to voicing not only their devastation over the deaths of over the Jewish deaths, but also their desire to see Palestine be free. Them also saying that to talk about the loss of Jewish deaths, we must also talk about the loss of Jewish lives. We must also talk about the loss of Palestinian lives. We cannot one-side this. We cannot only care about Jewish lives that have been lost. We must also hold this same energy and these same, prayers and everything, all the emotions for Palestinians. And when they say that, they get branded a traitor. They get branded a self-hating Jew. They are told that they are, ironically, that they're both siding the issue. So it is not only wrong, but it is an awful thing to conflate Judaism and Zionism, and it is not fair to anti-Zionist Jews who have been protesting in Israel as well as around the world against their far-right government, against the actions of Israel. And it's hard because, and I expressed this as well in my tweet, the solution to this ongoing problem is seemingly simple, but also not, because of the fact that there has never been a proposed solution that is at all fair to Palestine, and also because Zionism is so strong in Israel that there are a lot of Israelites who do not want to live side by side with Palestinians, who do not and never have wanted a two-state solution, who do not want to coexist. And so, that's why, like, the solution seems simple, but it's also not. And so for Jewish people, for like my progressive American Jewish friends who want they want Israel to exist, but they also understand that the way Israel came to be is morally reprehensible. That the way Israel came to be was by ethnically cleansing the Palestinians from whose lands they stole. The same just came to say thank you for standing with the people of Palestine, their struggle for freedom. You just earned a follow from the river to the sea. Yeah, so it's it is a really tough place to be in. And of course I think of my Palestinian friends and all Palestinians who are in this country and abroad, like how terrible to see so much of what is being said, what is being shared online, and how much of it paints Palestinians as animals, as subhuman, as not mattering as much as Israelites do. They didn't steal it, the British did. Well, yes, I covered this. The British were the they were the bigger, more powerful figure who said, we're going to help you with this. We're establishing a mandate. We are going to assist you in occupying these lands and taking over this area. Stuff like this. What the fuck? What is over 30% of marriages in Gaza are between first cousins? The average IQ is 67.9. For context, Forrest Gump's IQ is 75. Oh, good God. Oh, Lordy. Okay, where was I? Oh, wait, I was about to look at Noam Chomsky. We didn't watch this, right? I think
How would you respond to the charge that anti-Zionism is the new anti-Semitism?
Yeah, that it was absolutely disgusting. Disgusting tweet. There's just so much of it, man. There's so much.
Actually, the locus classicus, the best formulation of this was by an ambassador.
Mr. Stephen Colbert disappointed me yesterday. Listen, guys, I don't think that you should be looking to celebrities to have the accurate and humanist take here. Colbert said the words Middle East is a complex region, but the complexity of the Palestinian-Israel conflict is immaterial to the horror of the Hamas attack. Right. Politicians, celebrities, you name it. These are, you will be very disappointed. Obviously, we've seen the dumbest, worst tweets from people like Mark Hamill, Jamie Lee Curtis. Jamie Lee Curtis, who literally posted a photo. I cannot with her. Remember how I told you guys a couple days ago that I cannot with Jamie Lee Curtis? Well, I fucking cannot with Jamie Lee Curtis anymore. Jamie Lee, who posted this, okay? She took a picture that was posted on the by a New York Times reporter, Samara Buloff, with the caption, Palestinian families seek refuge with their children from the northern Gaza Strip. Children are afraid of the sound of bombing who hear it during their presence to the events on the Strip's border. These are Palestinian kids. And Jamie Lee Curtis took that photo with that caption that was there. Repost it. First of all, like, bitch, can we get it? Like, come on. Jesus Christ. If you're going to repost it, you need to include the original caption as well. And she wrote terror from the skies with the Israeli flag. Liked by Lindsay Lohan. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about, okay? They genuinely don't. Some of them do. Some celebrities who have been posting stuff are straight up Zionists, and same with politicians. Most of them, though, are just sharing what everyone else that they know is sharing, and they're not bothering to do any work themselves in understanding this and getting the historical context. So they're just reposting this stuff. I mean, this takes it a step further. This, to me, is even more nefarious on Jamie Lee's part, because it's not like she just shared the I Stand with Israel post. She took this photo of Palestinian kids looking up at the skies as Israeli soldiers are bombing them and made this out to be that they are Israeli children. I'm sorry, I can't get over Jamie Lee posting her support of Israel with a picture of of course she deleted it, of distressed Palestinian children, and then deleting it. And just like that, the humanity of these children no longer matters to you because they're not Israeli. So true. Why didn't she post that and go praying for Palestinian kids? What did they do to you? That's really fucked up. So like, that's why to me, Jamie Lee is actually more than just someone who's been sharing information because she doesn't actually know what's going on. Like she's gross for this. Sarah Paulson made some good posts getting trolled by Zionists. I did see that. Gal Gadot fucked up. You guys, Gal Gadot posting Zionist statements is, as I saw on Twitter, the fork is in the kitchen. No shit. Gal Gadot was literally in the IDF. Y'all, Gal Gadot done been a Zionist bitch. She was literally in the IDF. Yeah. So, waiting for Gadot to fuck up again. Yes, Gal Gadot is the least surprising person. Gal Gadot and Ben Shapiro. Like, please don't be shocked by anything that they are saying. Yes, you cannot fix her. Did she put out something better today? Yeah, she probably, okay, yeah, this is better. She did not put this before. Killing innocent Palestinians is horrific. Killing innocent Israelis is horrific. If you don't feel the same, I think you should ask yourself. I've seen this a few times, so I wonder if this was actually her words and if people were sharing them. But this is a copy paste statement. That's what I was thinking because I've seen it quite a few times. Yeah, this is much better than what she had initially been posting. But I listen again. Do not. Don't be, I guess, don't look to celebrities to provide you with a statement that accurately contextualizes what is happening here, contextualizes this violence, you know, that states their support of Palestine. Do not look to celebrities for that. Did you see that 40 Jewish babies drama BS? No. Like people are posting something that's not true or... Oh God, what is this? Oh God. Willard's old G4 colleague. Okay. Wait, what is... Couldn't sleep last night. Just kept thinking about Danny Masterson. If he had only raped those women for a free Palestine, he'd be on the what? For who is this? What the fuck? That actually might be one of the nastiest things I've seen. And that says a lot. What in the actual fuck? How are you bringing Danny Masterson into this? Oh, this dude is sick. This guy is fucked in the head. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. What a fucking freak. Jack, I know. You guys, listen. It's been pretty much all your faves. It's absolutely reasonable and logical to be opposed to the Israeli government's treatment of Palestinians while simultaneously calling for the protection of Jews in Israel and around the world. Hamas is a terrorist organization that's kidnapping civilians by land, air, and sea. The images of kidnapped Israelis are shocking and devastating. Given the thousands of years of persecution of Jews, please know that your Jewish friends, even if they are not in Israel, are hurting and are fearful when things like this happen and when non-Jews are silent. I understand many of us are afraid. Yeah, this has been a lot of posts. I've seen this shared a bunch. And again, what this first of all, yeah, land, air, and sea. What are you talking about? What? Palestine does not have a navy. They do not have like an actual organized army. Okay? Like an official military. They do not have an air force. And I know I've said this a million times, but I have to keep saying this because I'm so frustrated that pushing back on this pushing back on all statements like this. This is copy paste shit. Pushing back on statements like this is not me standing with Hamas. This is me saying this has been a huge problem. That we care only when it concerns Israeli lives, and that people are attempting to equivocate both Palestine and Israel as having equal power, as there being like two sides of this situation. So only one side whose lives matter, but this being a two-sided conflict where you have one nation against another, when Palestine isn't even a fucking state. They are not recognized as a state. They are under military control. They do not have access in places like Gaza to fucking leave, okay? They are blocked off by air, land, and sea. They do not have an official military. They do not have an army. They do not have a navy. So that is why it's actually unprecedented. Unprecedented is the correct word, that Hamas was able to break through the southern border wall and inflict that damage on Israel. That is unprecedented because of how limited Palestine has been in their ability to fight back against Israel. It is not unprovoked, but it is unprecedented. And again, I do not stand for the loss of Jewish lives. That is not me being like, Hamas, woo! Okay. Okay. Yes, this is copy paste shit, man. I'm not even Palestinian. I'm not even Palestinian. And I am so disheartened by how many statements are put out like this. I am so frustrated for Palestinians that nobody has ever given a fuck about them. And by nobody, obviously people do, but I mean politicians, I mean celebrities, that nobody is reserving this same anger and devastation for the tens of thousands of Palestinian lives that have been lost. Ones that were lost during peaceful protests, like in 2018, when tens of thousands of Gazans marched upon the border wall, demanding their freedom, and they were gunned down by snipers. By fucking snipers. You know how cowardly that is? how absolutely cowardly that is for the IDF to take down peaceful protesters with snipers, to kill medics. Like, come on, man. There is an absolutely correct way to acknowledge how terrible the loss of Jewish lives has been in the last couple days. The most the most lives that have been lost in one day since the Holocaust. That is devastating. That is horrifying. But to talk about that, you must also, and even more so, talk about what Palestinians have been facing for decades. Okay? And I know I've been mainly covering the history of this, I've been covering the history of Israel and Palestine, but like, this is what's going on right now. We are imposing complete siege on Gaza. You have the United States and all the major powers in the world who are saying Israel is allowed to defend themselves, who are calling this self-defense, which is exactly what Israel is saying. And meanwhile, this is the Israeli defense minister. There will be no electricity. They have cut off electricity. No food, no water, no fuel. Everything will be closed. They are targeting civilians. They are targeting residential buildings. They are leveling out Gaza. That is what they are saying that they are going to, that they said that they were going to do. And that is what they have been doing. Hundreds of children that they are killing. This guy calls them animals. We are fighting against human animals, and we are acting like they are saying the quiet part out loud. And they are being applauded for what they are doing by countries around the world, saying that they have the right to defend themselves. Defend themselves. How does the occupying power, with the billions in military aid, with the most powerful defenses in the Middle East, how are they defending themselves? How are they the ones going on the defense? If you don't understand how it is not defense based on everything that we've said, okay? Because they are the occupying power here. But it is also not defense because what they are doing are war crimes by killing children, by targeting hospitals, mosques, residential buildings, by cutting off electricity, food. Like the 3% of potable water that's in Gaza, gone. Like, if you think Israel's response to what happened 2 days ago, that they are justified in what they are doing to 2 million people in Gaza. This is called collective punishment, okay? If you've seen that term, collective punishment, this is what we are referring to. That they are enacting collective punishment on the 2 million Palestinians, over 40% of whom are children under the age of 14. We are talking about old people. We're talking about kids. We're talking about prisoners who have been imprisoned since 2007. This is who Israel is defending themselves against by what they are doing the last couple days of nonstop airstrikes. To say that like that is okay, that you stand with them in doing that, is horrible. It is morally reprehensible. Keep seeing white phosphorus. Listen, I have not seen any legitimate confirmations of white phosphorus. So the news that I am sharing is only news that has been actually verified. So I unless somebody has found credible evidence of this that we can take a look at it. Okay, wait, I want to finish this clip.
Actually,
Yeah, so that just goes to show anybody who's in here who's like, oh my God, she hates Jews. She is just clearly so biased towards Palestine, whatever. I am making a point to not only vet my sources, but to not share anything that could potentially be disinformation. Okay, I understand that, like, listen, I am a human. Mistakes will be made. I will potentially misspeak, but I am actually putting in the effort to make sure that on this stream and any other stream where I am talking about this, that I am doing so from a position of having researched it, of having consulted accurate information. At Twitter's is extremely rife with misinfo, and this is something that I'm seeing both on the Israeli side and the Palestinian side. I'm seeing much more disinformation that is pro-Israel, but there is also disinformation that is pro-Palestine as well. Okay, so I will not pretend that that is not the case. You're doing the Lord's work. I'm just doing the work that I, having this platform and being in this position, feel that I need to do, especially because Palestinians are just trying to fucking survive. Palestinians abroad are, just hoping that people can see them as human beings. And so my job, just like I do with issues in our own country, so like when talking about police violence on Black communities, is that as somebody who is not a part of those groups, is not a part of those communities, I want to help by being there as a voice, as an ally, as a supporter, because I know how exhausting it can be to be of a group, to be of a marginalized group that is just exhausted trying to get people to see you as a fucking human being. Because you don't get stun locked by chat. I'm trying not to. You're able to get so much information on us in a shorter amount of time. Yeah, I'm trying not to get stun locked, and I'm just like torn between I don't know. This is the same thing whenever I cover really heavy topics, where obviously there's people who are coming in here who are just straight up they are just straight up speaking that Zionist bullshit, who are Islamophobic, et cetera. Those are easy people to go, okay, get out. You're not interested in learning any of this whatsoever. But then there are others who I know they don't know what's going on. This is a lot. And because we've been fed so much wrong information throughout the years, or it's been presented to us through a through a pro-Israel lens, it can be very confusing. There is so much stuff that is circulating online. I'm trying my best not to cast blame on somebody who sees a news story where they see Hamas soldiers, or like they read something about the torture and rape of women. Like, I understand that the response to that is an emotional one, but what I'm asking you is to examine how and what you are reacting that way to, okay? And also to take it upon yourself to ensure the legitimacy of something, and to not just be sharing information or consuming information that is feeding into your bias. And the other thing here too is that me being pro-Palestine, I believe this wholeheartedly, is not me having a bias, okay? Like, I'm sure there are people who go, oh, you think that I'm biased? You think that I'm just pro-Israel, I'm consuming pro-Israel content? Oh, well, you're doing the same thing with Palestine. But no, because of the asymmetrical relationship that we have discussed, because of the fact that being pro-Palestine really is one of the most clear-cut moral issues that you can stand on. Because being pro-Palestine simply means that you believe that Palestinians should be free. And there is no debate. There is no debate that Palestinians do not have the freedom and the rights that Israelites have, that we have. Okay? There's no bias around that. There's no debate. These are facts that they have been occupied. They have been under a military occupation for decades, and particularly in Gaza, which is where this is happening right now. That's where we're looking at. Gaza, which is a very, very, very small strip of land that houses 2 million Palestinians, which means that it is incredibly overcrowded. And this is what this has been turned into an open air prison. Okay, these people are not allowed the freedom of movement. They have their water that is and their food and their electricity and their medicine under the control of Israel. So this is like, maybe I'm being redundant. Maybe I'm saying things where you're like, what? Pro-Palestine isn't biased, but I'm hopefully trying to reach people who are not in here to just exercise their hate boner and be disgusting bigots. I'm trying to reach people who are struggling with this entire situation. I don't understand what an open air prison is. It's exactly how it sounds. It's a prison, yeah, that has no roof. And that is what Gaza has been turned into, because in 2007, after Hamas took control of Gaza, Israel enacted suffocating blockades by air, land, and sea. So they control the water, they control the air, they control. They built a literal border wall around Gaza, and so most Gazans are not allowed to leave Gaza. Like, exceptions are made, but they still have to pass through, obviously, like, very intense Israeli checkpoints. They are heavily monitored. They don't just get to go. They don't just get to go wherever they want to. Effectively, they have separated them from Palestinians in the West Bank. And like I said, they control everything that goes in and out of Gaza. This is what Israel does. And so Palestinians have basically no rights. I had an article pulled up. Also, I'm sorry. I know I've paused this Noam Chomsky clip a million times. So something that I don't think that we have discussed is how many Palestinian prisoners are in Israeli jails. So Hamas has said that they want to, this is my understanding, this is the information I've consumed. Hamas has hostages that they want to exchange for for Palestinian prisoners. And this is just another egregious part of the brutality and the human rights violations that Palestinians have faced. There are thousands of Palestinians who are jailed by Israel, who have been jailed by Israel, and they have basically no protections and they have basically no rights. And they are jailed for anything. Like, Israel rules with an iron thumb on Palestine. So since 1967, when Israel occupied East Jerusalem, the Gaza Strip, and West Bank, it arrested an estimated 1 million Palestinians. So this has been since 1967. This is crazy. 1 in every 5 Palestinians has been arrested and charged under the 1,600 military orders that control every aspect of the lives of Palestinians living under the Israeli military occupation. 1 in every 5, 20%. Yep, with zero due process whatsoever, including many children who are kidnapped in the middle of the night from their homes. Yes. Like, there was, I don't know if I have this bookmarked. Does anybody have the tweet that this person shared on Twitter, and were trying to say that these were Israeli kids in cages, when in reality they were Palestinian children in cages? I don't know if I have it. No. It might be under my liked tweets. Yes, here it is. Okay, this is wild. Okay. Alleged footage of Hamas keeping children in cages. Why? What purpose does this serve? Alleged footage. My God. My God. This is what I'm talking about. That people are just posting anything and being like, look how crazy, look how horrible this is. What purpose does this serve? Are they Israeli hostages? So this was viewed hundreds of thousands of times, maybe millions by this point. Like, by the time I had seen it, it was to the tune of hundreds of thousands, tons of likes and shares, people saying this is disgusting, blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? Correction, they are Palestinian children being held in cages by Israeli law enforcement and army officials. This is the craziest correction I've ever seen. Correction, they are Palestinian children being held in cages by Israeli law enforcement army officials. Yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis has entered the chat. I just like... Let me look up Orthodox. What is this account? Canonist. I want to see if this is still up, because I don't even know. The thing is like, I don't even know if this is verified. That's what's happening here. This is still up, by the way. This tweet is still up, which this should always be taken down. Like, when something is proven to be false. And then this was the correction issued, but I don't even think that this is verified. If this is in fact Palestinian children. But at least for sure these are not Israeli kids, okay? Assume everything is bullshit until it's verified. Jay Hearn, thank you for the 11 months. But yeah, it's tough, you guys. We have to keep challenging our own. We have to keep challenging our own individual lens, okay? Same with me. Same with me. Like, I remind myself of this all the time. Does video show children in chicken coop cages in Israel-Hamas conflict in October 23? In the video, 5 children are seen behind the bars of a chicken coop. With the claim that it showed 5 Israeli or Palestinian children being held hostage. Okay, so other users then claim that the video was recorded several years before in Syria, perhaps in 2015. Another person also repeatedly posted old video. Father found his children playing inside children cage. Like, but who? Unfortunately, no concrete evidence was provided by any users that would help to confirm the important points of the video: the who, the what, the when, the where, and the why. Thankfully, the Hebrew Language Research Initiative, fakereporter.net, on X was able to provide 2 screenshots, one from mobile and another from desktop, that showed the video had been posted at least 4 days before, meaning that it predated the war between Israel and Hamas. Okay, so here's what I will say. For all of us, we must pledge to only share information that is actually verifiable. And I include myself in this. All right. It doesn't matter if we are on the right side of things. This goes for anything. It doesn't matter if we're on the right side of things. We cannot engage in the accidental or intentional sharing of information that's not verifiable, because this actually hurts our cause as much as it does to, to the other side posting these things. I'll admit that I fell for the cage thing myself. It's hard to tell. Absolutely. What I fell for was the correction that had been issued. This one is wild. Heartwarming story. Old man finally given a chance to return his only passion in life, killing Palestinian children. Is this like... Wait. Okay. Clearly, this is a joke. Very real and very true. But, what was I even doing? Dragon Llama! Holy shit! Holy shit! Thank you for the 20! Thank you so much! Thank you. Okay, so, anyway, before we get back to this, this is really important, and so we need to make sure that we do everything we can to try and verify things that we are sharing, that we are that we are spreading around on the internet, even though being pro-Palestine is the moral position to have. Okay. I am pro-Palestine. Many of you in here are pro-Palestine. I objectively say that pro-Palestine, being for the liberation of Palestinians, is the moral stance to have. But that being said, we are also responsible for making sure that information we are sharing is accurate. And here's the thing. We will all fall for disinformation because Elon Musk running Twitter has just allowed this to be the norm now. There's no fact checking. There's really not an easy way without us doing that extra step to verify these things. I know we shouldn't fall for unverified news, but when it's as good as this, it's hard not to. Let's see. No, this is real. Ian Miles Chong has been captured by Hamas. No, this is absolutely real. I verified this. Yeah, he's done so. He's done so. What was I saying? Yes, verified, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so it's just a really, really important thing. And of course I include myself in this. We will make mistakes. I have made mistakes. When you make a mistake, you must be able to accept that the information you shared was disinformation, was misinformation. And also you must delete it, okay? I cannot stand when especially journalists who have been corrected on something keep their original tweet up, because the way Twitter works is that people read the first tweet and then less and less people read the subsequent tweets and then the comments, okay? Only those who are brain broken, which includes me, get into the comments on tweets. Otherwise, they're reading the first tweet, like, retweet. So if you have posted something, if you have shared something that is blatant disinformation, misinformation or disinformation, then you must delete it and you must like understand that that was wrong. And it doesn't change the cause, but it's just really important to do so. Or they quote tweet it, which is worse, like a clapping hands. Yeah. Oh, I know that people will keep it up for engagement. Yes, no, there are so many irresponsible people using this platform when they really should, when they are especially in positions where responsibility of sharing accurate information is so vital. Bro, how, I was like, how are people getting banned with what I'm saying right now? Jesus Christ. Okay, so back to this, talking about Palestinians who have been jailed. So one out of every 5 Palestinians has been arrested and charged. By comparison, the United States, which is we got the biggest prison here, okay? Or the most imprisoned people. US is number 1 when it comes to the number of people who are incarcerated. By comparison, 1 in 200 people in the US is imprisoned. Now, we are a much bigger country, so obviously we have many more incarcerated people. But to compare incarcerated rates, the US is 1 out of 200 people are imprisoned. 1 out of every 5 Palestinians are imprisoned. The imprisonment rate among Black Americans is more than 3 times the overall rate, but even then is a tiny fraction of an average Palestinian's likelihood of spending time in jail. So I guess we can feel good about that. I guess the U.S. can feel good about the fact that we're not imprisoning Black Americans to the rate that Israel is imprisoning Palestinians. Palestinian prisoner rights group Adamir has described the Israeli prison system as a complex of monstrous machinery in form, laws, procedures, and policies designed to liquidate and kill. Today, the number of Palestinians currently behind Israeli bars is 5,200, including 33 women and 170 children. If tried, Palestinian prisoners are prosecuted in military courts. Do you know how bad it is to be prosecuted in a military court? Like, this is not a normal court. This is a military court. So why are there so many prisoners? 2 months after Israel occupied Palestinian and Arab territories in the 1967 war, its government issued Military Order 101, which essentially criminalized civic activities under the basis of hostile propaganda and prohibition of incitement. So that's what I'm saying, where Palestinians are being imprisoned for exercising what is a right here in America. Civic activities. And they are being imprisoned and prosecuted in military courts. Yes, they jail children. Israel loves to jail little kids. The order, which is still in use in the occupied West Bank, outlaws the participation in organization of protests, printing and distributing political material, waving flags and other political symbols, and any activity that demonstrates sympathy for an organization deemed illegal under military orders. That's why so many Palestinians are in prison. 3 years later, another military order was issued by the Israeli government. This established military courts. Yeah, so like it's not as if 1 out of 5 Palestinians are in prison because they're all murderers, because they're all, ruthless criminals. Women, children, men, like old people, they're imprisoned for doing things like taking part in a protest waving a Palestinian flag. Yup, this is from Haaretz, which is an Israeli newspaper, FYI. Israeli soldiers snatched Palestinian kids at night and left them out in the cold for hours. IDF troops raided 2 homes and nabbed 3 boys suspected of throwing stones. Bound and blindfolded, they spent... Yeah, there's just so many stories like this, man. There's so many stories. And do you guys remember this? Israel demands... Oh, sorry, this is so big. Israel demands correction from Sanders that it only killed 532 Palestinian children in the summer of 2014. Okay, so back to this. Under the 4th Geneva... Oh, sorry, there are 19 prisons within Israel. 19 prisons within Israel! And 1 inside the occupied West Bank that hold Palestinian prisoners. Under the 4th Geneva Convention... It is against international law for an occupying power to transfer an occupied people from the occupied territory. That's why we call this illegal occupation. It is unlawful and cruel, and the consequences for the imprisoned person and their loved ones, who are often deprived from seeing them for months and at times for years on end, can be devastating, Amnesty International has previously said. What is administrative detention? There are 1,264 Palestinian administrative detainees, which means that they are held indefinitely behind bars without facing trial or any charges. They are held indefinitely behind bars without facing trial or charges. That is like a violation of human rights on the highest order. Okay, those are literally hostages. Yeah, that's why it's like everybody's talking about the hostages Hamas took. Why don't we talk about the thousands of hostages that Israel has in the form of incarcerated Palestinians and administrative detainees? My God. Hassan, thank you for the 4 months. Hassan. Jay Hearn, thank you for the 11 months. Sorry if I missed anybody else. Olivia Gummy Bears, thank you for the 2 months. Sorry, y'all, if I missed your subs. I appreciate you though. Since the outbreak of the second Intifada in 2000, Intifada, which is, I believe that is protest in Arabic, more than 12,000 Palestinian children have been detained by Israeli forces. 12,000! At least 700 Palestinian children under the age of 18 from the occupied West Bank are prosecuted every year through Israeli military courts after being arrested, interrogated, and detained by the Israeli army. Adamir describes the arrest and imprisonment of children as systemic and part of a collective punishment campaign. Yeah, Israel loves to enact collective punishment. Loves it. All of these facts that we... Oh, sorry. Intifada is uprising. Thank you. Intifada is uprising. Revolution uprising. Yes. Joby Wan, thank you so much for the 10. Thank you. I appreciate you. The more of this we read, the more factual information that we take in that looks at how Israel has treated Palestinians, but Palestinian children. And to hear the deafening silence from everybody who has been nonstop talking about Israeli civilians and Israeli children. This is what we mean. This is what I keep saying, where you cannot only care about one side, particularly when those deaths, those awful, deaths that are not justifiable whatsoever. But those deaths, those murders are a result of the actions that Israel has been taking for decades. This does not happen in a vacuum. But do you condemn Hamas? It is so, so, so crucial to understand this does not happen in a vacuum. It is not justifiable. But this is the reality. Okay. The most common charge for imprisoning children is throwing stones, which is punishable by a maximum punishment of 20 years. Trumo, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you. The children are often subjected to physical and psychological torture. According to child rights groups, they are interrogated without the presence of a parent or lawyer, and critics have accused Israel of exploiting their detention to turn them into informants and to extort their families financially by forcing them to pay huge fines. Like, yeah, this is just fucked. Military Order 1726 states that children can be held in preventative detention for 15 days before an indictment is submitted, and that a military court can extend that detention by 10 days each time for a maximum of 40 times. 15 times 40. Or sorry, extend that detention by 10 days each time for a maximum of 40 times. So that means 400 days possible that could be extended, plus the 15 days. Military Order 1745 stipulates that interrogation sessions of children should be audio-visually recorded in a language understood by children, but excludes children arrested under security pretext, which refers to all Palestinian child detainees. Yeah. Like, oh my God. Under Military Order 132, Palestinian children aged 16 and older were previously tried and sentenced by Israeli military courts as adults. Furthermore, Palestinian children continue to be charged according to their age at the time of sentencing, instead of their age at the time of the alleged offense. And remember, they're being detained for, for months. Months, up to 415 days if they are children. In August 2016, Israel changed its law that stated that children under 14 could not be held criminally responsible. This was done after Israeli authorities waited for Ahmed Manasra, who was 13 years old at the time of his arrest, to turn 14 before charging him with attempted murder and sentencing him to 12 years, which was later commuted down to 9. Okay, so keep in mind, Palestine does not have a Palestinian, like an official Palestinian government, because Palestine is not recognized, does not have recognized statehood. So Palestine has to adhere to Israel law, and they have no, there is no government to make sure that they are not being violated and unfairly persecuted and prosecuted by Israeli law. Like, they just have to go with this. It's Mansara? Okay. Children separated from their parents will not recognize their parents after a few months. Remember the heartbreaking moments when Trump did that on the south border. Absolutely. 100%. Okay, so for the 1,000th time, let me go back to this Noam Chomsky clip and actually finish it. This is him talking about responding to the charge that anti-Zionism is the new anti-Semitism.
Locus classicus, the best formulation of this was by an ambassador to the United Nations, Abba Eban, Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, in an article that he wrote.
There's no extradition from Israel, yeah.
About 45 years ago, which I urge you to read, which appeared in an American Jewish journal, Congress Weekly, a major journal of the more liberal wing of the American Jewish community. He wrote an interesting article in which he was then UN ambassador from the State of Israel. He advised the American Jewish community that they had two tasks to perform. One task was to show that criticism of the policy, what he called anti-Zionism, that means actually criticisms of the policy of the State of Israel, were anti-Semitism. That's the first task. Second task, if the criticism was made by Jews, their task was to show that it's neurotic self-hatred, needs psychiatric treatment. And he gave two examples of the latter category. One was I.F. Stone, the other was me. So we have to be treated for our psychiatric disorders, and non-Jews have to be condemned for anti-Semitism if they're critical of the State of Israel. It's understandable why Israeli propaganda would take this position. I don't particularly blame Abba Eban for doing what ambassadors are sometimes supposed to do, but we ought to understand it. There is no sensible charge. No sensible charge. There's nothing to respond to. It's not a form of anti-Semitism. It's simply criticism of the criminal actions of a state. Period.
Yeah. It is simply responding to the criminal actions of a state. And again, conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism is something that Zionists want you to do. That is the message that Zionists have pushed, that Israel has pushed. It has made its way into mainstream. Even a lot of people, like when they are polled on what they think of Zionism, asked questions about Zionism as relating to anti-Semitism, because of the incorrect conflation that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. There's a lot of people here in America who don't know the distinction. They think that Zionism is a good thing. They think that if you are against Zionism, then you are against Jewish people, then you are an anti-Semitic. It sucks that it's the main message that's being platformed and amplified right now. And yes, anti-Zionist Jews are the loudest voices in pushing back against this. And they get called Jew hate, self-hating Jews, told that they have psychological issues or psychiatric issues, etc., etc. Okay, let me go watch. Okay, this, where is it? Ugh, this infuriated me so much. Jon Stewart was labeled a self-hating Jew. Yes, he was. This infuriated me so fucking much. This is the head of the Palestinian mission to the UK, Hussam Zamlat. He lost 6 family members in Israeli strikes on Gaza. While he was on air, after his family members had literally just been murdered, the first thing out of the mouth of the journalist interviewing him was, "But do you condone the actions of Hamas?" Literal first question he's asked about Hamas. Yes. Hamas. Yes. Here he is. I believe here he is speaking on BBC last night.
Just want to take you back to Saturday morning when you first heard what Hamas had done. What went through your head?
Regret. Like again, the emphasis is on Hamas. The emphasis is asking Palestinians who have had family members that have been murdered, that have been killed. They're asking them, the first thing is, well, what? Yeah, but come on. Do you condone Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas? Yeah, well, what do you think of Hamas? It's like, oh my God. The blatant bias of these journalists.
That the international community has not heeded our warnings for all these years. Regret that this was allowed to fester for decades. Regret that there is attention now in the BBC and all over the world only because blood has been spilled. I only hope that, or I wish, we did not get to this moment.
So you listed a number of things you regret there. Do you regret the loss of innocent life in Israel?
Every loss of life is regrettable, of course, and tragic. Absolutely. The question is...
This is literally what people in chat do to me as well. Anybody who's talking about Israel and Palestine, this is exactly what we have to experience as well. Where we have stated numerous times, of course, violence in any manner, like loss of civilian life, awful. I'm not standing with terrorist organizations. But you can't even begin to try to do what he's doing here, and what I've been doing here, and explain that Palestinians have been left out of people's empathy, out of people's ability, out of like the prayers and the emotions and the care that people have. Palestinians are not a part of that. And the second you try to talk about that, the second you try to contextualize the violence, it's right back to, oh, okay, so are you sad about how many Israelis have died? Okay, but like, are you condemning the torture, the kidnapping, the murder of Israelis? That's what's important here. That's what this needs to be all about.
Or I wish we did not get to this moment.
So you listed a number of things you regret there. Do you regret the loss of innocent life in Israel?
Every loss of life is regrettable, of course, and tragic. Absolutely. The question is, how do we stop this? How do we provide an alternative path? How do we learn the lessons and the mistakes of the past? How do we treat the Palestinian people after 100 years of suffering equally to all other nations? How do we stop this demise into the mayhem that you have described? Do not underestimate people's will and desire for freedom, to end occupation and captivity. This isn't about Hamas only. This isn't about the last 48 hours. This has been ongoing for more than 100 years.
Right.
It started here, by the way, Louise, in this very city. It was Britain that gave our rights away without even consulting us. And then this whole international Western approach to us has been failure, dismal failure. This is about time that we really give a different path, because there is no other alternative. As our ambassador to the UN just said, justice, not vengeance, and peace, not war. And we, the Palestine National Movement, we, the PLO, have given that alternative avenue 30 years ago. We have recognized Israel. We have committed to negotiations and nonviolence. We have committed to international law and resolutions. Israel was supposed to do one thing: end its occupation and stop its colonial settlement expansion. It did not do this for once. All the successive governments and the international community was supposed to provide accountability and guarantees. The US-led international community did not do so. So we are here today, Louise, and the question is, the most important question: how do we stop Israeli massacres that are about to happen against Palestinian civilians? Well, and how do we...
I want to jump in on, and
This reporter had no interest whatsoever in listening to anything he had to say. Did you hear how many times he was trying to interrupt in? How many times, as Hussam was speaking, he was like, yep, well, oh, sorry, we don't have any time. Sorry, we need to move on.
Appreciate the historical context, and we will come back to that. Just on the last 48 hours, though, do you support what Hamas launched on Saturday morning?
Oh my fucking God! Oh my God, the patience that is required. The patience that is required here, or that is being enacted here by Hussam Zamlot. Like I said, I am experiencing this via Twitch chat, via Twitter, but I can't imagine being in an interview setting like this, being on the news, and having a journalist act this way?
It's not the right question, Louis. Really, the right
It's
question.
an important question.
No, it is not an important question because
whether you support their action or not is an important question.
No. It is not an important question. Hamas is a group, is a militant group. You're talking with the Palestinian representative. Our position is very well known and clear.
And what is that? Do you support Hamas's actions?
And then you cannot equate. This is not about support or not support. I am here to represent my people, the Palestinian people, what they are going through. I'm not here to condemn anybody. And if anybody that needs to be condemned, it's what you call the only democracy in the Middle East, that is Israel, between parentheses, that is doing what you have just reported, targeting civilians. And this has not just happened the last 48 hours.
Hamas was just targeting Palestinians, but you won't condemn that.
I'll tell you one thing. Hamas is not the Palestinian government, okay? The Israeli government is giving orders for its organized army. So please don't draw any symmetry here. Don't equate. There is no way you can draw any symmetry. And don't equate between the occupied and the occupier. This doesn't serve justice.
Exactly. Don't equate between the occupier and the occupied. I mean, this is exactly what I've been trying to say. Exactly what he is saying here. And the way that he is giving it right back to this journalist who has no other interest in hearing anything and having any conversation that is not about Hamas and is not about Israeli deaths.
Understand for your audience and viewers the real situation. Since Israel's establishment, it has had one military doctrine. When it fights, it goes and fights civilians, kill civilians, so they pressure the fighters. Since 1948, and go back to the record, and this has been repeated in Gaza and will continue to be repeated. So the conversation is not a blame game. I am not in the business of blaming the victim here. The real conversation is how do we stop this vicious, deadly cycle?
You just condemned Israel for killing civilians, and you won't condemn Hamas for killing civilians.
How many times you have interviewed Israeli officials, Louise? Hundreds of times. Hundreds of times. How many times Israel have committed war crimes right live on your own cameras? Do you start by asking them to condemn themselves? Have you? You don't. You don't. No, I'll answer that question. You don't. You know why I refuse to answer this question? Because I refuse the premise of it. Because at the very heart of it is misrepresentation of the whole thing. Because it's the Palestinians that are always expected to condemn themselves.
Exactly.
I mean, come on. This is a political conflict. We have been denied our rights for a long time. So this is the wrong starting point. The right starting point is to focus on the root causes, is to try and get out of this extreme dark tunnel, as opposed to this business.
And how
he is fucking spitting
and the mainstream
right now.
media for 75 years. You bring us here whenever there are Israelis who are killed. Did you bring me here when many Palestinians in the West Bank, more than 200 over the last few months? Do you invite me when there is such Israeli provocations in Jerusalem and elsewhere? Because what Israelis have seen, which we started by saying tragic, the last 48 hours, the Palestinians see every day for the last 50 years. You know the situation in Gaza. You've just described it. This is the biggest open-air prison.
Also, I need you guys to keep in mind, 6 of his family members were murdered. They were killed by airstrikes. Okay, they were like that. So that's what's so crazy here. And what he's so correct on is, like, he said whenever Israel has struck first, if you want to say that here, okay? Even though, like, how many times do we have to fucking say that Hamas is not striking first? This is not happening in a vacuum. But whenever Israel is behind a gruesome attack, you don't invite me on here. You don't actually have anybody on who you are asking to condemn Israel. So you certainly don't have me on, a Palestinian. You only bring me on because of wanting to hear me condemn Hamas, of wanting me to denigrate, of wanting me to denounce Palestine. But you don't do it when it's the other way around, which it so often is.
Those people, 2 million, have been taken hostage by Israel for the last 16 years. So I'm saying this just to say, Louise, perhaps this is about time we abandon this rhetoric, very dangerous, this framework, and we start giving people the real ugly truth sometimes.
What is the solution in your eyes?
International law. That's it.
What does that mean?
The equal application of international resolutions and law and legitimacy, as you did in Ukraine. Would you bring the Ukrainian ambassador here and start asking him to condemn some of his fighters? We need to fully and equally apply the rules that were created by the League of Nations after the horrors of the Second World War. We need to make sure that Israel is not the exception. It has been for the last 75 years. We need to make sure that nobody is above the law. Britain is renowned, Louise, for the rule of law. I think that's the solution. Israel is an occupying force. It is responsible to provide protection for the people under its occupation. And should they commit crimes and crimes against humanity in the coming hours and weeks, it must be held accountable by the international community and the international judicial system.
Hussam Zomlot, thank you very much for coming on the program. Thank you.
Yo, he straight up cooked this reporter's ass, or this journalist's ass. Genuinely. He sat down, he ate, and he left no crumbs. He cooked his ass. That is exactly how you push back on people who are very clearly only interested in are only interested in this from a pro-Israel POV. And he was 100% correct in everything that he said. And that reporter knew it. That reporter, when he was like, you don't bring on Israelis and ask them to condemn Israeli violence. You don't do that. And the reporter knew it. He absolutely knew it. And he's like, and Hussam was like, and you also don't bring me on to talk about, when an event happens where Israel has enacted brutal violence on Palestinians, when Israel has killed Palestinians, which also is what has happened in the last couple days, okay? Israel has killed many, many Palestinians via the airstrikes that have been hammering Gaza. So this was the interview. This is the interview where the first question that the journalist asked was about Hamas.
Now, of course, there's more than 800 dead in Gaza, including members of your own extended family. What do you know what happened to them?
They were just sitting at their home and they were simply bombarded. Their entire building was brought down. My cousin, Aya, her 2 children,
Been lurking for a while. Okay, you're gonna have to tell me if you're being sarcastic or not. my sarcasm reader is it's buzzing a little bit. Love that you're becoming Hassan's stream when he's not online. Keep up the good work. Yeah, I'm reading that as no, I'm a fan of you, Will Hassan. Okay. My tone readers are honestly busted for reals. Thank you. That's sweet. I would like to differentiate myself from Hassan. I know what you mean as far as like us both covering politics and especially covering Israel and Palestine, but I do try to always maintain that I am me, but I understand you or I thank you for being a supporter and being a part of the community. But yes, guys, chat, as far as tone indicators go, as far as tone right now, because there are so many people who have been coming in here and saying awful, stupid things. I might ask you to clarify just so you don't get yeeted. Tundra Beaver, like, you wouldn't get banned for something like that, but I just mean so people don't be like, oh, okay, oh, we got someone who Hassan lives in his head rent free. Tundra Beaver, thank you for the prime. Been loving your streams. You're who I go to for celeb gossip and good leftist takes. Listen, we will get back to celeb gossip. Okay. I promise. What did I just click on? Oh, I meant to watch this.
Her husband, her mother-in-law, and two other relatives died immediately, were killed instantly, and two of her youngest children, a twin, 2 years old, are now in intensive care. This is truly heartbreaking, and the issue here, Kirsty, is that they have no bunkers, they have no Iron Dome, they have nowhere to go. They are simply sitting ducks for the Israeli war machine.
I'm sorry for your own personal loss. I mean, can I just be clear, though? You cannot condone the killing of civilians in Israel, can you? Nor the killing of families.
She literally acknowledged that his family had been killed. So she knows his family has died. And then she proceeds to say this. Yeah, so I know your family's dead. How did that happen? Like, how did your family die? It's like, oh, Israeli airstrikes. Okay, but like, you can't possibly be cool with Hamas killing Israelis.
No, we don't condone, and we are very clear, Kirsty. We reject any targeting or harming of civilians from all sides. And you are talking to a Palestinian representative, official, the ambassador that I represent my government, the PLO, the national movement of Palestine, and we have been committed to this for 30 years, not just today or yesterday, for 30 years, since the signing of the Oslo Accords.
This lady is the
we have committed
D-man.
to non-violence, we have committed to negotiations,
so
as you know.
Yes, and
so
so
this is nothing new. That's
no.
why this question, we have done everything in our power to find a different path.
But we have a situation now, as you heard there from Mark, that Hamas may be an empty threat, threatening to kill hostages. Do you condemn that kind of action?
Listen, hostages must be protected and must be made safe and kept.
And here's the thing. It doesn't matter how many times people like Hussam say that. How many times has he said, yeah, violence is horrible. These Israeli deaths are awful. How many times have he said that? And they're still like, okay, but I just need to know, like, what do you think of Hamas, though? What do you think of, like, all the dead Israelis have been killed by Hamas?
Safe? Absolutely. This has no discussion whatsoever. We must return the moral high ground, and Israel must immediately cease targeting civilians. And by the way, Kirsty, allow me to say this. This is an Israeli military doctrine. They call it the Iron Dome. Whenever there is such an incident, they go after the civilians to pressure the fighters. So you've heard one of the Israeli
Well, we know there's been a lot of strikes
just 2 minutes ago. He wanted to starve the people in Gaza. He wanted to cut electricity and water. These are war crimes, collective punishment.
So there is a possibility that both the UK and the European Commission will cut aid to Palestinians. What's your reaction to that?
That would be very, very
horrible.
Counterproductive, and it doesn't serve anything. Well, they will do exactly what is Israel doing. They will do exactly the collective punishment and punishing the people who has nothing to do with this. My cousin...
Yeah, they are trying to cut off humanitarian aid to Palestine. That is how one-sided this is. And let me pull up the the 4 countries, I think it was. Spain, Luxembourg, Ireland, and Denmark have blocked the EU from withdrawing aid to Palestine.
Is not Hamas. In fact, her husband works for the Palestinian Authority, the opponents of Hamas. These kids, 4 years and 2 years, have nothing to do with Hamas. Everybody, including these silly ideas in the world, are punishing the people that have
Common Ireland,
we know that children very young or also have died in Israel. So, in your view, is this a...
So she just brought up the children who have died. And it just... The patience that is required to deal with this one-sided bullshit. They don't give a fuck about Palestinian children. They don't give a fuck about the fact that thousands and thousands and thousands of Palestinians have been killed in the last 2 decades. Significant numbers of Palestinians as compared to Israel. And I'm not comparing the two to say that like Israel matters less. I'm comparing the two to say it is so obvious that these people only care about the loss of life when it is Israeli loss of life because they have stayed silent. Because even as hundreds of Palestinians have been killed in the last few days, as in retaliation, they don't mention that at all. They don't give a fuck.
A contained but appalling conflict between Hamas and Israel, or do you think Hamas want to widen the conflagration?
No, it's Israel now that wants to widen the scope. It's Israel.
But Hamas might want this whole area to be destabilized.
Well, Hamas is a militant group. We are the government. Israel has a government. There is the international community. The first and the most important priority now is to stop this madness, the atrocities immediately, and to learn the lessons.
So where does this lead?
Yes, baby. I haven't eaten, no. I ate some Cheez-Its.
Snacks.
Yeah, well, I haven't even moved in 3.5 hours.
Do you want some food?
Yeah. Do you know I have not moved in 3.5 hours? I've been covering Palestine and Israel.
Yeah, I know.
And I haven't moved.
Do you want some food?
Yes, I would like some food.
What food would you like?
Are you getting food?
I'll get some extra food. What do you?
Something that not the Zanku. I love Zanku, but we eat 2 times a day.
What do you want?
How about sweet cream? No, we get that a lot too.
Okay.
What about I'm sorry,
I'm live right now.
My brain's not working. I've talked and haven't moved in 3.5 hours. What about how about
what sounds good? Just anything.
Taco?
You read that? Are you serious? What do you want?
I can't just.
What do you want?
I'm okay with anything, honestly. I'm sorry. What about Indian food?
You want Indian?
That sounds good. Okay. All right. Jesus Christ. Oh man. Sorry guys. I probably should get up in like a second anyway. I haven't moved in 3.5 hours. That's not good. Okay, so we finished this. Let me pull up Gigi Hadid's statement. What do you want? What do you want? Okay, let me go get some water. I'll be right back. Oh! I can hear Will laughing about my indecisiveness. Oh my gosh. Oh, that felt good to stretch. That was pretty funny. I know. I couldn't think. I can't decide. I could not make a decision. What do you want? What do you want? Wait, what movie is that from? Isn't that from The Notebook? No, he says, get in the water. Get in the water. Never mind. Okay. All right. We're about almost wrapping up here. So Gigi Hadid just issued a statement. Bella, who has been very vocally pro-Palestinian, pro-Palestine, really especially in the last year, visiting Palestine, attending peaceful rallies for the liberation of Palestine. She has not yet issued a statement. And I understand that. I do. Bella is probably the most famous celebrity who is vocally pro-Palestine. Gigi, of course, they are both Palestinian because their father is Palestinian, and their father was forced to leave his home because of everything we've talked about. Mia Khalifa, no, Bella is so much more famous. Bella Hadid is the most famous supermodel in the world. And I don't mean that other celebrities have not been vocalizing their support for Palestine. I just mean on a like Bella Hadid being the most famous supermodel in the world, having an enormous social media presence. She has how many tens of millions, 100 millions of followers on Instagram. So it's been a big deal for the visibility of Palestinians to have Bella be so outspoken. Yes, she routinely posts about Palestine. Gal Gadot's more famous. Okay. Gal Gadot is not pro-Palestine. Also, no, Gal Gadot is not more famous than Bella Hadid. Gal Gadot will never defend Palestine. Gal Gadot is former IDF, yo. Just because you've seen more videos of Mia doesn't mean she's more famous. Yeah, okay, so anyway. You didn't... Oh, I'm sorry, did I miss... I mean, because of Gal Gadot's ancestor. Okay. Okay, so here's Gigi's statement. My thoughts are with all those affected by this unjustifiable tragedy and every day that innocent lives are taken by this conflict, too many of which are children. I have deep empathy and heartbreak for the Palestinian struggle and life under occupation. It's a responsibility I hold daily. I also feel a responsibility to my Jewish friends to make it clear, as I have before, while I have hopes and dreams for Palestinians, none of them include the harm of a Jewish person. The terrorizing of innocent people is not in alignment with and does not do any good for the Free Palestine movement. The idea that it does has fueled a painful, decades-long cycle of back-and-forth retaliation, which no innocent civilian, Palestinian, or Israeli deserves to be a casualty of, and helps perpetuate the false idea that being pro-Palestine equals anti-Semitic. If you are hurting as I share my condolences today with my loved ones, both Palestinian and Jewish, I'm sending you my love and strength, whoever and wherever you are. There are a lot of complex, personal, and valid feelings, but every human deserves basic rights, treatment, and security, no matter their nationality, religion, ethnicity, or where they are born. I know my words will never be enough or heal the deep wounds of so many, but I pray for the safety of innocent lives. Always. Imagine a black person had to say white lives matter every time they stood in solidarity. Yeah, I mean, I think this is well said. I think that she was very smart in the choosing of her words. I am sure there are still going to be people who accuse her of being anti-Semitic, of being a Jew hater, of being down with Hamas, of being pro-terrorism. Like, that is just, it does not matter how you state it. If you express any solidarity with Palestinian people, or if you are Palestinian, those are things that you will be accused of. This statement is more diplomatic than most politicians. Yes. I mean, the fact that like Gigi Hadid put out this statement, which is something that I would have expected from our progressive, the progressive wing of our government, like Bernie Sanders. What the hell just happened? Did this just die? Oh, okay. That was weird. That was so strange. Did anybody, did you guys see that? I thought Cori Bush put out a good statement, and I thought Rashida Tlaib put out a good statement where she did the same thing, where she acknowledged the tragedy of the loss of life, both Jewish and Palestinian, but also made clear her position on the liberation of Palestine, and also providing context to the ongoing violence. Bernie's statement, yeah, I mean, it was copy paste. It's the same thing with all these celebrities who are copy pasting, sharing the same posts, which are not, they're not adequate, or they're just simply very clearly one-sided. Did you see how they complained that she still had her Palestinian flag up? Yes, this is what I'm saying. And she's correct when she said that the false idea has been perpetuated that being pro-Palestine equals anti-Semitic. Just like being anti-Zionist equals anti-Semitism, like that is false. Being pro-Palestine does not mean you are anti-Semitic. This is in all honesty, like, I know that obviously people like Gigi and Bella are in privileged positions where they are famous, they are wealthy, they don't have to face what Palestinians in Palestine are facing. But I also feel empathy for them. And I think, like, this is even a problem saying, like, I empathize, I feel sympathy for Bella and Gigi, and people are like, oh, sorry, the Palestinian struggle is so much greater than them. I'm like, let me tell you why I feel this way for them. Because they are so famous, and because they have huge platforms, and because they are Palestinian, and because it is still not the popular stance to be pro-Palestine, and that you will have to face consequences for having those beliefs. And now you're delusional. Oh, okay. Oh my God. You know what, guys? Forget everything that I've said the past 4 hours. Forget it all. Someone just came in here and told me I'm delusional. Case closed. Right. Gigi did not need to make a statement, but I truly feel empathy and sympathize with her because of the enormous pressure that is on her and her sister to make a statement, but to make a statement that is going to do these two things, which is be pro-Palestine still, like, you know, Palestinian supporters, they need that, but also to make it clear that they do not condemn the violence on Israeli civilians and that they mourn the loss of Jewish lives. That's a lot. That is a lot to have to that is a lot to have to put into a statement knowing full well, though, that people are still going to be angry at you. And it's a lot because having a big platform, mixing up condemn and condone. Oh, did I mix those up? You know what I mean. Okay. You are the nighttime Hassan. You guys, you know what I mean. If I've mixed up those words, like, it's because I've been saying the same words but in different ways over and over and over again. I wasn't really expecting a response from her though, Bella. I can see. I was more so expecting a response from Bella, and I think it will still come. I think Bella will still make a response, but I am also surprised Gigi said something. It's not like Gigi hasn't been pro-Palestine. She's just not as vocal as her sister is. Mike and Hassan both did it too. It happens when you speak for this long and just straight, like speaking straight for 4 hours plus. Your tongue gets all twisty. This is why I hate when people freak out about people who misspeak. Yeah, so I thought that this was a beautifully crafted response, and I do feel sad for Gigi and Bella because they are Palestinian, because this is their family's struggle. This is their struggle. And also because of how many celebrities have posted the opposite of this. How many celebrities have been, intentional or not, very pro-Israel. Like, I don't know how many celebrities understand that by sharing the posts that they're sharing, they are siding with Israel, which is not a reflection of actual Jewish people. Like, there is a distinction that needs to be made between Israel, the nation of Israel, the government of Israel, and Jewish people. Mark Hamill, man, where's also this? Just, oh my God. Him posting this. Okay, so first he posted this. America stands with Israel, always. Okay, Mark Hamill. Posting this then, honoring all those who were here first. I mean, the jokes write themselves. Truly, the jokes write themselves. You cannot believe he is this dumb, that he is this ignorant. And then thirdly, that he was Luke Skywalker. That the thing he is most famous for is being a resistance fighter in a franchise film series that is about the little guy fighting back against the big powerful guy. Yeah, and this is why, honestly, you can't expect celebrities to be thoughtful and to be historically correct in what they post. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about, man. Do you condemn the rebels killing millions of civilians aboard the Death Star and celebrating it? Yeah, I mean, just the irony of Mark Hamill posting this and then posting this. The jokes write themselves. It's literally about Vietnam War. Lucas admitted it. Yeah, I mean, it's... Luke Skywalker is a... What is it called? Rebel Sky Fighter? I don't know. I don't fucking know Star Wars. Rebel Fighter? Sky Fighter? Anyway, he's part of the Resistance. Resistance Sky Fighter. Guys, I know Luke Skywalker is a character. He's not him. I know that. I'm simply pointing out the sad irony in Mark Hamill, who is synonymous with Luke Skywalker, Resistance, Skyfighter, Rebellion leader, who posted this and then this. It's anti-imperialist. Yes. Yeah. And I don't ever expect actors to actually be their characters. I get that. But like, you know what I'm saying when I'm pointing out the irony in that being like what everyone knows him as, and that being such a huge part of his life, and him understanding, at least on a basic level, what anti-imperialism is, because that is what his characters that was what his character stood for. Andor's good rebellion politics. I haven't seen it yet. I've not watched a lot of Star Wars stuff. Like, I've seen the first three. I've seen the 4, 5, 6, and then the Liam Neeson ones, which were bad. I understand that no revolution is actually clean, right? Yeah, it'd be nice if Mark could take a page out of his character's book, but I'm dancing on the edge with the nerds. I have always said that I'm a Trekkie over a Starry. What the hell do you call Star Wars? What do you call Star Warriors? Nerds. I grew up watching Star Trek. Like, my dad was always playing. He was like, there were always episodes of Star Trek on. Live long and prosper. That was what I learned. Which one? What is Philip Picard? That's Next Generation, right? Wait, okay, Philip Picard. Jesus Christ. Captain Picard. That's Next Generation. I'm Philip Picard. You guys know what the fuck I meant. When I say I'm a Trekkie over Star Wars, it just means that I liked Star Trek better. Jean-Luc Picard. Okay, y'all know what I meant. Philip Picard, Patrick Stewart. And then yes, and then that was also what's his name? My God, Jonathan Frakes. Yes, Jonathan Frakes. Jonathan Frakes was new gen. Yes. I think my dad watched. What was old gen? You gotta change subjects. That was with William Shatner. Original series. Jesus, I'm not a Trekkie. I'm not trying to pretend like I know everything about Star Trek. I've seen a lot though, because that was what my dad showed me growing up. And I always liked Star Trek more than Star Wars. And then I love Chris Pine, okay? I love Chris Pine. I like the new Star Trek movies. I don't even care. I don't care if anybody is going to try to take me down for that. I do too. Sue me. Honestly, please. Do you know what sucks? Even though I've said multiple times, don't worry, Star Trek is around too. Okay. Well, I haven't cried myself to sleep about it because my trekkiness only goes so far, I guess. So here's what sucks. I've spent the last 5 months being really excited and talking positively about a lot of the celebrities who showed up on the picket lines, who, even though they're rich, they're famous, express their solidarity time and time again with the WGA and with SAG-AFTRA. And it just, even though I said you will be disappointed by celebrities' responses to Israel and Palestine, it is still disappointing. It still does suck that a lot of the same people have been like, yeah, hell yeah, showing speeches. I mean, I covered the strikes for months and months, and just, it's a bummer. It's a bummer how many celebs have just been really tone deaf. I just know, I don't hate them, I know they're just unaware. Yeah. Of course, but please tell me Adam Conover isn't pro. I haven't seen anything from him. I would not think he is at all. I really genuinely would not ever assume that he is pro-Israel. Would it be fair to say, though, that rather like politicians not taking the popular line and supporting Israel would be detrimental to their careers? Yeah, but I don't think that they need to be pro-Israel. I think that you can express your sadness. If you were just like, I am devastated at the loss of Jewish and Palestinian lives over the course of the past few days. Alonzo Garbanzo, thank you for the prime. Like, you take it a step further when you say, like Mark Hamill, I stand with Israel now and always. That takes it to a pro-Israel place. You can express sadness for the Jewish community and their loss without endorsing and supporting the colonial state of Israel. Exactly. And if you're pro-Palestine, which I am, and I feel like more people, not necessarily celebrities, but more people are, but they don't know how to express it without having to deal with the internet mob. You can express sadness for the Jewish community for the loss of life, both Jewish and Palestinian, and also say the way that we end this ongoing violence, this continuation of death and destruction, is to liberate Palestine, which deserves to be freed. George Takai. Oh, I did see this, yes. When I was a little boy, the Japanese military attacked Pearl Harbor. It was a surprise attack and thousands of U.S. service members perished. As a nation, we were stunned and we vowed to strike back. Revenge was understandably on everyone's mind, including many Americans of Japanese descent who opposed the emperor and were peaceful and law-abiding U.S. citizens and residents. In its zeal to exact that revenge, however, the U.S. government overreacted out of fear and bigotry. They targeted everyone who happened to look like the people who had carried out the attack. Those of us who had done nothing wrong were forced to pay the consequences for the decisions of others far away and disconnected from us. We were interned for years in open-air prisons while America went off to fight Japan, Germany, and Italy. Yes, so George Takai was put in an internment camp because he was Japanese. The majority of Japanese who were in internment camps were American Japanese. They were Japanese people who were born in America. That's like what's so fucked up about the internment camps, is that they took Japanese people who were born in the fucking country that they were interned in simply because their crime was being Japanese. Yes, they lost their homes, they lost their businesses, they had their material items just taken from them because that was allowed. They were literally American citizens. Yes, they were American citizens, most of whom had been born in America. Some even enlisted to fight in Europe. Yes, they fought for America. They were American citizens. Yeah, that's a whole atrocity that, man, we've never discussed on stream, because there hasn't necessarily been anything happening today that would require me to like, all right, let's go look at the internment camps versus, you know, the Israel-Palestine thing's been going on for forever and is happening right now. And that's why we went down this road and looked at the history. But my God, what Japanese Americans were put through by their own country was a fucking atrocity. A stain on history. A lot of stains on history. In Canada also, yeah. It's important that we carry the lessons of the past through to today. Merely because one group commits atrocities and acts with depravity does not mean vast hundreds of thousands or even millions of others should be lumped together with them and made to suffer. We must never paint with the brush of justice and retaliation too broadly, or the toll of human suffering will rise immeasurably. I don't know, making the I'm devastated by the loss of lives on both sides is a mid-take that doesn't really need to be voiced. Making that statement feels more like chiming in so that others notice you rather than actually learning about what's going on and wanting to make a statement of support or cause it's actively being misinformed. It's like saying murder bad. I do get what you're saying. I think it is something that's it's better than, yes, it's better than being silent. It's better than putting out a statement that only focuses on the loss of Israeli life, that only focuses on Israel and, you know, in a pro-Israel way. But I also, yeah, I actually read a different post than his that I thought had mentioned, I swear to God, I saw something else that he had written and I thought it specifically mentioned Palestine. I guess not, whatever. Listen, guys, I'm not saying that this is the best response. I'm not saying that this is like, yay, this is what everyone should be saying. I'm just saying as far as celebrity responses go, it is better than like Mark Hamill and everyone else. But anyway, as far as acknowledging being devastated by loss of lives on both sides, I do think it is important to say that because, I mean, maybe you don't feel this way, but my take is that civilian life that is taken because they are caught in the crosshairs of the cruel actions that have been enacted by their state, by their nation, which in this case is Israel. I think that is a tragedy. But I would never just stop there. I wouldn't just be like, I'm sad that Israel, you know, that Jewish and Palestinian lives have been lost. I wouldn't stop there, and I haven't. Like it's important to not just stop there. I'm just talking about celebrities' responses to this, people who are kind of towing the line, and ultimately, yeah, I wish that people were not fence sitting, we're not towing the line, but that would be a better response than what we have been seeing. He did reference the Israeli response to cut power. Maybe that's what I saw. Yeah. I don't know. I've seen too many things in the last few days. I feel the same way about having to specify children dying in order for death to matter. Yeah, I get that too, of being like, these are children who have died. I think maybe it's just because targeting kids, killing kids is considered a war crime. This is the tweet you're thinking of. The Israeli government has cut off food, water, and fuel to 2 million people inside Gaza. Collective punishment is not only contrary to international law, it's inhumane and illogical. Yes, this is good. This is true. How will this de-escalate the violence rather than radicalize many more? It's madness. Yeah, and it's crazy that, like, celebrities who are posting pro-Israel stuff haven't said anything like this. They haven't been like, yo, what? Israel is cutting off food, water, and fuel to the 2 million people inside Gaza? That's fucked up. Honestly, there's a big problem with celeb misinformation, like with the beheadings of Festival Girl. There's a lot of disgusting likes by A to D level actors under straight fascist posts. Yeah, I think, listen, Twitter is awful, but I think part of the problem with Instagram is that most of what's shared are like pithy, concise little posts, and somebody sees that on someone else's Instagram story and they go, yup, click, share, and there really is no motivation to look past that. Even though I've talked at length today about how much disinformation is on Twitter, and because this is the platform of communication, it's really, really bad. And especially like looking at how Twitter used to be and how Twitter is now. But Instagram is also awful because that is the limit of what people do on that site, which is just to click, post, share. So that's why you see the same posts. Like, at least on Twitter, there's a shit ton of stuff. Of course, stuff goes viral. We see a lot of the same clips. But on Instagram, it always seems to be like the same 3 posts. And so that's why people keep sharing them, because they keep seeing that. What more is there to say or do when you don't have a platform? How can you not stop there? Wait, what more is there to say or do when you don't have a... Oh, I mean... I would say it starts first with you. It starts first with what your beliefs are and the work that you do to understand very important context. And then the next step is like conversations with friends and family members. I know it's exhausted. Like, Trump has literally exhausted all of us from having conversations with friends and family. But I know that there's Jewish people in my community who are having this devastating problem with their parents, with family members who are angry at them that they are not condemning Palestine, that they are not unequivocally supporting Israel. And so yeah, I mean, just making sure that you're equipped with the information to back up what you are saying. But also, it's like talking to families, so it's so hard. It's really hard. There are places to donate. I think Hassan had a donation link on his stream. And then the thing is that we all do have social media. Well, most of us do. And even if you don't have a platform, that's okay. I think just vocalizing your support, if that is something that you want to do, you don't need to have, not me, you don't need to have a platform to do so. Also, just like reaching out to people in your life who are, who are directly involved in what's happening in Israel and Palestine, and just talking to them. Like, I texted all my Jewish friends, I texted all my Palestinian friends. We've been having conversations. Touching me, touching you. Donating feels empty sometimes because I don't know if the money's even going to the right place. Yeah, I know. Yes, and that is a very real problem. There's a need for humanitarian aid in Gaza, as there has been since they've been fucking occupied and imprisoned. And, you know, with the threats of humanitarian aid from the UN being cut off, possibly, it is, if you have the means to be donating to these aid organizations that are on the ground in Palestine, the bare minimum, comment on YouTube videos. Yeah. Comment on YouTube videos. That's what you should do. Hassan recommended PCRF, but also noted it's often blocked and doesn't get to them. Yes, that is a problem, and it is a worry that aid will be intercepted by Israel because they control the fucking borders. So I would say, I mean, honestly, here's what I would say you do right now. You vocalize your support for the liberation of Palestine, and if possible, having conversations with friends and family who have been reiterating the propaganda that is distributed by the West and by Israel, and just trying to... Whispers, thank you for the 5. Thank you. Hassan, no, dude, you posted the gala for good. Yeah, you posted Troll Hunter, Troll Hero, you posted a link for the gala, which is closed. Also is going to the rainforest. Whispers, thank you again for the 5. So, what was I saying? Okay, last thing. Last thing is that I do think it is important to talk with friends and family who do not possess the context, do not possess the information that we have discussed here on the stream, that Hassan has discussed, that a lot of people have been discussing and sharing, because the cause for Palestinian liberation is so clear-cut. I said this in the beginning, where the history is long and complex and there's a lot to it, but the cause for liberation is about as clear-cut as you can get. And it's really hard to see how someone who is not actively pro-Zionism, okay, so I don't mean like a hard-ass Zionist who will literally not listen to a word you say and just call you an anti-Semite. I mean people who aren't that, and I think can easily understand and get on the side of Palestine, be for the cause by just a simple history lesson, a simple fact sheet, you know? Because those are everything we've talked about. Like, these are the facts. Gazans are imprisoned. Palestinians are being illegally occupied. Israel continues with its illegal settler expansion. Misty Bubbles, thank you for the 2 months. I find a good way to get things started is to just ask questions about what they know or think, then fill in gaps as you go. Yeah, that's always a good place to start. Is just getting a base level, like figuring out what their base is. Okay, what do you know, or what do you think? What do you believe? Please take care of your mental health. Moderate how much of this you can take in. Yes, that is true as well. Yes, now is definitely a time to repeat the necessary take breaks from social media. It is good for you. It's good for your mental health. It doesn't mean that you don't care. It doesn't mean that you're not still for the cause. It just means that you are protecting yourself. And it is a thing that we should be doing always. Ask questions, yes, they will get confrontational if you educate. Yes, that's a good point I want to make, is that there's a way to educate someone without coming across as lecturing. Because if they feel like if they feel like you are lecturing them, then they shut down. Nobody likes to be lectured at. Well, some of you do. Some of you do. I think that's why some of you still watch this stream. Because you got a lecture fetish. But otherwise, yes, giving information, but making it sound like you're asking questions, or having it come across as if you are not lecturing the person that you are trying to educate, is really important. Lecture me, mommy. All right, guys. I think we got through almost, let's see, yeah, everything that I wanted to cover. Let me just close tabs and make sure. I mean, listen, I don't think we covered everything. Oh, I wasn't going to finish stream. I was going to watch an episode of Kitchen Nightmares to kind of just to kind of balance things out. This does not mean that I covered everything there is to cover. I just mean that the things that I wanted to cover today. Yeah. Yes, a palate cleanse. Yes, we will unwind with a stressful episode of Kitchen Nightmares. I didn't get to the Biden speech, honestly. Fuck him. Yeah, it's exactly what you would think it is based on the posts that have been coming out of the White House. So we didn't watch this, but boo. 2 thumbs down. You know what's crazy too? It's crazy that Biden will still be painted by right-wing politicians in this country who are fucking anti-Semitic themselves, but they will try to paint him as an anti-Semite. They will try to paint him as a Muslim lover, as a terrorist lover. You covered a lot of amazing job as usual. Thank you. Yeah, Yeah, that's what's disgusting, is how many Republican politicians who are very anti-Semitic are using this opportunity. Because it's kind of like, what's more, their anti-Semitism or their Islamophobia? All right, anybody have any Kitchen Nightmares episode recs? Any ones that are iconic that we've missed? I mean, like, iconic. Did he even mention trying to rescue American hostages? If he did, I missed it. All I heard was, we back Israel. That was all I had heard. I didn't finish it. So, maybe, but... I already saw Amy's Baking Company. That was the first one. The Australian. We watched Mama Sherry's. Hotel Hell. What about the Moldy Lobster one? We watched the Moldy Lobster one. We watched Burger Kitchen. Okay, wait, what's Hotel Hell? Is that Kitchen Nightmares or that's a separate series? Wait, how many episodes of Hotel? Oh, okay. I'm down. I'm down to watch an episode. It's about B&B's Have Kitchen. Okay, give me a good hotel episode. Hotel Hell. Butt hurt? Butt hurt. The butt hurt. Okay, let me look this up. Hotel Hell. The butt hurt. Also, there's a fucking mosquito. I don't know how they always get in. Oh, the Butt Hut. The Butt Hut. Okay. Hotel episode. Full episode.
The Applegate River.
No, this is Applegate River. Where the hell is Butt Hut? Hotel Hell, the Butt Hut episode. Does anybody have a link? I don't know why this is hard for me to find. It might not be on YouTube. Nice try. Link right here. Okay, let me see. Juniper Hill. You almost got me. Hotel Hell.
Tonight on Hotel Hell, I'm trying to breathe life back.
Okay, this is Juniper Hill Inn. This one's good.
The historic Juniper.
These are long. Hotel owner only wants rich guests. Okay, let's watch Juniper Hill because I had a few people recommend that. Is the food here? Before we get to that, I just want to say thank you to my mods for helping us get through tonight's segment. 4-hour segment on Israel and Palestine. And thank you to everyone in here who was respectful, who came in with an open mind if they didn't know anything about this whole situation, to everyone who understands that we all deserve dignity, humanity, and the right to live freely. So thanks. These types of discussions, streams, etc., are hard. They are a challenge to do, and there's a part of me too that's like, yeah, I'm probably fucking myself over at some point, but it's more important for me to be very vocal in my beliefs. And yeah, it's tough seeing how many people get banned. I don't know if it's people who are just coming in with a hate boner who like found my tweets, or I don't know, just randomly clicked on this because they're going into every streamer's chat who's covering Israel and Palestine. But it's hard. It's hard to see that many people get banned because I'm like, I really hope those are not community members. Because there's the community members and then there's just random ass chatters. So I just always like it's a bummer. It's a bummer when I'm covering a topic and I just see a lot of people getting banned. You know? Thank you for covering as a Palestinian. I appreciate non-Palestinians advocating for us. Absolutely. I think it's a pretty sensitive topic. I hope not too many. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there were many more that got yeeted out of Hassan's chat, but it still is just something that I don't like. I don't like seeing that many people get banned because I hope they're not community members, and also it just sucks that this is a platform where people come in and they're not interested in anything other than being assholes. My Dan's here! New viewer from Will and Hassan, your streams on this topic are making me a big fan. Hells yeah. XV, thank you for the 2 months. Okay, let me grab a plate, which is probably not a good idea since I'm about to watch this episode from Hotel Hell. Okay, never mind. I think he went to go get it. I'll have him slop me up a plate. Slap. Yes! Oh! Can you slap me a plate? Or you want me to do it? Sure. Thank you.
On everything?
Yeah. Yeah, I want everything. I'm also about to watch. Have you ever watched Hotel Hell? It's a Kitchen Nightmare spinoff where he goes into hotels. Yeah, so great show to watch when I'm about to eat. Okay.
Into a historic country inn.
Yeah, that smells shit.
The hotel's arrogant owner, Robert Dean II,
I've always thought you should live with nice things if you can afford them.
treats the inn like his personal castle and treats his loyal staff with disdain.
Go on then, you pompous fuck. Excuse me. Don't talk to me like
Well,
that.
what's wrong with it? Is this hotel beyond my help?
Dude, my fucking double audio. Ah! It's not the videos. It's not the videos. It is... Okay, this group is so scary. Let me just tell you, if I walk up to a place and this is who greets me, I'm turning right back around. I'm out. There's something wrong with my like Go XLR connection because the desktop audio is being picked up on my mic. So I'm just going to have to mute it when I'm not speaking. Thank you. This looks so good. Oh yeah, can I have a fork, please?
I'm barely surviving, financially and emotionally.
I mean, I'm gonna lose everything.
The historic Juniper Hill Inn sits on a hilltop above the quaint village of Windsor,
Yeah,
Vermont.
it's fixed
Built in
because I'm
1902,
muting
the
it.
country mansion boasts 28 luxurious bedrooms and 2 grand dining rooms.
It is filled with original works of art and antiques, all museum quality.
Antiques dealer Robert Dean II and his boyfriend Ari Nicky bought the business 6 years ago.
I've always thought that you should live with nice things. If
Gay!
you can afford them.
This looks good there, Robert.
I thought you'd like it. The guests that we don't want here are people who don't have a lot of money.
The inn may look the part, but despite Robert's dreams of an elite country estate, the hotel
Elitist
is barely
gay.
functioning.
Robert Dean has no hotel or no restaurant experience.
The prices may be a little bit high for locals. $350.
Evil gay?
Minimum, so that's
$700.
The lack of communication is very frustrating.
Where are you?
I know the customers see that every day.
I need my key too, because at this point I can't even get in my room.
With bookings at an all-time low, the hotel is in serious financial trouble. But that doesn't stop Robert from living a millionaire's dream.
Robert believes this place is his playground.
Yeah.
And a playground for his friends.
He's got to have a lot of clothes made by
He comps all their meals and rooms, but we never get tips.
They're having a hard time paying me because they give away all of their money and food to their friends, showing off, using this as their private
No
castle.
pours
With hardly any
allowed.
paying guests, it's no wonder that this inn is in the red.
Yes, we are losing money. More or less like $200,000 a year.
I think that the place is going to be closed, and that's very sad.
Gordon is going to come into this place and say this place is fucked.
If I don't stop this business from bleeding money,
200,000 a year?
it's doomed. I'd love to own an inn in a setting like this. If you get it right, you'd make an absolute fortune. Before I get to Juniper Hill, I want to find out what the townsfolk think of the local inn.
Hello.
How are you?
Very well, and yourself?
Yeah, rather. I've been driving all morning. How's Juniper Hill Inn?
You're gonna love it. It's beautiful.
Reputation.
It tends to be a little
That's
on
a
the high
lie.
end for our area.
Okay.
But I would love to have a place to go to locally.
Do they not invite locals up there?
I feel that I'd be interrupting. I feel like I'd be intruding.
Everybody.
She's like, I'm poor. I'm not allowed in.
Thank you so much.
Have a great
Best
day
wishes.
and
you.
welcome to Windsor.
Thank you very much indeed. Take care.
Enjoy
darling.
your visit.
Thank you.
What'd you get for food? Indian food.
Here we are, Juniper Hill Inn.
Now, who in the hell would bring an RV all the way up here and not stay in that stunning hotel? Look at it. My God, that's beautiful. Wow, okay, around to the front door. Can't believe they haven't cleared the snow for guests to come in.
You're telling me Juniper, who's been excommunicado from Twitter, that this is Juniper's Hill?
It's locked. That's not very welcoming. Why would you have a big mansion that guests can't arrive through the front fucking
Some
door?
say it's the hill she died on.
Jesus, who wants to enter through the back door?
Mr. Ramsey's here. I need you to do room 1 right away.
Well, at least this door's open. Finally!
Hello there.
How are you?
How are you, Mr. Ramsey?
Like Gordon, please.
Oh,
Bloody
Gordon.
hell, what a nightmare.
I'm
What is
Robert Dean.
Robert Dean.
Were you over there?
I was at the front door, yes.
Okay, this is actually our entrance, and in the winter, because of snow, we have to keep that locked, because
Why?
otherwise the snow load comes off and kills people.
Kills
Bro,
people.
what?
Yeah, it can.
Have you killed anyone so far?
No.
Okay. That is an insane thing to say. That the snow falls off and kills people. And then he goes, have people died? And he's like, no. Not yet.
Where's all this stuff from?
Um,
An aftermath of a antiques fair.
Yeah.
This looks like it could be a beautiful room, but you can't tell because it's stuffed with so much clutter.
That's the reception desk?
No.
My God, so what is that?
That is our bar right now.
You are kidding me. This is the bar?
Yes.
With what, that?
Martinis.
Martinis. Oh,
Yeah.
God bless him. Made of pigs. Pig martini.
Well, we have 3 rescue pot-bellied pigs.
You have 3 pigs here?
Right.
What is that for? Were you born with this in your mouth?
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
boy.
Honestly?
Actually, no, that was a gift from...
A giant.
So, yeah.
Robert obviously loves to show off all his expensive antiques, but as a guest, I don't feel comfortable. I feel like I'm in a museum.
This is the main formal dining room.
This big chair here is for one?
Just kind of, we're known as a romantic destination, and...
Just out of interest,
well, we would move the table.
Move it in for me, please?
Yes.
Wow, so you got a sofa.
A romantic destination?
We thought it was kind of nice to have like a cozy banquette.
Oh,
Well, 3 U.S. presidents have dined here.
Oh, really? Which ones?
Teddy Roosevelt, Calvin Coolidge.
Died?
Roosevelt dined in here. Wow.
I wanted to try to...
I'm sorry, dined or died? What is this, the Chateau Marmont? Dined. Okay. I was like, 3 presidents died there? I would not be advertising that. Also, how would we not have known that?
Give them a little bit of sense of the history of Juniper Hill.
Wow. Okay, so that's the dining room.
Well, we have 2 dining rooms.
God, you must be busy with 2 dining rooms.
Well, I wish we were busy.
Bloody hell.
We have spurts of being incredibly busy.
Right.
Where we lack is all the other times.
Really?
Yeah.
This place looks like a millionaire's mansion, not a struggling business. I've got to scratch beneath the surface.
This place per week is turning how much?
We're lucky if we're doing, $15,000 a month.
What does it cost to keep the place open?
30.
Really?
Yep.
So you're losing $200,000 a year?
That's not
It's
good,
been a
by the way.
nightmare.
That's negative
We maintained our
money.
room rates, thinking that the economy wouldn't be this long a haul.
But we've all experienced those kind of difficulties, and myself included, but you navigate your way out of that recession.
Unfortunately, my partner lost his job. We expected him to have his job for a little longer.
You must have gained a substantial payoff or retirement.
It's all been put into this.
How much?
Over $1 million.
$1 million? Into this already?
Yes.
And does he have an active role in the business?
He tries to maintain the accounting, and he helps just about with everything. We're in trouble.
Trouble? You'd never guess from the look of this place.
Oh,
it's more like
fuck.
Buckingham Palace than Skid Row.
Do you know what, Robert, honestly, I'd like to go straight to my room if you wouldn't
Okay,
mind, please.
all right.
Wow, this place goes on.
It does. It's the largest colonial revival mansion in New England.
And more paintings?
And you're in the Maxwell Everett Suite, which is the original.
Okay. Wow, beautiful room.
And,
I mean, this is a beautiful room, but what is that smell? I mean, seriously.
it does smell.
Yeah, that smells shit.
It's because presidents keep dying there.
It smells like sewage. Coming up, Robert's staff turn on him.
I'm supposed to tell you the truth, right?
Entire staff. Got it. Come on, then, you.
I'm at Vermont's Juniper Hill Inn, and I've just
Smells
met
like
its
dead
owner,
bodies.
Robert Dean II, who's filled his hotel with expensive art and antiques.
Were you born with this in your mouth?
But he can't fill his rooms, and his business is struggling.
You're losing $200,000 a year.
It's been a nightmare.
And no wonder, because although the room he's put me in looks nice,
Beautiful room.
it has one major drawback.
What is that smell?
It smells like raw sewage.
We had a plumbing issue, and
It's like someone's shot under the bed and... How much?
This
Oh
room
my
goes
God.
for $350 a night.
$350 a night for a room that smells of shit.
Well,
You're kidding me.
we haven't rented it, though.
Bloody hell.
It's been out of use for 4 months.
$350?
Yeah,
Oh, come on.
it has been.
This is crazy.
It is crazy.
It just makes sense. I've got to get out of here. It stinks of shit. Is there another room?
Yes,
please?
I have room 2.
Bloody
Yeah.
hell.
I didn't realize.
It's been like this for
$350
4
to be painting
months?
shit.
4 months?
Wow.
It's gorgeous, and this one doesn't smell like crap.
I'm going to quickly unpack, and then I would like to have a quick bite of lunch.
Okay, I'll
Yeah?
I'll notify the
What
chef.
time does the restaurant close for lunch? I know
Well,
it's
we
2
actually
o'clock.
don't serve lunch normally, but we're happy to prepare you something.
Is that a joke?
We serve breakfast
No,
and dinner.
stop.
Bro, why would they put Gordon Ramsay in the shit room? The shit room that they haven't been able to open for 4 months now because it's the shit room. It smells like shit. You're going to put Gordon Ramsay in there?
You don't actually serve lunch.
No.
The restaurant's closed for lunch.
Yes. If someone requests lunch, we'll make lunch for them, but
Could you prepare lunch for me?
yes, I'll tell the chef.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Not open for lunch.
Gordon is going to want lunch.
Huh?
Gordon wants lunch.
What am I supposed to do with that information?
What am I supposed to do with that information?
That was a welcome breath of fresh air on the back of that disgusting smell of crap in that room. I can't believe it. And the rooms are gorgeous, and yet how could you have a room that has been smelling for months that bad, and then he sticks me in it?
I actually think that's a saying that, or that's a phrase that I need to use more. We should all use that more. Someone gives you information, you're like, and what am I supposed to do with that information?
Stop it.
Especially when it's
Despite the
information
hideous
that's
smell in that
relevant.
first guest room,
And what am I supposed to do with that?
I've still worked up quite an appetite.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? Barbara.
Barbara, how glamorous are you?
How nice to see you.
Likewise.
I have a mad crush on Gunnar. As he knows, I'm a cougar.
How old are you now?
Don't
You're
say.
not old.
Last week I turned 70.
You're kidding me. You look
You
$1
have
million.
made my year.
70. Watch out, Joan Collins, I'm telling you now. Bloody hell.
Barbara, what's wrong with this place?
Well,
In a nutshell.
don't get any people. Like pulling teeth to get my paycheck.
She really does look like a Barbara.
You don't get paid?
It takes
She's
forever
such
to get
she's
my
such a
paycheck,
Barbara.
And when I do, it's usually something's left out.
But hold on a minute. You don't get paid, and when you do...
Not on time. We're supposed to get paid every 2 weeks.
So what do you earn a fortnight?
I made $6,000 this year.
$6,000 a year?
Barbara!
That's ridiculous.
That's not
You
livable.
gotta have the money flowing, and it's almost come to a standstill at this point. My last paycheck was $48.
Unbelievable. Robert's obviously got enough money to fill the guest rooms with fine art and antique furniture, but he doesn't pay his staff. I'm starving. What would you recommend?
The crab cakes with a little salad. So this is the dinner menu.
Okay, because we're not open for lunch.
Right.
And the lamb sounds great as well.
You want the lamb?
Yeah.
All right.
Darling, is this a prefix menu or...?
Yeah.
Because there's no prices on here. What sort of restaurant doesn't have prices on the menu?
XVX, thank you for the 2 months. And Mr. Bubbles, thank you for the 2 months as well.
I've got a supplement of $15 from the lamb. How much is...
Enough charge for the lamb.
Is Robert nearby?
Yo, Robert, evil gay.
How much is it for 3 courses?
$59.
$59. So if we had the lamb,
It would be
74.
People are horrified at the price of the food. This is why a lot of people think that Juniper Hill is snobbish.
When we typically take a reservation, we will tell people it's a 3-course meal.
But that's for the residents. I'm talking about a local coming in here.
We're reservation only though, so nobody
Wait, how do I turn
walks
off
in. We
dark
don't have
mode?
walk-in.
How can you expect to appeal to the locals?
We haven't identified the appropriate people to come here, or
Hold on a minute. What do you mean appropriate people? Hold on.
people who can afford $59 for 3 courses.
Appropriate people? What a snob. Where does he think he is? The Ritz? And where's your table? Which one's your table?
Well, most of the time I eat in our RV, our motor coach.
Say that again?
We have a motor coach to the side.
Christ, and where'd it come from? Is it yours? You rent it?
Yeah, it's ours. We owe on it, but we bought it, and we
Bought it?
Yeah,
How much was that?
over $100,000.
$100,000? You're 3 years away from 50. You should not be living in an RV.
We don't live in an RV. It is a motor coach, which is the higher end version of an RV. It is that psychological break for us, and it gives me a place to relax and kind of unwind.
Oh, that's
I actually love it.
copium, man.
I could
That's
live there
big
the rest
time
of my life, to be
copium.
honest with you. It's quiet, it's clean.
I suppose if this place doesn't get fixed, then you might be in there full time, yeah.
Higher end version of an RV?
I've just
No,
sat down for lunch at
dude.
the Juniper Hill Inn.
Hello.
And already I've found out the staff
No.
aren't paid on time.
Like pulling teeth to get my paycheck.
And the owners live in a camper outside.
Here, let
How
me
much was
do-
that?
Over $100,000.
This place is baffling. I hope the food makes more sense.
Sorry, let me just read.
I've just sat down for lunch at the Juniper Hill Inn.
Hello.
And already I've found out the staff aren't paid on time.
Like pulling teeth to get my paycheck.
And the owners live in a camper outside. How much was that?
Over $100,000.
This place is baffling. I hope the food makes more sense. Excellent. Wow. Where are the crab cakes? Oh,
The
that's
food
there,
is
the
definitely
mini-
not going to make
Are they
sense
mini crab cakes?
at all.
Are we,
The chef has decided that those are the size that he needs to serve.
I mean, that tastes dreadful. That thing tastes sort of washy and soapy. And $20 for that. He's as cheap with his crab cakes as he is with his staff. Wow. Now for the lamb, with Robert's ridiculous $15 extra charge.
It's a rack of lamb encrusted in macadamia nuts, fresh herbs, and a little bit of Dijon mustard.
In
It's
this
served with
economy?
a honey vinegar reduction.
It's not even cooked properly. Rest it and take that off. I always get nervous when you see white fat like that on the side of the chop.
Is it to your liking?
I mean, it's pretty raw in the center.
You like the flavor of it, though, the honey garlic?
Why are
No,
they
thank you,
hovering like that?
I'm not satisfied with the quality of the food that's coming out of the kitchen. I believe our chef has a learning curve to be where he needs to be.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on, dude. Hold on. You just said I'm not satisfied with the quality of the food coming out of my kitchen. And yet you're charging those prices? You got no problem charging those prices even though you are not satisfied with the quality of the food coming out of the kitchen. You're also the goddamn owner.
We just lost our other chef.
Right. Why did the chef leave?
I'm supposed to tell you the truth, right?
The truth is all I want to know. Why did the chef leave?
Well, her paycheck. She put everything
Seeing
on
you
her,
in 1080p is like seeing a DVD
just
for the
figured she wasn't paid back for what she...
The chef bought produce on her
She
credit
did.
card.
She did everything. She was the best chef ever.
Barbara, that's dreadful. I'm starving. The peanut
Okay, has
butter
anybody
chocolate
here been
decadence,
paid?
I
Has
can do some
anyone
of that.
been
Pick
paid?
me up, please. Thank you. God, a chef that left because she had to buy produce on her own credit card. I mean, this guy's priorities are upside down. A bit like this inn.
Okay, are you ready? This, he said, he doesn't care for the sweetness, there's fat around it. He didn't care for the flavor of the honey gar.
Wow. Thank you very much. Did you cut it in half? Because it looks like someone's
did.
taken it. And where's the other half gone?
It goes to another person who orders.
Oh, no, I want my other half. $74.
Wait.
This place is insane.
No, that can't be. No. 74? Or is that just bad captions? 74? Or does he mean total? For all the courses. Okay, still. That's a shit ton of money. $74. Jesus Christ. What year was this? That's like $1 million now.
Listen, half my dessert's missing. If you think I'm spending $74 for a dessert that is half cocked. It's actually quite nice. There is hope.
I'm sorry.
You like
I'm
some
going to
antique?
say that is not a dessert that he made.
Barbara made it.
No.
Somebody else makes desserts.
It's ordered.
Like store-bought.
Like through one of our purveyors.
No, shut up.
Where's the chef?
He's in the kitchen.
Can you get him out, please?
Yes.
What?
How you doing, Chef?
Julian, in my opinion, is not living up to his potential as a chef. He will try to cut corners, and I think Gordon needs to know these things.
I've just spent $74 for 3 plates of absolute dire, dated shit food.
Okay. Okay, Robert is the equivalent of we're all trying to find the guy who did this. He is literally the owner. He's not paying people, and he keeps being like, I think Chef Ramsay needs to know. Yep, those are store-bought. We get those from another company. It's like, bro, this is your call. This is your shit, man. He keeps being like, yep, we're all trying to fix the problems in this place that I certainly have not been the cause of.
Crab cakes?
Yes, sir.
You can't put 2 little half testicle-sized fucking crab cakes that came from a can. There's bigger fucking cakes, chef, at the fucking canopy party. My lamb was cold in the middle, the fat was white, it was almost like a mouthful of sugar. The best tasting dish for me was the fucking chocolate peanut thing that I got served half a portion that's not even made fucking in-house. What is this? There's no synergy here.
There is honestly a lack of communication often. Sometimes when I'm in the middle of doing breakfast service for the 10 people that we randomly get, I get 5 texts from him asking me a question.
So why are you texting him?
If you have a question,
I'd
you
like
should
you to
maybe
show me
leave
those
the
texts.
RV and come out and talk to us.
Show me those texts.
Are you nitpicking? Are you trying to control him? Are you...
No, I'm trying to make sure I haven't been sleeping very well, to be honest with you, and I've been beaten down.
I'll take
Okay,
responsibility for everything that happens.
this guy's got an
You
excuse
don't
for
own
everything.
the place. You own it, yet he's acting more responsible. What do you earn a week, if you don't mind me asking?
You've been
$1,000?
beaten down.
Before taxes, $400.
Jesus Christ almighty.
$400 a week to be the head chef in a luxury hotel.
Oh my
insane.
fucking God.
Barely surviving.
I don't know that I'm even barely surviving.
If you're not happy with your work environment, you should leave.
Are you taking the piss, or is this just an abuse for you? What are you doing to these people?
Okay. Okay. I cannot with Robert, who does not want anybody in as a guest who's not rich. Robert said no to the poors, which includes saying no to paying people on his staff. Robert's like, the only poors that are allowed in here are the people who work for me. Those are the only poors that are allowed in at this hotel. I cannot get over this man. And also him saying, then why don't you leave? My guy, who the hell do you think that you are going to get in as the head chef at a luxury hotel who is only getting paid $400 a week before taxes? My dude. Body Parser, thank you for the tier 1.
This is their livelihoods. This is your responsibility. Rob's World.
Oh my God, the Arthur Fist.
And you're in an RV,
the Arthur Fist.
100 grand.
Everybody is disgusted that you live in that thing. They really are. Because it costs so much money and they can't get their paycheck on time.
Well, that is not the
That is
not
part
the
of the
case.
issue.
But
We
that
are
was-
surrounded by wealth and reminded of poverty at the same time because of that RV.
Well-
It's a symbol. To me, that RV is a symbol. And it's a symbol that you're separating yourself from everybody else.
I'd be very careful about coming down on me too hard.
I'm telling you exactly how I feel and how the
Let me
people
tell
that
you
I
how
work with
feel.
feel.
Let me tell you how I feel. When
me.
you're in your fucking kitchen all day long,
What?
and you're on the goddamn internet instead of actually trying to perfect a menu and get a menu, how long did I ask for you to make a menu of your own?
And if I'm on the computer, usually as I'm trying to research menus,
Oh,
research
please.
ingredients.
Give me a break.
I've given you plenty of breaks. I work very long days, and I haven't been paid in 3 weeks. There's only been one paycheck that I got on time. Almost the entire staff is ready to walk out because they are tired of not getting paid.
Anything to say? No.
We do things.
Oh, please.
No, we do things? Oh, please?
It's my first day at Vermont's Juniper Hill Inn, and the battle between the chef and the owner,
Truly average
very
capital
careful about
owner.
coming
Yeah.
on me too hard.
has turned what should be a charming country inn into a war zone.
I'm telling you exactly how I feel. I work very long days, and I haven't been paid in 3 weeks.
I just gotta say something. There have been quite a few episodes we've watched where the owner is not paying the people who work there. You guys, if you're not being paid, you don't work. Okay? No pay, no work. I cannot believe how many people work in also like high stress environments, working at a restaurant and are not being paid. And then are like verbally abused by the owners who are assholes and they're not paying them. Insane.
There's only been one paycheck that I got on time. Almost the entire staff is ready to walk out because they are tired of not getting paid.
Anything to say? No.
We're tired and half the team is broke. I'm beyond angry. I'm beyond pissed off.
Well, I just got a new asshole ripped
Oh
to
my
me.
God. Oh my God. In the
Gordon says that
trailer.
I live in a fantasy world.
Oh
and
my God.
That I live in $1 million RV while our employees can't pay their bills and all of this kind of stuff because we don't pay them on time and they're all
Okay,
complaining.
first of all, Robert, Gordon knows it's not $1 million RV. Okay, it's a $100,000 RV. I love how he's like, and I live in $1 million RV. He's like trying to almost make himself seem impressive. He's like choosing that as a moment to be like, yeah, and just because I live in $1 million RV, Gordon is saying, he's like, bitch, no, you don't live in $1 million RV. It's insane you live in an RV, but you don't live in $1 million RV.
But they haven't gotten their paychecks this time either.
Oh, they haven't.
And he said that everything is all about me.
I can't believe what a mess this place is. I've got to get off this hill for a bit. There's someone I need to see.
Hello, is that Lyda?
It's Gordon Ramsay. I've got some questions about Robert and Juniper Hill. Would you mind if I pop over for 5 minutes, please?
I love when he
Great.
does his
I'll see you
recon,
then.
his dramatic
Thanks,
recon. Like when he meets former employees in dark
I think the old chef
alleyways.
that quit will be able to give me some insight into what's wrong with Juniper Hill.
Hello,
Lydia,
how
how
are
are
you?
you? Good to see you.
Good to see you. Come on in.
Give me a little insight to what it was like actually working there.
I have to say it was a very interesting 5 years. Things were going very, very well, and then all of a sudden, 2 years into it, they stop answering the phone. Robert, I think, thought he was too important to answer the phone, or he was too busy doing other things.
So preoccupied and distracted in a way
Very,
that...
very preoccupied and distracted, and not focused at all on maintaining his own business.
Wow.
I was getting cut out of a living when they did all this stuff. I used to earn $40,000, $50,000 in one restaurant, and now I'm down to earning 15.
Were you paid on time?
Not very often.
Did you ever use your own money to buy things?
All the time.
Oh my
And then
God.
I would have to demand to be paid back, or we weren't going to open for dinner.
It's insane.
Barbara's been shorted checks a lot.
She's barely earning $100 a week, and
Yeah,
yet...
and he won't pay her. And then if he had a private party with all his friends, he didn't tip them.
You're kidding me.
No.
That's just disgusting. I mean,
He's
that's
the
where
worst.
I draw the...
Robert
You can't do
is the
that.
worst.
No.
So you just can't treat people like that. Now, he's a confirmed snob, and he thinks he's above
Yeah.
the town. He thinks he's untouchable. I'm here to make this place work. The first thing I'm going to do is burst his bubble.
I'd like to be a fly on that wall, but...
Would you come back and walk through the doors to have a look at it at the end of the week and just come back for dinner?
No.
No, just won't go, or...
No, I'm not even interested in getting in. I just fear getting in one more battle with Ari or Robert. And,
What a shame, after 5 years.
Yeah.
Do you think I've got a chance of saving it?
Damn.
The problem he has now is nobody will work there.
You know, I'm there to get this place turned around. Those staff deserve a better future.
They do. You know, I feel terrible for them.
Listen, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Appreciate your time.
Enjoyed it?
Thanks, Lyda. Likewise.
Nice to meet
Good
you.
to see you too. Bye-bye.
No, Robert equals wannabe bourgeois. Bourgeois.
How sad is that after 5 years of her life dedicated to the Juniper Hill? You know, she won't even step foot
Robert wants
in
to
the
be a
door.
bougie
She doesn't even
bitch.
see them. The old chef left because she couldn't stand it. And the current chef looks like he's ready to walk too. I wonder if everyone here is feeling the same frustration. Jennifer, what's wrong with the place?
What's wrong with the place? We're lacking paychecks on time.
Paycheck? You don't get paid on time either.
No.
Oh my God, nobody
Basic
gets
supplies.
We don't even
paid.
have, I mean, Noelle purchased guest checks for us today, so that we've been using scrap pieces of paper.
First name is?
I'm Ryan Keith.
Ryan Keith. And what'd you do?
I'm the estate manager here. I do all the maintenance on the house. I've done everything here, though. That's why he likes me to spread out my talents to try and help anybody wherever they need help.
How's morale?
AKA exploitation without pay.
I personally haven't been paid since the 6th of January. Here it is the 1st of February.
That's nearly a month, and
You pay the employees before paying your bills when they've done the work. That's their
What
livelihood.
country is this?
here,
United
working as
States,
hard as you are.
baby.
Because staff never need to be treated like this, let me tell you.
It's always as if what you're saying to him doesn't get through because he sees you as non.
January 6th?
He treats me like that, and that really bothers me because I feel like I've contributed a lot. It's actually pretty degrading.
This is insane. Coming up, oh my God. I uncover the shocking extent of I'm shocked with what I'm finding at the Juniper Hill Inn. Owner Robert wants to kill his chef.
How long did I ask for you to make a menu of your own?
And the rest of the staff want to kill Robert. How's morale?
Not good.
Estate manager Ryan has told me about some of the problems. But now...
Yeah, January 6th. January 6th now will be infamous for two reasons. One, it was the last time that Ryan, the manager, had been paid. And two, the insurrection.
To show me.
If you want to see the root of the problem, let's go to the basement.
To the basement?
Yes, please.
Jesus, what's in there?
Everything.
Oh, really?
It's the majority of it is personal items.
Not even the shelves are all lined. Bloody hell. Look at this place. Oh my God! Look at this stuff.
The horror music noises.
Stereos, wine racks, quilts, chairs, tables, copper pans,
More chairs over there. Look at these.
Robert prides himself in having to have the very best of everything.
Christ, there's enough in here to open 3 restaurants. Is all this stuff still brand new?
Most of it is brand new.
Littered with thousands of dollars. Robert's got so much stuff, he could furnish a dozen houses. But he doesn't pay his staff. It's crazy. Where are we going?
Brace yourself.
Yeah,
We're
and
going up to the
criminal.
office.
You're kidding me. Oh no,
Please
come on.
in.
This is the office.
Oh,
This
he's
is the
a
office.
hoarder.
You're kidding me.
Not at all. I wanted you to...
Jesus Christ.
Scares me half to death.
Oh my God. This is insane. It would only take a day or two to sort out this hoarder's heaven, but Robert's left it in chaos. No wonder he spends all day hiding in his RV. This guy has lost the plot.
This is disturbing.
Please tell me there's no more.
Yes, there's more. This is where the pigs are kept.
At least they look happy.
Hey.
Pigs who live a life of luxury while everyone around them suffers. Sounds strangely familiar. Bloody hell. So the owners live out, the pigs live in.
There's more. So check out the storage units.
Storage units? You are kidding me.
No.
Oh my God.
This one's all personal items. Look at
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my God.
I swear to God. It's like a special edition of Hoarders. I mean, honestly.
Wow.
I'm in shock. You know that? And this one?
All of this entire storage unit is full of chairs.
Oh my God. Look at this stuff. Honestly. I mean, they must be packed with thousands of dollars worth.
Dude, he literally
Hundreds
is
of
paying for
thousands of
storage
dollars.
units for
How much stuff does
shit.
one need? Bloody hell. I can't believe how much stuff Robert has bought. He must
Wait,
have spent
they should sell all the items and then use that money to pay the employees and then see how Robert reacts.
a fortune. I've got to meet Robert's partner, Ari, and find out why he's financing all this.
Welcome. My name's Ari.
It's a pleasure. Please. My God. So, how much money have you put into this business personally?
More or less over $1 million.
$1 million. And how much have you seen back?
Nothing.
Oh, this poor guy.
It was all my severance packages, my income that when I was working, and then my retirement plans. Robert's savings are in artwork and antiques. I have supporting this in with my savings.
No.
Clearly, this is a beautiful place. But putting your entire life savings into a sinking ship is insane. And with Robert at the helm treating his staff so poorly, I don't see things getting any better. Robert is in a fantasy world, and I've been struggling all day to get through to him. This place, it's dreamland, a playground for your boyfriend, Robert. Your biggest problem is not Juniper Hill. Your biggest problem is fucking Robert. I'm at Vermont's Juniper Hill Inn, and I've just had a difficult conversation with Robert's partner, Ari, who seems strangely unconcerned about how bad things really are here. How much money have you put into this business personally?
More or less over $1 million.
$1 million. And how much have you seen back?
Nothing.
But I've tried to make him see who's to blame for the problems. Your biggest problem is fucking Robert.
Yes, fucking Robert became your problem.
Dinner time is approaching. Word has spread about me being at the inn, and the place is bustling.
Good to see you. Hello there. Nice to see you.
I'm learning a lot about why the inn is struggling.
Yeah, also, y'all, if your partner has their money tied up in artwork and antiques, no, they don't. That means they don't have money. Okay?
By watching Robert and Ari deal with
Also,
the new
what is
influx
with the
of guests.
horse?
Anyone with any restaurant experience would stagger the seating of guests. But as if they're just welcoming people to a dinner party at a private house.
Hello there. How are you?
Robert and Ari seat everyone at once.
There at the corner.
Make pretend you're back in 1902. It's meant to be a relaxed evening. And
Order in.
And that's a recipe for disaster for Chef Julian and the waitstaff.
1902?
Chef, I'm making a change on 21.
1902.
Write it down. Don't tell me. Just write it down.
There's an order.
Are you guys kidding me with all these orders? Who said everybody at once like this? We don't know about pacing?
How's the bread?
Who's writing the tickets? Do you mean in table 4, table 5?
Some of them have names on them, some of them do not.
Who wrote that ticket? There's not even a table number on there.
Table 4. They just got their lobster.
Where's table 23? They've got.
I need one person at a time. I need less talking in the kitchen, please.
Table 23 has got
Every time
no
I try to
food.
put something up in the window, 8 people ask me for something.
With Julian
Oh,
having been
this
slammed
poor-
by the
this
owner's
poor guy
dreadful
is not
seating,
getting paid.
Ari isn't helping the strained atmosphere with an awkward art lesson.
But then, like this is from 1800, and it was painted for opera house, because you know what it is.
What is it?
Come on, everybody has to know what that is. It's a Hannibal going across the Alps with the white elephants. Everybody should know that.
On the other side of the house, Robert's also busy giving a lecture.
This is one of the original signs to the house. There's a lot of history here. Teddy Roosevelt actually was best friends with the man, or a very good friend with the man who actually built the house, Maxwell Everard.
Do you always get this backed up? I mean,
Yes.
yeah?
When I have poor seating. Robert has groups of his friends come in, sitting them at once.
Okay, so you're waiting for your starters then?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
well, let me check on those for you and
Okay,
see how it's
thank
going.
you.
Okay, yeah.
Robert. Yes. This ticket system is bollocks, you know that? Handwritten tickets, no time on there, no proper dates, no coordination. Who trains the front of house team? Who's in charge of the restaurant? Who is that?
I would be the host, and then...
You'll be the host?
Yes, the chef takes over the kitchen.
This place is such a mess. Clearly, Robert has no idea how to run a hotel.
Robert's like, what's a ticket?
Me too.
Yeah, go on,
I'm
what's
trying to
the matter?
straighten out the damn drinks because we lost 30-something drinks.
God. Robert, we lost 30 drinks.
At least. I often find drinks not written down or just a lack of follow through. And it's a big problem when we're
There's
trying
not
to
even
make
that
money.
many
There's no
people
communication
there.
between the bar and the dining room, so people get served drinks, but no one remembers to charge for them.
But we're losing big money.
No kidding, and they're losing their checks, and I'm going crazy trying to figure out a system.
They have hardly any guests and don't charge the ones they do have. No wonder this place is in the red.
How does that
Okay,
They're
he
supposed
does
to
sound
write
like
the drinks
Colin
down
from
and
What
then
We Do in the
apply them to a
Shadows.
table and a room, and then they go into the computer.
The ticket system is bogus, and as I feared, seating everyone at once is already causing problems for the staff and the guests.
It's not very warm. It's burnt.
With guests now suffering and the kitchen falling apart from Robert's ill-managed seating,
come on,
I have to step in.
Just stop there.
I can't unhear it either.
You have to be fucking kidding me.
This goose liver is burnt to a cinder.
Stop. Julian.
Yes, sir.
Come round, buddy. I know we're in the shit and we're busy. Food's dying in the window. A foie gras salad. I mean, honestly, it's like a piece of fucking beef jerky. Where's Ari? Get me Ari, urgently. I mean, honestly, come on, guys. Hello.
And the thing is that it's so hard to be upset at the chef because he's not getting paid. The chef is not being paid. No one has been paid.
That. I just said no.
What is that?
What is that?
Foie gras. Well, that's foie gras. That is not foie gras.
It's not funny, guys.
No, that is not funny.
I mean, I know we're in the shit, but does anyone have any standards here?
Yes.
Well, can I see them? Can I see
Oh,
something
Robert does.
to hold on to? Because right now, I just want to get out of here.
I can only be as good as I am with the tools that I have. I'm embarrassed, and I know that I can do better. I know the staff can do better.
First off, no more fucking tickets in the kitchen. Give him 10 minutes to catch up, okay?
All right.
And Robert, is it possible for the first time, put the phone away, get your jacket off, and fucking dig deep a little bit, yeah? Please? Yeah? Somebody? I'm concerned that food is in the window and it's just dying.
Entrees on table 6 are in the window.
Entree, send them. They shouldn't be sat here.
How am I supposed to do everything back here?
Are you with me?
I'm with
Are
you.
you an owner?
I'm with you.
Are you an entrepreneur?
I keep trying to, you know.
You can
fly
talk
as a
to him.
chicken.
He's your fucking chef.
Well, when I try to communicate, he says, yeah. No, I can't do it.
No, he doesn't. Fucking
do
find your balls and tell him you need to talk
I
to
found
him.
my ball.
your
Do I want to walk
balls.
out?
Well, he's not going to walk out if you communicate with him. Talk to him then.
Well, I have been trying to.
So when he finishes it, send the fucking food.
There's always a third dish not ready or a fourth dish.
Well, it
not
must
ready.
be 1 or 2 minutes behind, but unless you fucking ask, how are you supposed to fucking know?
I have been asking. I said, where's this chicken?
So ask him again.
Oh my god, he's such an energy vampire.
It's
He
the middle
can't
of dinner service at
stop.
Juniper Hill Inn, and Chef Julian is drowning under a flood of orders.
How am I supposed to do everything back here?
Owner Robert has finally decided to get his hands dirty to try and help, but he's utterly incapable of communicating with his chef.
When he finishes it, send the fucking food.
There's always a third dish not ready or a fourth dish.
Well, it
not
must be
ready.
1 or 2 minutes behind, but unless you fucking ask, how are you supposed to fucking know?
Where does the soup go, Julian?
Table 23. I just
Okay.
told you 1 minute ago.
I need foie gras.
I know, I have it right behind me.
All right, well, you see, okay.
Julian,
Yes.
that's what you call communication.
It's better communication.
That's
yes.
what you call communication, Robert. There's a difference between interrupting and no communication. And when you fucking put those entrees up there, you make sure they go.
Gordon's
You've got to
pissed.
start stepping up and fucking dictating a little bit. Because this is just madness.
I agree.
Jesus Christ.
It was fuck-ups from start to finish, and it was a clusterfuck. And Gordon saw that.
Dreadful. With an owner and chef so incapable of communicating with each other, it's no surprise the diners are unhappy. And they're not the only ones. While Robert and Ari are living the dream, their staff are living a nightmare.
Yo, Ari is in
Hopefully,
La La
by
Land,
gathering everyone in
man.
one
He's
room,
Delulu.
I can get to the root of the problem.
I've never seen a hotel, an inn, in such disarray.
There needs to be structure, and there isn't structure. It's just like a scramble.
It's a mess.
There was no order in the kitchen. Nobody took responsibility for any one thing.
No one has been taught any standards in any department.
Really, it's like I'm racing from thing to thing. Nobody knows what the other one's doing.
There's nobody here that is in control, willing to take charge.
I did 40 fucking dinners by myself tonight.
I could help you, and you've
Excuse
never
me?
asked. I can cook the rack of lamb.
Excuse me.
Bragging about
Excuse
making
me.
one plate is nothing to brag about.
Excuse me.
Oh my
Excuse
God.
me.
I am the boss.
You can't call yourself the boss if you don't.
What was that? Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah? I am the boss. Okay, dude.
Fucking pay them. I mean, honestly, do you think that's normal, Ari? Do you think that's the way to look after your team?
Every
Bro, are
pay
you
period,
good?
There's a problem with the checks. Every pay period, there's a problem with the checks.
and a lot of
I don't
it's-
know what the problem is,
a lot of
but I know it's the same two people
And you
doing
get
it.
to know about it first, or do you have to go asking for your salary?
I always ask for it.
That's absolutely wrong. And the reason is...
He's lying.
They give you the 2
no,
months,
no,
Aerith.
he's not lying. I would rather have them wait than write a check that's going to bounce. Because I don't...
How about telling him it's not
I'm
going to be
s-
ready, rather than having to ask like some skivvy? Cap in hand, please, sir. May I get paid? Anybody else have to wait?
Yes.
How long?
5 days more. I have to keep it.
Barbara?
I had to wait 5 weeks.
You had to what?
I had to wait 5 weeks before I got a paycheck.
Oh,
5 weeks.
Barbara.
Guys, you come in and you work your ass off. The least these two guys can do is pay your fucking salary on time.
I don't have a secretary, Gordon. I'm sorry. I'm trying to communicate with brides. I'm trying to send out things. I have to have peaceful time in order to do my work.
Oh,
Are you
he's such a
always
sassy
this
bitch.
Pathetic?
I am not pathetic.
Well, when are you going to stand up and start showing some respect for your team and start growing a pair to sort of understand the mess you're in?
I understand the mess we're in.
Right.
I'm fighting for the team.
You dug the fucking hole
Yes, we
and
did.
put them in it. So they're fucked.
They don't have to work here.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
you know, the bottom line is...
Oh, how dare you?
No, they don't have to work here.
Paycheck. How dare you?
Oh my God, he
How
sucks.
fucking dare you? They don't have to work here. Oh my God.
I care.
Disrespectful, disgusting man. They don't have to work here. I don't think you realise
What a
how
Weasley
fucking
little
lucky you
worm.
are. Because if it wasn't for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them, you'd be driving that RV miles away from here.
Robert definitely needs a reality check. It's life or death right now. And I don't think he actually realizes what kind of jeopardy this place is in.
It's not all about you, Robert. Robert's world, Robert's bubble, Robert's dream. You're not the Lord of the Manor, and you're not the Great Gatsby. You're Robert.
Oh, shit!
There's only me in here.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Go on then, you pompous fuck.
Excuse me.
You pompous fuck! God, I love Gordon.
Don't talk to me like
Well,
that.
what's wrong with it? I want to know what's
Don't
wrong with it.
speak to me like
Well, I'm
that.
telling you,
You
get your
tell
head out
me.
your ass and start getting a little fucking real. You still haven't got it, that this place is sinking. Start paying a little bit more attention to the guys on the ground. Understand how hard it is out there. Forget your fucking antique roadshow and start from the bottom running this business. You're right, there's no structure. It's fragmented. The team needs a leader. They need a structure. They need a mentor. They need some support. And all they get is nitpicked. What kind of motivation is that? All I've heard since I've been here is that you're just blaming people. Well, I'm blaming you for not taking charge. Get fucking real.
You pompous fuck!
So far, my stay at Vermont's Juniper Hill Inn has been shocking.
The fucking music effects.
Shit. And the
Listen, I love the UK version, but nothing beats the dramatic effects and like the cuts from staff member's face back to Robert. That shit is cinema, okay? That is drama. That is what we're here for.
root of the problem is beginning to show.
Spiteful Rage,
You
thank you
don't
for
get
the 3
paid?
months.
I've seen with my own eyes how poorly this place is run. But now I need to see what happens to the bottom line. When Robert and Ari use Juniper Hill as their own private playground, entertaining all their friends. I'm hoping estate manager
Oh my god, the
Ryan
black
can
and
help
white
me.
villainous laughing.
Friends pop up from Manhattan and come and spend weekends and sit, drink, and be merry. Are these guys actually paying?
No. Robert had a slew of friends come and stay for free and eat for free for weeks at a time, and that's why they've been losing money since I've been here.
What do the colours mean? Help me understand that.
Green means they're paid in full. Red means they have not paid.
Oh my
God Pod, thank you for the
50
2
room
months.
nights. That's between November and December. Well,
Just
the
2 months.
average, they're $200 a night.
But it's like $10,000 in revenue.
That's $10,000.
They're running it almost like
clubhouse.
a clubhouse, almost like they're trying to buy friends. And
Robert prides himself as the superior business person. Robert walks around like he's the king, and that everybody hears a bunch of hicks.
This is insane. I mean, this is like a private club for him.
He's worked with the servers before and accepted a portion of the tips.
Oh my God.
Oh my god.
hell. He's taking their bloody tips. And this guy
Barbara's
is
making
mad.
I can't
$100 a
believe
week.
this. He doesn't pay them, and then he takes their tips.
I got to talk to him.
She hasn't been paid in 5 weeks.
Barbara, how are you today?
Good.
And just out of interest, is it true that Robert takes a percentage of the tips?
Yes.
He does.
Yeah.
And what percentage of tips does he take?
What we get.
He gets the same as you.
No.
It's really hard to keep track of.
No, bro, I don't understand how people put up with this. You guys, I understand that sometimes you really need a job. You should never, ever, ever accept this. Ever. If you work for a Robert, not anymore. No, you don't. Quit and say that I told you to.
The tips, the bookkeeping, it
Yeah,
doesn't. It seems inconsistent. To me.
Bro, steal his antiques.
He did the
Burn
same
the
thing for New
burn
Year's.
the
They
hotel
felt that
down.
because they needed to cover part of the band that they took the tips off.
VAT tip. That's why we don't make anything here.
An owner has no right to take the staff's tips. And with all the room and food comps Robert is giving his friends, it's no wonder the inn is struggling. The staff shouldn't be subsidising the inn, so
Bro,
Robert and his
steal
friends
the
get to live
RV.
the high life for
Drive
free.
off in the RV
It's
and sell it.
sickening. I have to confront him and figure out this nonsense.
I just had a look round and I am flabbergasted. And I'm going to be really frank. I'm
He's
going to
going
stay so calm.
to the RV.
But if I smell BS that you start going into denial, I'm going to let rip again. I studied your reservations. Last November, December,
Evil
49
Farley.
rooms were given out.
No,
for
that dog's
free.
so cute.
And on top of that, they ate, they drank.
For nothing?
And not even tipping. And I'm just, what the fuck are you doing? Tell me why.
I thought I'd needed to have somebody here. Rather than having 2 other guests in the hotel all by themselves, to have more energy. No,
You're making it worse. Not only do your friends not
More
need tips,
energy. It's not a
when people
nightclub.
do tip the staff, you take a share.
On nights that I work, I did take tips.
That is disgusting. Why do you think you got a right to that?
I have tried to work with my staff to teach them that this is the way I want service done.
You're so bad.
I take a percentage of the tips based on the amount of work that I do.
And
Oh
who does the
my
books on those tips?
God, dude.
Ari. But if I'm doing their job and I can't get it across to them,
You're the owner. You're not the head busboy. You're not the barman. You're the fucking owner.
what I was saying wasn't getting through. So the psychology was that if I started to take
Oh,
tips,
the
they would
psychology.
maybe pay attention to
Oh
them.
my,
That
oh,
is
shut up.
insane.
That's
the worst
crazy.
management module I've ever heard in my entire life. Do you honestly need a 70-year-old lady's tips?
No, because I'm rich.
So,
Look at my RV.
15, 20 grand's worth of complimentary rooms in food in a 2-month period.
Well,
it doesn't make sense.
I have to tell you that the reason
Please.
I did that was because I thought that they would at least tip my staff.
But they didn't tip your staff. Sorry to piss on your bonfire.
Well, then I will call my friends and I will tell them, look, what happened?
You haven't got the fucking balls to call your friends and ask them to leave a tip.
Yes, I
Look
do.
what
Cool with it.
happened. You happened. You take the tips anyway, you dick.
And ask them, I thought at least out of generosity,
Oh, is
you
he
would have
texting
left
them right
a couple
now?
$100 tip for the team.
No way.
Dana? Yes? It's Robert. You stayed here recently, and I was under the impression that you and Greg left a tip. Did you leave a tip?
I left some money with you.
No. But you said you were going to send additional tip.
No.
I think my time's done here.
That was one of the things.
No, dude. No, he just self-reported. He just self-reported by calling a friend that he allowed to stay for free. And she was like, yeah, I left the money with you. And he's like, no, but that was my money. I mean, like, extra money for the staff. That was mine. He is actually the biggest bitch in the world. Down with Robert.
That I was hoping you had done.
If I didn't do what I was supposed to do, I'm very sorry, and
I left the money with you.
Well, wait a minute. There's others to call, too. Gordon.
Oh, dear.
Gordon has left. He thinks I'm stealing my staff's tips.
You are.
Joke.
Hey, Ray, it's Robert. Did you tip the staff? Because they're telling people that they haven't been tipped.
I left the money with you.
Oh, so I need to do that. I somehow lost that.
No, no.
Gordon left, thinking I'm a liar. I feel as if I'm at the end of my rope.
Okay, no.
I mean, I'm gonna
Crocodile
lose everything.
tears.
I'm gonna have to start all over again if this doesn't work, and I just don't seem that I can do it anymore. No, I can't do it.
No one feels bad for you. Thief. This dude is literally, I've tried nothing and I'm all out of ideas. I've done absolutely nothing and
I
there's
was under
nothing
the
more I can
impression that you
do.
and Greg left a tip. Did you leave a tip?
The guy is maddening, and I don't know if I've got it in me to help fix the place. I'm so pissed off with Robert right now. Honestly, I cannot stand any more of his bloody lies.
I love when Gordon speeds off. He's like, I'm out of here.
He treats everyone so badly.
When you're in your fucking kitchen all day long and you're on the internet instead of actually trying to perfect a menu.
He doesn't even pay them properly.
I had to wait 5 weeks before I got a paycheck.
I work very long days, and I haven't been paid in 3 weeks.
How can someone so rich not pay the people he employs? That's something I simply won't stand for. As angry as I am, I feel I have to help the staff get paid. And I have an idea of just how to
Cinema,
do it.
baby!
I'm gonna hire a team of white glove movers to assemble all of Robert's most valuable antiques from the storage units, the basement, and around the inn. I'm hoping when confronted with all the money he's wasted, I can convince Robert to sell some of his vast collection to pay his staff.
The dramatic U-turn is
If
chef's
this is
kiss.
going to work, I must stay calm while I talk to Robert. I've come back. Not for you, but for the staff. They deserve better.
We're losing on average $15,000 to $20,000 a month. And we are short. But you have a serious hobby of sort of an art collector, an art dealer. I mean, you could open a museum. How many pieces do you have in there?
Oh my God, hundreds.
What are we talking about? Everything collectively. All those beautiful oil paintings.
You got any
the expensive
Rembrandts
stuff.
in there?
At a suitable auction, maybe $300,000.
$300,000. And that would supplement you for the next 12 months, 18 months?
Yes, that would certainly get us through. That would get us through 2 years.
Right. There's something I want you to see. Yeah. I'd like you to come with me, please.
You better sell that
There's
shit.
one thing we need right now is an injection of funds.
Wow.
Robert, no man alive needs this much stuff.
Walking in, it was shocking.
Now, antiques, oil
Bro,
paintings,
what do you mean it was shocking?
silverware.
That's
Does it
your
not,
shit.
I mean, frustrate you that we're sat with all this, and yet
We're all trying to find the guy who did this.
There's someone I'd like you to meet. She's the head auctioneer at Bonham's in Boston. Amy, good morning.
Good morning, Gordon.
Nice to see you.
Gordon, great to see you.
Likewise, thank you so much for coming. We're in the shit, basically, and this stuff needs to go. We need to raise as much money as possible. So what's the best price we can get for all this stuff?
What you have here doesn't read as a collection to me. It's kind of an accumulation.
Yeah,
A
it's
lot of
hoarder
copies
shit.
Of things, or if they are
Really?
of the period that they're supposed to be.
Best I can
there's some
do,
condition issues.
$15.
I would say about 25,000.
Oh my God. I thought she was gonna say $25. I thought she was gonna say 25 grand. 25 bucks. But also 25,000? Fuck, that's nothing. He said $300,000, you guys. $300,000, and she goes, best I can do, 25. Best I can do is like 1/12.
Say that again?
25,000.
$25,000. All this.
All this.
Amy's opinion on our things was shocking, and I can't really believe that.
And the painting?
The painting is a copy, and not a good one.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, Robert is so dumb. He's so dumb. He's been hoodwinked for years. He thought he was some art expert. He thought he was some like antique collector. Bro's been getting scammed. She just goes, that's a copy, and it's not even good. Yeah, she just said that that's a bad fake. AKA, Robert knows literally nothing about art. Oh my God.
I'm afraid.
How much is that worth?
I can't imagine what someone would pay for it. It's really very low value.
Wow.
No.
Robert, I thought you said it was expensive, 18th century.
Well, it's dated. I dated 17.
It
No.
is, but it's not actually
No.
of that period at all.
No, this cannot be possible. No. He went off the fact that there's a date on it. He didn't like, no. She's like, yeah, that's art forgery 101. Like, of course they're going to put a date on it because then people like you think that it's an original.
I'm sorry.
Did you know that was a copy?
I did not know that that was a copy.
Lots of
Oh my
copies.
fucking God.
Reproductions.
This man
We're
is
hoping in the
too
ballpark
dumb
of
to
400,000. 25 grand for everything.
Yeah.
That won't even get us through the next 5 weeks. Even all this amazing silverware.
I put $100 on everything on this table.
$100. What about this?
First period, this is Sheffield.
Yeah, it's plate.
What about this?
175 bucks.
Those are Baccarat candlesticks?
They just don't bring very much at auction, I'm afraid.
Is this the kind of collection that you'd be willing to sell at Bonham's? Would you take the whole lot?
No, we wouldn't.
Wow.
Yo,
We
she
would
is
have to say no.
rocking his shit.
We're floating as if we've got this asset full of $300,000 or $400,000 worth of antiques. We haven't, and we're distracted with the bits of crap in here.
It was a wake-up call.
Thank you. That's
Sure,
the start.
my
I
pleasure.
appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
It means that we don't have the backup that we thought we had.
We've paid more money for fucking storage
than there were.
Bro, it means that you are a
Does that
fucking
not bring it home
moron.
a little bit earlier that you need to be an innkeeper?
not a part-time antiques dealer. Because you fooled me. You gave me the tour, and I thought, wow, this guy is, he's got serious cash to burn.
No.
But right now, we're even further in the shit than I thought we were. So the pressure intensifies.
Yeah.
You need to focus on fixing the business, because that's what's going to generate sufficient funds to keep this place open. And I don't think you quite realize that your staff, they're miserable. They don't like Ari's barking.
Excuse me.
Bragging about
Excuse me. I am the boss.
You bitching.
When you're in your fucking kitchen all day long and you're on the goddamn internet instead of actually...
Yes, see, that's why I don't feel bad for Robert. That's why I don't feel bad, because he's a mean little bitch, okay? He is a pompous little butthole. He thinks that he is the bourgeoisie. Genuinely. And that's why I don't feel bad for him, because it turns out that he doesn't know jack shit. He doesn't know shit about art. He doesn't know shit about antiques. All these things that he has pretended to be an expert on to add to his persona of being rich and elite. He don't know shit.
Trying to perfect a menu.
It's not a nice atmosphere for the staff currently. And if they quit, you're fucked. They are staff. They're not pigs that live in the fucking basement. If you think that's not the case, and you're that delusional, and you're not prepared to listen to anything I'm saying, you're fucked. Sell the inn, sell this shit in here, and give up.
Sell the RV. Just like you said, money that's tied up in art means no
I've
money.
just come back to try and save Juniper
No
Hill Inn,
money.
and I thought I could use some of the owner's vast array of antiques to get the cash flowing. But I've just discovered...
I would say about $25,000.
$25,000. All this.
All this.
that I was wrong.
That won't even get us through the next 5 weeks.
With no assets, the challenge to make this place work is bigger than ever. Tomorrow, I have to start the process of change. Before I get stuck in, there's one thing I want to try.
Shirtless Gordon? Hey, yo! I told you about his. I didn't see. I literally did not see. Okay, hold on. Wait, I didn't. You should have been louder. I'm blaming you. I'm blaming whoever knew that they. Okay, I am unpublishing. Fuck. Okay, all right. Now, before we proceed, is there anything else? Is there anything else I need to know about? I'm just, you know what? I'm just taking it off. I'm just taking it off. Look at the fonts. Oh God. What the hell? It's YouTube. I thought they'd blur out that stuff. It's fine. XQC is. Oh, okay. Well. Okay. Let me just to be safe.
It's bloody roasting. Oh, fuck. My feet are freezing now.
Bro, what the hell?
Molly, now it's time to see if I can get through to Robert and Ari.
Can I just borrow
Multiple people have ended up in the
I wanna
same
show you
sit without a
something.
hand.
Both of you
Okay.
together. I'd like to come up to my room. Thank you.
If this place is going to work as a business, Robert and Ari need to hear some home truths about how their paying customers really feel about their precious inn.
Wait, I'm sorry. I can't get over how many of you have seen this multiple times. How many of you have seen this with Wake, with previous streamers? You're like, oh, no, it's fine. Lots of streamers have watched this and not gotten banned. Wow. Y'all love this shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for
Is it right
popping
to
into
pass
my
it?
room. How was your stay last night?
Well, we didn't know where to go when we walked in, so we walked around and around until we found somebody to help us check in.
I was slightly disorientated when I checked in as well. I mean, there's no signs in terms of reception,
No.
front desk, or bar, or lounge, or... And how were the rooms?
I had space heaters to heat the room up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 3 of them.
When I checked the room, it was like a sauna.
He sounds aggravated.
Raise your hands if you'd come back, please.
Not like it is.
Not like it is. There's someone I'd like to hear from who
Honestly,
hasn't said
it's
anything yet.
any
He is
Gordon
a lead
Ramsay show is
inspector of a
great to
diamond collection
rewatch.
of hotel and inns across America. In a nutshell,
Very disappointed. Didn't meet expectations. From the moment I walked in, with no greeting, no check-in area, I was totally lost. And the bar's a joke. Should not even be there, folks. It looks as if it's set up for a wedding. The hospitality's nice, but everything else fails.
how do you feel?
Anytime you
My
see him
guests
in a
to have that
bathroom,
experience.
take it off
You know, Our
immediately.
goal is to please people. That's why we're in the inn business. And we've obviously fallen really short.
For me, I think that's positive feedback.
Yeah, I guess
so
I
I'm
forget that
grateful
he's
entirely,
European.
entirely. Thank you all. Can I keep you two here, please? Thank you.
The guest feedback has certainly been constructive.
Thank you.
And Robert's even using a word I've never heard from him before.
We are sorry.
But I'm shocked by Ari's response to the guest complaints.
What's the matter with you? Why are you so angry with guests? Why are you running
Oh,
an inn
God.
when you're so bitter? You look like you don't give a shit.
I'm not saying that I don't like the guests, but if you have ever been an innkeeper, it's 24/7.
No one is more touched by what these people said.
Well, Ari is
I mean-
clearly, but...
I would love this to be our private home.
But I am.
It's a lost cause.
And
Wait.
Ari does have a different way of dealing with...
Wait. He just said, I would love this to be our private home. Oh my guy. Oh my guy. What the hell? How do you go? He is the one who invested the money. How do you go from like agreeing to let your partner run a hotel to, yeah, I actually just wish this was our private home. Oh, no, he has very strange vibes. I don't like his vibes. I think he's fucked in the head. Now we've got disaster gaze. Truly disaster gaze. Bro, you are fucked. You will never be able to live in this place as your home because you are losing $200,000 a year. You're in it for $1 million.
I see that. Based on my experience, I would seriously request both of you actually sit down and reconsider whether you should be in this business going forward.
Yeah, why are they in this business?
It's clear to me that Ari isn't cut out for the hospitality business. And even though Robert now understands how he's let down his guests, he needs to understand that he's also let down his staff and failed to recognize their potential.
It is absolutely insane to run a hotel and be like, it's 24/7. I just can't with these people. Yeah, bro, you opened a hotel.
Got a plan that will help Robert to see what he's doing wrong and how he can fix things in his kitchen.
Oh, God, okay. Oh, Jesus.
I've asked Chef Julian to cook 3 dishes
Oh, I
from
can't
Robert's
trust him
expensive old
anymore. I
menu
can't trust
and 3
him.
new dishes of his very own creation. Once he's finished,
He's getting
I'm gonna pretend
naked
I've cooked
again.
the new ones and see what Robert says. Crucially, Julian's dishes are all ones that could be served on a $29 menu, half what Robert currently charges.
Look at that. $74, $29. Let's go. Good luck. Okay?
Yes.
I can't wait to see what Robert thinks of Julian's affordable food when he thinks that I've cooked it.
I asked him to cook a 3-course meal. Yeah, he cooked his lamb, his crab cake, and the dessert. That's the $74 version.
I cooked the other meal.
I got hold of some chicken, some sprouts, and I used the crab and a butterscotch pudding with some caramelized popcorn.
Ari's
$29, that's what those
father
3
was probably
courses
former
are
SS.
gonna
I would
cost.
believe that.
Julian's 3 new dishes are fantastic and fairly priced. That would go a long way towards bringing guests back through the front door. Now that Robert thinks I've cooked them, I bet he loves them.
Talk to me.
Excellent. Fabulous. And the Brussels sprouts are really good, too. You've actually leafed them, and it's very pretty. Well, this is a much better value.
I've never heard you use that word value. And we could get 2 for the price of 1.
What we should do.
So my menu or Julian's menu?
Your menu.
my menu.
Yeah, bitch.
I'm flattered, but there's something I need to tell you. I didn't make any of this. Julian cooked everything.
I felt at that very moment that I had done Julian a disservice.
Yeah, you have.
Have you got something you'd like to say to your chef, Julian?
I'm sorry that I haven't given you the freedom to do what you need to do.
Also, I'm sorry I
guess I
haven't
have to
paid
eat
you.
it and say that I have restricted him from being who he can be, which is really difficult. And I have to say that this is delicious.
Okay, why was that so hard for him? Also, why does Julian look like he looks like he's like in heaven? He just died and went to heaven. It was just so hard for him to spit those words out. He literally was like, I have to say that I thought it was good. It was delicious. And I am sorry.
Coming up,
He's emotionally constipated.
Robert has a major decision about given the chance.
Excellent. Fabulous.
I didn't make any of this. Julian cooked everything. I hope this is all starting to sink in with him. Well, how you feeling?
I'm feeling all sorts
I
of
don't know why
things.
I keep doing this.
There's, of course, fear.
But surely hope to.
Didn't meet expectations.
And sample the kind of affordable, high-quality food his chef can cook when given the chance.
Excellent. Fabulous.
I didn't make any of this. Julian cooked everything. I hope this is all starting to sink in with him. Well, how you feeling?
I'm feeling all sorts of things. I mean, there's, of course, fear.
But surely hope too. Your chef's food was amazing.
Absolutely. It was an epiphany. I feel regretful that I have come across in the way I have, and that I haven't exhibited to my staff the leadership they needed and the compassion that apparently I must be void of.
I think for you to tell them how you're feeling, what you're going to...
This guy is truly the epitome of a non-apology apology. The compassion that apparently I am void of. AKA, I'm an asshole who steals their money.
Commit to how important they are for you.
I know that this place wouldn't be here without them. And I'm wanting to do everything I can to show them that we can make this work.
I'm glad Robert's on a new path. I just hope it's not too late for his staff to learn to trust him again.
Relax, guys.
You are
It's first day on Earth.
all valuable to me and to Ari and to Juniper Hill. And I fear
Ari's like,
that we have
actually,
not
I would kill you
always
all.
express that. And we want to show you that we are going to make a difference. Sorry for your paychecks being late. Sorry for taking part of the tips. Sorry for not communicating, because that was the reality. And one that I'm not proud of, that we're not proud of, but one that we certainly can correct. And that's what we want to do.
Ari's like, I just want them all to be dead.
I thought there was a substantial collection of $300,000 to $400,000 worth of assets. I mean, why don't you explain exactly?
In the things that were assembled here, they said lucky if we got 25,000.
We are on our ass. It is going to be difficult, and I think Robert has realised.
I'd be like, can I get my
bubbles
paycheck, bro?
burst.
I'm out of here.
And he understands the truth to where we are.
I think there's a perception that we are these wealthy magnates coming in and Lord of the Manor sort of things. That's not who we are.
Yeah, you're the one who gave that impression.
You know, I knew there was some
Nobody thought you
bad
were a wealthy
situations here,
magnet.
but I stayed because I want to be here and I want to help him.
He's like,
And
so people got the impression that like we're really rich and just really elite. That we're basically like royalty, and I just want to say we're just like you. We are just like you. Sort of. You know what I mean though. People are saying that we're like rich and pretty cool.
I believe what he says.
And I'm very proud of you, Robert. You're the man
that I've always known and loved. He's coming back.
I'm glad to see that
Known
we're
and
facing
loved.
facts, and that's the only way we're going to get out of this.
Agreed. Thank you.
Ryan, what do you think of what Robert's just said?
I wanted to stand up and clap.
I did too.
I feel like I am working for somebody who can actually
bar
run a
is
business
so
when I hear
low.
things like that can succeed. I've never seen Robert so serious. This is actually really a life-changing thing for him, and I feel like I want to be part of the changes.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Thank
The truth's important.
It's humbling to have to admit some of the things that haven't gone right, but at the same time, it's energizing to see that people really do care for us and care for Juniper Hill. That is what's going to make us successful.
Yeah, so now
I'm
you
impressed
need
with the way
to
Robert
pay your
dealt with his staff
employees.
meeting. I've got real hope that he can make this place work, but he has another lesson to learn. He thinks people aren't spending money at Juniper Hill because of the recession, but I think it's the snobbish atmosphere and the high prices that have kept people away. I'm taking Robert to a fantastic local brewery to show him how a warm welcome can translate into money in the bank.
Let's go and have a beer. Let's get in with the locals. Trust me, they won't beat you up.
I'm taking him to where the pores are.
You are like a fish out of water right now, honestly. You're like a vegetarian in the middle of a big steak tartare. Look at you.
No. Well, I love the people from our region. The Upper Valley is filled with amazing people.
The Juniper Hill is not filled with local people. Wouldn't you welcome this atmosphere?
Oh yeah.
In your stately house?
Absolutely. Everyone is welcome.
Stand on there and tell them you need them. Off we go.
Oh,
if
no.
I could have your attention,
Oh, God.
please. I'm Robert. I'm the innkeeper at Juniper Hill Inn. We just want to tell everybody we'd love to have you all up
no.
at Juniper Hill Inn. And we need the help right now. So if you can come up and have dinner or just
Dies
have a
of
drink,
cringe,
and
dies
just
of
say hi,
cringe.
it would be great. Thank you.
Excellent. Well done.
If Robert can always be that inviting to the locals, he surely has it in him to be the leader of the inn.
When was the last time you brought Ari here for a bit?
We haven't been here probably in 6 months.
How was he after you spoke to the team like that?
You know, the interesting thing with Ari is his exterior is Finnish. You know, he's very stern, but he feels deeply.
You can't express
Please
it,
give
can
us
he?
money.
Can't. He's emotionally constipated. I think he gave up.
That can't come across to the staff. That can't come across to the customers. So you've got to almost isolate yourself from that.
But he's getting through it.
But he's not going to be the face. He's not going to be the innkeeper.
No, he's not.
But he can provide a phenomenal amount of support behind the scenes.
Cheers to that.
The brewery owner's like,
Coming up.
is
It's
this dude
fantastic.
promoting
I
in
show
here?
off the new and improved.
Yeah, it's like when somebody comes into my stream and they're like, "Hey guys, come watch my stream. I'm live right now." I'm like, "Bitch, excuse me? This is my place of business. You are not about to come up in here and advertise yourself being live right now."
Juniper Hill Inn.
Oh my goodness, look at this.
But assistant innkeeper Sarah's joy is short-lived.
I'll be in my room.
You look terrible. What's the matter?
I'm sick of it, Gordon.
It's been a tough week here at Juniper Hill Inn, and owner Robert's
Oh
pompous
boy,
ways
here we
have been
go.
maddening.
Here we go.
I don't have a secretary, Gordon. I'm sorry.
Are you always this pathetic?
But he's finally come off his pedestal to get on the same level as his team.
You are all valuable to Juniper Hill, and we want to show you that we are going to make a difference.
Overnight, my team has been working on a remarkable transformation, and with relaunch upon us, it's a chance for a fresh start for everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Let me introduce you to the new Juniper Hill Inn. It's no longer a hangout for the super rich or your mates getting freebies. Yeah, it's now a nice, warm, and very welcoming country inn. And trust me, everyone is welcome, whether you're driving up here in a Mercedes or even a pickup truck. You ready?
Yes.
Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Let's go.
Also, I'm
Please, come
sorry.
in.
I'm kind of laughing at them repeating over and over again that, like, this was exclusive, that only super wealthy people went here. I'm like, okay, really? Really? Why are they acting as if, like, billionaires are visiting this place? They keep being like, yes, so exclusive. Only super rich people here. I'm like, honestly, these people probably aren't even that rich. Let's be real.
Come through.
The Great Hall is a beautiful room, but it was hidden by vast amounts of furniture.
Oh my goodness, look at this.
My team have edited the collection and created a feeling of comfort and space.
When I walked in the Great Hall, it felt like a different room. Gordon put together this
precedent.
amazing place. It feels comfortable and warm.
Oh my God, the horse.
You have a spacious, gracious, warm reception room. Look at it. Gone is that hideous makeshift bar.
Thank you.
Gone. Guests know where to go because they have proper signs. Ready to see the dining room?
Yes.
Come through.
Oh,
It's warm and welcoming.
Oh, I love this.
No longer feels like your
It's
grandmother's
always
parlour.
still
It really
ugly.
is a dining room. It's what you expect from a country inn. You know, it has an identity. Gone are those hideous sofas that nobody can sit and eat dinner in. Ari, what do you think?
Very nice. Very
You
nice.
like it?
Very open.
Excellent. I'll show you my bedroom. Okay. Please. Everybody else can come too, please. You ready?
We're ready.
In you go. Do you know what's wrong with this room? Nothing. You don't need to do anything to them.
The only thing wrong was the smell in room 1, and a plumber's taking care of that.
The guest rooms are the absolute highlight of your inn.
That meant something, because it meant we were on the right track. We just needed better directions.
Now, the key to filling this is to charge
Yeah, you
sensible
were on the
prices.
right track, buddy.
I would rather have the room sold at a cheaper price and have an 85% occupancy rate across the year. Bring the prices down, fill it, let them enjoy this quality. And
The stunning bedrooms didn't need changing, but there's one room that did need a significant
Okay, Ari
overhaul
is
in
so
order to bring
scary.
in much-needed cash flow.
now, there's one more little thing I want to show you downstairs.
Okay.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Let's go. Come with me. Okay. We need to
Does
attract
it still smell like
the local
shit?
community. I'd like to welcome you to the Blue Bar.
Blue bar.
Yo, everybody's here from the brewery. Everyone's here from the brewery, look.
Ari, are you thrilled?
The best new local bar in Windsor.
Fantastic.
This is so great. Walk in and see the people sitting there and the games on the tables and the beautiful drinks. It was very emotional. I loved it.
The Blue
Sarah,
Bar
you
is
still
exactly
haven't
what the
been
town of
paid, my
Windsor,
love.
Vermont and Juniper Hill Inn need. I'm hoping it'll be popular, especially on a day like today, when the inn hosts its first ever Sunday lunch service. The staff are all getting ready for the arrival of their lunch guests.
5, 6, 7, 8. So you got 4 tables each.
But while everybody else is busy, Ari seems lost and needs reminding of his role here at the inn.
I'm here.
Ari is
Right.
Peter from What We Do in the Shadows,
Are you
and
in?
Robert
Are you out?
is
Are you doing the checks? What are you
Colin.
doing?
I was checking in people.
You're checking in. But I thought that was the gracious. I thought you were checking in people.
You want to check them in and take them up? That'll be great.
Would you be so kind? Just 2 seconds. I'm so sorry. Would you continue that?
Of course.
Can I just have you for 30 seconds?
Yeah,
Sure.
okay.
Come this way. I thought you were going to leave the front of the house to Robert. I thought you were going to be the back of the house.
No, one thing is that Robert asked me to check in people because he had to take people to the dining room.
Yeah, I know, but... We have a saying in England. Too many chefs spoil the broth.
You're not a natural innkeeper.
Oh, okay.
He needs your help.
Yes,
But
yes,
behind
he
the
did.
scenes.
Yes.
Explain to Robert that you're going to support him from behind the scenes. Please?
Sure.
Please.
I will do that.
I think Ari has finally got the picture and understands
I
that he
am the
needs to
boss.
play to his strengths. I really hope that things can continue to improve now.
Come on, Sophie. We better remove the dog. She's going to eat the food.
Oh, Sophie.
Sophie, our poodle. She shouldn't be in there. I mean, it's a place where we eat. Come on, Sophie. Come on. Come. That's not for you. Come on.
Most polite way
Come
of
on,
being
honey.
like, bro,
Excuse
your
me.
vibes are
I take care of the
fucked.
dog, okay? Excuse me.
The dog shouldn't be in the bar. He's on the seats eating the food.
Really? I am the boss, okay?
Don't ever talk to me
No,
that
he
way.
did not. No, he did not. He is a broken, evil robot. I am the boss. I am the boss. I can't with him. I can't.
Excuse me.
Don't ever. and I mean
Excuse
it.
me.
I'll be in my room, and I don't need to be yelled at.
Oh yeah, no, his father was definitely an SS. An SS captain.
I'm coming towards the end of my stay at Vermont's Juniper Hill Inn, and I thought we'd turn the corner. But as the inn's first ever Sunday lunch service approaches, assistant innkeeper Sarah has gone missing.
Where's Sarah gone?
I haven't seen Sarah in about a half an hour.
Is she okay?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, just asking. Has Sarah gone home? What? Has Sarah gone home?
No? The team can't afford to be a man down. I've got to find her.
Who is it?
It's me, Sarah. It's Gordon.
Oh, hi, Gordon.
You okay?
Oh, no. What? Hold on a second.
She's like,
Yeah,
fuck
I did.
this place.
No, no,
I
you joined us
still
for
haven't
lunch.
been paid.
Oh, thanks. I'm not going to.
What's the matter?
You want to come here?
Yeah, you look terrible. What's the matter?
Oh, I'm just really
That's
upset.
fine. I don't want to get upset. You were with us half an hour ago. Customers are in the bar.
I know. And
Our first table's just arrived. I just expect you to be there in terms of you're part of this team.
I know, but I'm sick of being yelled at by Ari. I'm sick of it, Gordon.
When did he yell at you?
Just a few minutes ago because I asked him to take the dog out of the dining room.
Naturally.
It's his dog, and it's
Like,
sitting
yeah.
on the bar furniture.
Please come back down.
Oh. Buck up and come down. Nobody's ever seen me break down in tears in this inn. It's never happened before.
Just come back downstairs.
Okay.
Please?
Yeah, I will. Gordon.
Okay.
Yeah,
She's like, and I still haven't been paid.
And the girls need you down there.
They do, and I'm just really mad at them.
No, well, let me go and have a word with Ari. This is ridiculous. Get yourself ready. Place is full of locals, and they'd love to see you too.
Okay.
Please. Smiley. Yes? Good
Yes,
girl.
yes, I'll bounce back.
I'm not sure why Ari is
Aw,
snapping
poor
at his staff,
Sarah,
but it just
man.
proves my gut was
It's
right
not even
about
supposed
his
to
place
be
being behind the
here.
scenes.
Ari? Yes? I've just found Sarah upstairs in floods of tears. Everything okay?
No, we had a little run-in because we both are very strong people. He snapped at me and I snapped back.
Do you think the dog should be running around in the bar?
No, when they are guests coming.
So was she right or wrong?
She was right.
Bro, I don't
Would it
think
be
she
appropriate for you to
snapped
apologise
at
to her?
you.
Do you feel like you're responsible from behind
I don't
the
think
scenes?
she snapped at
Is there any
all.
way we could just, for this first Sunday lunch, try to keep the team together?
Okay.
I think Ari's
Bakhtiari,
heart
thank
is
you
in
for the
right
2
place,
months.
But his tone is all
Thank
wrong for an
you.
innkeeper. He needs to be the power behind the throne. I'm sure this is going to be one of the busiest days yet at Juniper Hill Inn. And I need to remind
We are
Chef Julian
both
to make
strong
good use
people.
of his
No,
sous
you're
chef
just a-
Nida if
you're
he's gonna
just a
have any
dick.
chance of being successful. Julian's proved to Robert and I that he has the talent and the potential in the kitchen. Now he just needs the help to execute.
I know you're adamant the fact that you're going to work on your own, but you're not a one-man band. Yeah?
Yes, chef.
Encourage, entice. Over to the stove.
The local community have responded to Robert's invitation, and there's a great atmosphere as people turn up to check out the bar and sample the new menu I put together with Chef Julian.
Tara, nice to see you. Welcome to Juniper Hill. Hi, how are you, dear?
Nice to see you.
As well as new arrivals, the inn has a return guest, Hotel Inspector Steve Talon. His first visit was a disaster.
Very disappointed. Didn't meet expectations. From the moment I walked in, with no greeting, I was totally lost.
This is Robert and his team's
Oh,
chance
boy,
to prove to
here we
Steve
go.
that they've learned their lesson. I hope this time
Hello
they're
there.
flawless.
How are you, Mr. Talon? Nice to see you.
Nice to see you
yes.
again.
Welcome. So this is our new menu.
Okay, what's going next?
Coming up next, we have one trout.
The key to this place running smoothly is communication among the entire staff. But Chef Julian still doesn't seem to get that.
How long for the first flat iron, please, Nida?
Medium rare.
Ask her, Julian.
Medium rare.
Let's go, Juju. Come on.
Talk to Nida. I don't care what it's about, the fucking weather, I don't care, but talk to her, okay? Come on, you gotta talk. I just said, come on. She can put things on a plate for you, just refusing to talk to her. And it's gonna be so fucking painful now. I simplified the menu in order to get it so much easier for you, know that?
Yes, chef.
And the menu was designed for you to open up and talk, okay?
Yes, chef.
Look at me,
Yes, chef.
broaden your mind out. And all you do is one plate, focus. Next plate, focus. And I just want you to open up a little bit. She's there to help. Thank you.
You know what? Let me do this.
Yes, chef. Thank you, chef.
Just help with the skillet. Help with the skillet.
Fucking hell. Julian!
Yes.
Come here. Fucking hell. What's the matter with you? You've just shut down on
Fucking
me.
hell,
Now, do you want to
man.
give me your jacket and I'll do it for you?
No, chef.
It's not difficult.
I know, chef.
Can you do this? Open up. Come on. You've just shut down.
Bro
With
can't
Robert
even
working
speak.
well with the team
Okay, thank you so much.
and Ari staying out the way, the bar is bustling.
How are you? Welcome.
Definitely not paid
Can I get you
actors
a
at
drink?
all.
But Chef Julian needs to raise his game and start communicating if we're going to make today a success.
You've just shut down on me. Open up, please. Get it together. Let's go. You're gonna be about 4
I
minutes at
honestly
that
think
table.
that Juju is like
You do
one
one plate, I do one plate. Is that
one
good?
nervous breakdown.
All right, so then you get, with the
away.
lamb shank, then you get some lamb glaze, which is right here.
Julian, nice, much better. Look at me, much better.
Yes, chef.
Or
Good.
he's
How's
one
everybody out there?
incident away from a nervous breakdown.
Wow.
The locals are definitely noticing a change here.
It was wonderful.
It's very good. I was very surprised.
Perfect. I was just saying, it's perfect for me.
Great.
Time to see if the hotel inspector has too.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you too. Recognise a few changes?
In some ways, I didn't recognize it at all.
Oh, really?
So good.
What, the entrance hall in terms of?
The total openness, the welcoming, the signs everywhere.
When you walked in, was there warmth? Was there
Oh, it's great warmth. Now I feel it has that Diamond Collection feel. You did a good job.
Fantastic news. Enjoy lunch.
Hells yeah.
Okay, I'll try. Thank you.
There's a great buzz at the inn.
Sarah, can I have a second?
Yes.
I hope that's not all about to change.
Oh God,
Really
he's.
busy.
I just wanted to hear that I'm sorry what happened. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Okay. I mean, I'm
Okay.
trying to help, Ari, and you snarl at me a lot.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yo, she does not like him.
Affordably priced.
Understandably so.
And it's nice to know a nice place to send people.
He
to
just
get a drink
hugged
and
her
relax
like he
and
was
everything, and
an
it's hard to
alien
get,
in
so
a
that's
human
great.
body.
Robert and Ari's communication has improved by leaps and bounds since I've been at the inn.
Let's go back just for a second.
But actions speak louder than words, and I think Robert is starting to understand that.
I just wanted to tell you. that,
Also, the word
I really
snarl.
appreciate
You
all the
snarl
extra
at me.
Not just this week, but the entire time you've been here. And this is your paycheck. A bit early, because we know you need it. We wish we had more. We put $100 extra in there for you, just so you have a little bit extra, because we really do appreciate you, Ryan.
$100. Wait. We wish we had more. Why? Just remember, he hasn't been paid in a month. And Robert's over here like, hey, can you come here a second? We just like, you're so important to us. You're such a good worker. So I want to give you this. It's your paycheck. It's your paycheck. It's a monthly. And we slipped a little extra there. We'll take it out of your next paycheck. Yeah, for sure. And we definitely won't give you your next paycheck ever because we're going out of business. But you're welcome. Yeah, it was a $200 tip, but Robert took his half.
You and I are gonna bring this back, and Ari's gonna join us.
Yeah.
An old lady's like, did you get my money?
Emotionally
Did you
moved
get
in
my
a long time.
$200?
I feel like it's all been worth it now. I feel like it's appreciated.
Bro, appreciated because he gave you a paycheck that you were
I think this
owed?
business is on the road to recovery.
Oh,
and
God.
Robert, Andy's team, with Ari in the background, can really make this place work, because once the locals invest in this place, word is going to spread big time. Wow. Beautiful.
Yeah, here's
It's time for me to
$1,000
say my
bucks. They're
goodbyes.
five for the next
But
3
with the
years
crowd enjoying
unemployed.
themselves in the bar and loving the great value in the dining room, it's a hard place to leave.
Really good.
This is nice, comfy.
And we're sharing the lamb shakes.
The lamb, okay. You're welcome.
Right, finally. You seem to have got this under control, yes?
Yes, chef.
And you're opening up.
Yes, chef.
Don't stop talking.
Yes, chef.
Communicate. Good job.
Thank you, chef. He might have beat a few people down, but then he brought a few people right back up, and that was necessary. I'm just glad he didn't smack me with a spatula.
Ari?
Copy.
I've come to say goodbye.
I was doing my
Look after
paycheck.
yourself.
I'm sorry,
You're
but
writing
the
paychecks.
RV
Yes,
is
good luck with the
so
place. It's a
funny.
business.
It's so
Look
fucking
after
funny.
yourself. Look after Robert and support him in all the right places.
Thank you.
Best wishes.
We are very grateful for him that he has patience for us. Because it's not easy to restructure molded minds.
Look after yourself. Yes? Look after yourself. Right, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
He scares
it
me.
Seems like you've got this under control.
I'm going to keep it under control.
Well, the staff are doing the job, the bar's functioning, the dining room's functioning, kitchen's functioning.
That's good. That's beautiful.
Ari's in the RV.
And there are people.
And they seem to be having a good time. You're on the track now.
We're on track.
I have a little present for you. Stay there.
Having Gordon come to Juniper Hill has meant a lot to us. It was harder than hell, but ultimately, I know it's going to do great things for our staff and for our town.
This is something that money cannot buy. But
Ari's
this week,
just
you
in
know.
the
Now,
RV.
most important thing, please keep it up. This is your sign to be part of the amazing setup, the Diamond Collection.
Thank you.
You deserve this.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
No,
Safe
you
journey.
don't,
He
but
really
it's for
did
the show.
Awaken me, put fire in me, and I want him to come back and say, you really did it. That's our goal.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
I feel like Gordon really is over that place.
believe those storage units are still there. If I was Robert, I'd lock Ari in one of them.
Is this show supposed to make me as mad as I am after watching that degrading? Oh, yeah, no, he's an asshole. He's the worst. And we're going to find out that his place closed down. I hope Barbara's okay. I'm going to be honest. Thank you, Ashley. I hope Barbara, I hope the staff is okay. Barbara was 70. My girl. Okay, so this episode aired, dink donk, 11 years ago. 11 years ago. And here is the update. So, was the Juniper Hill Inn Hotel Hell episode a success? Unfortunately, there were a lot of problems. No shit. There was a lot of staff turnover that happened between the Hotel Hell visit and the actual airing on TV, which means that a lot of the staff you saw on the episode, including the chef, weren't there anymore. By the time the episode aired, most of the staff, including Julian, weren't there. Yeah, probably because they weren't getting paid. They probably were like, you know what? I'm not going to work anymore because you don't fucking pay me. And I bet you he kept taking the tips. Let's be real. He probably upped how much money he was taking of tips. Additionally, the reviews were still generally poor even after the changes were made by Gordon Ramsay. Yes, because they are run by a serial killer and a guy who thinks that he's like a royalty. Queen Elizabeth. As you'd expect, Ari and Robert were not really happy with how they were portrayed in the show. At first, yeah, no shit. At first, they seemed somewhat appreciative, posting the following message on Facebook around the time that the episode aired. Okay, so this is just like, hello, we were just featured. We thought long and hard about doing it, but then we were like, this will be great. The show's phenomenal ratings have further filled our phone lines, and we asked your... Okay, they're basically saying, like, we're so successful now because of the show and the publicity that we got. Remember, we're a small country inn. We will return your calls as soon as possible. Thank you, Gordon Ramsay, for everything. Thank you to our long-term staff members who have been with us. Yada, yada, yada. We invite you all to come visit Vermont and stay in this authentic piece of American history. Is it really that authentic? Because we know that you've gotten bamboozled many times. All right. However, when I was browsing around for the update, look at the laugh reacts. I found a response to a Yelp review from Robert Dean that shows how that first post was a bit of PR, so to speak. Here's a snippet of the most relevant part of the Yelp post, but I'll post the full screenshot below. Okay. So Stan F, 1-star rating. First see this article, then look at this article. You'll be throwing your money and your time away. They're in foreclosure. Don't answer the phone and don't return calls. Their 1-800 number doesn't work. Despite all their problems, their website still allows people to book rooms. Insanity. Wait, Chef Julian is head chef at Soul Hollywood in Los Angeles? No way. I think I've been there. Dear Stan, it is with great regret that I hear of your issues. This is from Robert D. We have been closed as we had several broken pipes. Oh, this guy is just a liar through and through. Dear Stan, I wrote you. I wrote you and you never wrote me back. We have closed as we had several broken pipes and it can happen with older houses. Yada, yada, yada. Copium, copium. Lies, lies, lies. We've also had issues with our Comcast telephone and internet service, which we believe is not completely resolved. We have, like so many other small businesses, faced some rough times, but are working with the bank to resolve those issues and hope that you will attempt to contact us again. Many people in this economy are facing issues with their businesses, but we are working hard not only to survive, but to improve. Thank you for pointing out the difficulty in reaching us, as this will help our case against Comcast, who also should be reviewed on Yelp. I also wish to point out that the Gordon Ramsay show, Hotel Hell, in no way reflects on what or who we are as people or as a business. It's easy to create a show out of 300 plus hours of filming and edit it to death to ensure that the host and network make great money and top ratings. So you're not stealing, you weren't stealing tips, Robert? So you were paying your employees on time? We have also recently brought on new innkeepers who share our passion for this place, and all of us hope that you will try again to reach us. God, this is a fucking essay. Stan wrote one thing. Stan wrote one sentence, and Robert was like, Lady Whistledown says, we look forward to a bright future regaining what we were and hope that everyone reading this will realize that reality TV often is not about reality, but ratings and profits for the hosts and the networks. Again, our deepest apologies for the trouble you had getting through, and we hope to hear from you. Also, if you still have difficulty getting through via the telephone, please contact us via our email address on our website. Thank you, with sincere apologies, Robert. Jesus Christ. Ay. So, by the way, Robert wrote this in May. Juniper Hill Inn closed in April. The math ain't mathin'. Robert wrote this a month after they closed down. Just a year after the Juniper Hill Inn Hotel Hell episode aired on TV, the hotel closed because it was foreclosed on by the bank due to the large debt incurred by Robert and Ari. At the time of the closure, the Juniper Hill Inn owners were 6 months behind on their mortgage and owed the bank a whopping $1.163 million. Beyond the debt to the bank, they also owed the city of Windsor $80,000 to $85,000 in back taxes. The bar was sold to new owners in 2014 at a foreclosure auction for just $405,000. Yeah, when you're foreclosed, you're not getting a good deal. They're in serious debt. After initially, you guys, the bidding started at $1 million, which wouldn't have even been enough to cover their debt. It sold for $405,000. Yeah, because when something forecloses, they are not the ones with the upper hand. As of 2023, the hotel is doing business at the same location under new ownership and a new name. It's now called the Windsor Mansion Inn. The Windsor Mansion Inn. Reviews seem to be pretty good. It's got a 5-star rating. Oh. Room rates start at around $150 per night, $200 less. $200 less than Juniper Hill, and this place is a 5-star rating. Okay, so what happened to the owners? Wait, apparently the owner of the new Windsor Mansion seems like an interesting character. In November 2016, the Windsor Mansion Inn owner was charged with firing a bullet through his ex-employee's truck. Bro, no one should ever go work at that place. Kenneth Lucci pleaded not guilty this month to charges that included aggravated stalking with a deadly weapon. What? Okay, that place is cursed. That is, yeah, most cursed hotel since The Shining. Okay? If you are somebody who's thinking about going to work at this location, don't do it. Cursed place. So what happened to the owners? In addition to the debt that they incurred, the owners had a number of other issues, including legal problems. Ari Nicky, wait a sec. Ari Nicky, one of the co-owners, was arrested in 2015 and charged with an alleged assault on a law enforcement officer in Hillsborough County, Florida. Wait a second. You can see the arrest report here. Oh my God. Look. Yo, he went full Florida man. What is this plot twist? You guys, he literally looks like a full-on Florida man. No way. I want to know what the hell happened. I want to know what happened. I mean, he assaulted a law enforcement officer. I need to know the deets, though. However, the charges were eventually dropped, though Ari did end up spending some time in jail before that happened. Once again, here's his mugshot. He literally looks like a Florida man. Have you guys ever done that thing where you just, you pick what, you take the date and you type Florida man and then the date? So like, Florida man, October 11th. Here, I'll do it. Florida man, October 11th. Okay. And then there's always like there's always some story. Any date you put in. Central Florida man wielding a sword sets fire in roadway. Floods booking office after arrest. October 11th, Florida man. Deputies found Florida man Scott Taylor by the flames holding a sword and a bottle of Captain Morgan's rum with a knife strapped to his belt. Taylor was unable to give deputies an answer as to why he started the fire, but chugged the rum bottle during the interview. It's funnier if you use your birthday just day and month. Here, I just had my birthday. Florida man, September 29th. Florida man in his underwear hits deputy in face with Bible, screams, "I condemn you," poops himself. Oh my God. Holy shit. I'm telling you, you can do this with anything. You just take Florida man, like yesterday was October 10th. Okay, this is technically from the 19th, but Florida man accused of using Kool-Aid packets to steal nearly $1K in Walmart merchandise. That last one was insane. And then poops himself. Florida man charged after slapping hot coffee on McDonald's drive-thru employee all over a few cents on a breakfast order. Florida man accused of forcing alligator to drink beer. A Treasure Coast man is accused of provoking a small alligator to bite his arm and then pouring beer into its mouth. There's a video where Timothy Kepke appears in the video to let the reptile bite his forearm. The video also shows Kepke feeding the alligator beer as it struggles. When officers interviewed Kepke last month, he reportedly acknowledged that he was in the video and that said the gator was alive when they released it. Try Florida woman. Okay, Florida woman. Oh wait, it's the 11th. Florida woman, 11th. Okay. Florida woman leads police in the slowest and most bizarre highway pursuit you'll see today. Earlier this week, drivers on the Interstate 75 in Miami witnessed what could be the slowest police pursuit ever to be caught on camera. A woman walking on foot trying to escape from 2 police cars. Okay, Slay! She's literally just on her phone. Okay, now she's running. Now she's running. I love that she was just walking and taking her sweet fucking time. Anyway, fuck the cops. I wish she'd gotten away. Okay, we got a little distracted. But yeah, if you just type in Florida man, you can type in Florida woman too. I find that Florida man, you always get more unhinged shit. There's definitely Florida women doing some crazy stuff. This person on Reddit claims to have posted or found all the details about Ari's arrest. Okay, let me see. Ari Nikki. Ari Nikki was arrested on July 28th, 2015. So this was 2 years after they closed. He was ordered to stay away from MacDill. The specific arrest location is that address and gate. Whether he was outside at the gate and was arrested there, or he was hauled out to the gate to be arrested is unclear. Okay, so on July 29th, 2015, the police report was filed. He had a preliminary hearing, probable cause, blah, yeah. Okay, I want to see what... Where are the deets, though? This is not Ari at home. No, it's not Ari at home. Whether he was outside the gate was arrested or hauled. Okay, on July, he applied for indigent status. He was assigned a public defender. Never good. On August 14th, he was bailed out by Robert Dean. The cash bond posted was the above-mentioned $500. Possibly the delay involved pawning a lot of Dean's antiques to raise the huge sum of $500. On August 15th, 2015, he filed a notice of defendant's invocation of constitutional rights. Case number. I just need to know what the hell happened. Like, was he drunk? Florida. Actually, I'm just going to do Hillsborough County. Oh, I mean, we looked at, here's the police, here's the record, but it didn't have any more details. It was the Bible slap. I wish that, I mean, listen, the charges were dropped, but he did spend a week in jail. There's no conviction, so likely the rumors of possible deportation are just that. We need the context. I know. I need the context. Okay, wait. Search for Ari Nikki. Case search. Case search. Search by part of your business name. Criminal. Closed. Bro, how do you look up a name? And who's faster than I am? Can anybody find the actual details? I'll keep going through this, but if anyone can find the deets. Where are my hackermans at? Mikey Moomin, thank you for the 3 months of Prime. He's not the boss anymore. Hackermans, I'm on it. Okay. So Robert Dean was the one who posted bond. It appears that they're still together. As of 2022, Ari is still living in Palm Beach, Florida. Don't know much beyond that, as they don't seem to have much of an online presence. As far as I can tell, they're still together. Ari's Facebook profile lists him in a relationship since 2004, which would be his relationship with Robert Dean II. As I mentioned above, they moved down to Florida together. Fun fact, Gordon Ramsay didn't actually stay at Juniper Hill Inn. I'm not surprised by that. Instead, he stayed at a nearby hotel named Snapdragon. I guess the Juniper Hill Inn Vermont location wasn't up to Gordon's standards, at least not before Gordon got to work his magic on the inn. That's really funny. All right, if anybody can identify what the hell Ari did. Well, we know what he did. He assaulted a police officer. Well, that's what he was arrested on, but we need to know why. Did not stop Gordon from filming a nude scene there. Actually, it did not stop Gordon from showing his literal ass. Gordon talking to Robert kept reminding me of this scene from Community. I feel like there's...
Are you? I don't know.
I feel like there's always a scene from Community.
How to... I have a rule about being constructive, so I can't ask any questions right now because all of the questions that I have right now are rhetorical and they end with the word idiot. Do you know what a rhetorical... No, of course you know what that is. You're an idiot. I'm sorry. I am so sorry, but you're so stupid. You have no idea, and you're the only one who has no idea, because guess why? Don't answer that, you'll get it wrong. Oh, so dumb. You're just a dumb little man who tries to destroy this school every minute. I am sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but... Oh, so stupid. Oh,
Wait, did you guys see that, there's always a Community scene. Okay, did you see that, Chevy Chase, what did he said? He was talking shit on Community. So, first of all, Chevy Chase is an asshole. He's a grade A asshole. He is notoriously difficult to work with. He would say the N-word on the set of Community all the time. Everybody who's ever worked with Chevy Chase hates him. So apparently, this came out September 26th. I remember I saw this. Community star Chevy Chase says NBC show wasn't funny enough for me. That's why he said he left, even though, like, he got fired. He doesn't look back fondly on his Community days. He said, honestly, I felt the show wasn't funny enough for me ultimately. It's like, Chevy Chase, what are you even doing? What are you even acting in, babe? Nothing. That was like one of the last things that Chevy Chase got hired for. And then let go because he was saying the N-word. I felt a little bit constrained. Everybody had their bits and stuff, and I thought they were all good, but it just wasn't hard-hitting enough for me. I wasn't allowed to say slurs. I didn't mind the character he said of playing Pierce. I felt happier being alone in a sense. I just didn't want to be surrounded by that table every day with those people. You mean half of whom are black? Half of whom are black and you weren't allowed to say the N-word? With those people, it was too much. I haven't seen Dan Harmon since then. I have no idea if we're okay. He was kind of a pisser. He was angry. Really, says Chevy Chase. Oh my God, how did this just switch to... Chevy Chase says that... Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't want to see this photo. Yeah, he called and he said he was sorry. Chase said, I love him now. He said with a laugh before asking Marin what Harmon's been up to. All right, dude. Okay, dude. All right, did anybody find... Okay, this is so annoying. Did anybody find anything else on this? If not, we'll leave it as is. That was a good update. Do you guys think that Robert went right back into buying antiques? Getting scammed on art and antiques? Unamas, I'm beat, you guys. I'm sorry. I've been streaming for 8.5 hours. This was long. It was great. I found this. Don't know. And this is why you don't get extra episodes, okay? This is why you don't get extra episodes, because you are bad. You are bad people. I'm just joking. I would not watch another episode anyway, because I do need to take a break. But if I was gonna watch an extra episode, you would have lost it for the entire class.
I'm so grateful to be a part of this amazing community. Thank you so much for all that you do, Caroline. You're such an impressive, badass human being, and the work you do on stream is so important. You managed to do it all with such grace and dignity. Thank you for giving us.
Oh, I'm sad that got cut off. Thank you for giving us such a safe and cozy space to find refuge and comfort when the world gets so overwhelming and scary. That's such a sweet message. Thank you so much, Krista. And thank you for the 5 months. Yes, no, I enact collective punishment on chat. One person poop socks. Collective punishment of all. Thank you so much, you guys. I am so grateful for this community. I can't say enough how amazing it is to have this platform. And so I will always use my platform. I will always use my platform to speak up for all oppressed people in this world. And I will always fight for every human to have dignity and the right to live freely, okay? Oof! We did it, Joe. I will be back tomorrow. Had to go, I don't know, she wouldn't stay. I'll be back tomorrow around 5:30, and we will get into other news that has been going on, which I haven't really taken a look at. The Kitchen Nightmares watching for reals helped a lot. It's great. It's really good to watch other people being awful and chaotic. So, people love respect. Back at you guys. People love respect. Have a good night. Have a good day. I will see you tomorrow. And be safe. Know that you are loved. You are special. Drink water. All the things. All the ending things. Goodbye. Don't forget to follow my YouTube.